Ladies and gentlemen, in BGIS Round 2, Day 3. Today is going to be a new day, of course, and that means new groups this time will be joining us inside the fray. Group 23 and 24 are going to be in here. That means new teams too, Salty. And considering I'm going to be your host and caster, Necro, John alongside with me is Salty himself.
Yeah.
Salty, how do you feel? New teams?
Absolutely. You know, we have the team list in front of our hands right now, and I must tell you that this is extremely stacked.
Yeah.
I believe, in my opinion, this is going to be a David versus Goliath action that we're going to witness today. But what are your thoughts about it?
David versus Goliath. I think so. That's a perfect way to mention this. Yeah, Team X Park, they were one of those teams that was invited inside the grind itself, but unfortunately for them, they were not really able to move forward from the grind too. So they had to make a comeback from the in-game qualifiers, but it's not the same story with GODLIKE. They moved in here from the grind, but unfortunately, because of a little bit of ups and downs inside the journey, now they're here inside the round 2 itself. Now, speaking about all these things, we know all these teams are actually fighting for a big share of money, which is the prize pool, from which 2 crore rupees is on the line.
Exactly. I mean, big numbers, big brownie points for whoever is the biggest, or rather the best team inside of the country. Of course, just like you mentioned, 2 crore rupees is on the line for this entire BGIS season, where the winner takes away 75 lakhs.
Exactly. The first champion team getting so much money in their hands, 75 lakhs. The second spot getting 37 lakhs, 50,000. The third spot getting 25 lakhs all to themselves. And then on the down of the graphics, you guys can clearly see some special prizes. MVP of the BGIS, the Rising Star, MVP of the Finals, Best IGL. We've been taking a look at this same graphic over and over again. But once again, we're going to take a look at it just to let the new audience know if there are any that's joining us. And today I'm pretty sure there's going to be a lot of new people joining inside the fray, considering 2 big Goliaths, as you mentioned, are also in here.
It's not just 2 big Goliaths as well. You know, some pretty fresh youngsters are here as well. A lot of new names, a lot of these young teams who have enormous potential. And we've seen yesterday, we've seen the last 2 days as well, performances from the underdogs, or rather, I should say, the undergods, have sort of triumphed to the bigger names. Every single time, the bigger names, they could not get the first position inside their group. Is that going to happen today? We'll find out.
Hey, I mean, look, top 7's the way to go. And speaking about top 7, soon enough, we're also going to be taking a look at the format just to let you guys know how exactly the entire journey inside BGIS 2023 is supposed to work. So let's move on forward and take a look at the format. As we all know, we started the journey off from the grind itself, and we also got through the round 1 where 2,048 teams joined us, but then now we're currently inside the round 2. After the round 2 is, of course, going to be round 3, where top 32 teams will be joining us from the grind itself.
Yeah, and of course, a round 4 and the lower bracket, which kind of makes things so much more interesting, because once again, a lot of these teams who could not progress directly to the semifinals, they will be getting a second shot at success.
Exactly, but the eligibility criteria for all the in-game qualifying registrations was Platinum 5 and minimum level 25, which is quite normal. Any player who's just sort of playing it for the game, playing the game daily every single day, it's quite normal for that guy to be on that level and that rank. But as we take a look at the grind itself, as I mentioned, 256 teams were invited, from which only 64 teams qualified in forward inside BGIS, which top 32 moved in forward inside the round 3, and bottom 32 moved in forward inside the round round 2, and we're right now inside round 2.
Yeah, exactly. And now the teams, of course, who are in round 2, they have a massive advantage because they get to see all of these matches and they can wait. But of course, in the in-game qualifiers, every team from the country could participate. 15 matches were supposed to be played, out of which the best 10 were supposed to be taken. 2,048 teams were selected out of them.
Exactly, but then from the round 1, we knew that only 512 teams can move on forward inside the round 2, also combining the bottom 32 teams from the ground itself. And then from the round 2, this is how things are supposed to look like.
Yeah, I mean, 512 teams will compete for this, but as round 2 sort of ends, this is where we are going to witness only 256 teams to progress forward. Now, how does that happen? Now, every single group, top 7, every single team is going to qualify for round 3. And then, of course, just like you mentioned, 32 teams from the grind itself are going to join. They're making it 256. Competition has been cutthroat, Necro.
Yeah.
We just saw that the cutoffs have been rising to astronomical levels, to be honest. Yesterday, we witnessed for the first time, maybe, the top 7, the cutoff was 48 and 45 respectively, which is absolutely high. So I am just really excited to find out how much the cutoff is going to be today as well. Not today, of course. We're going to find out who are going to qualify tomorrow. But, I mean, the way the level of gameplay has risen, I am absolutely loving it.
And not just that, you even saw from round 2, 224 teams will be moving forward inside the round 3. So that is a big numbers, but yeah, considering we started things off in 2048 team, compared to that, this is nothing. But you know what, let's move on forward and take a look at the points distribution. This is how teams are supposed to position themselves in a better spot in the overall standing. The first spot, of course, getting 15 points, the second spot getting 12 points, and the third spot getting 10 points. But what's really a standout inside the point structure has to be each finish equals 1 point.
Exactly. I mean, you have two different approaches of approaching the particular game, right? You can at least play for placements if your gun game is not that strong, or if you think you're confident, well, you try and go in for those finishes. You can also go that. Try and go for those early finishes, acquire as many finish points as you possibly can. Of course, each of these processes comes with its own trade-off, but as we transition to the schedule itself, there are going to be multiple maps that we play. And to be honest, my favorite one will be Sanhok that I'm going to be watching out for.
Hey, look, man, Vikendi 2 added inside the mix. I think so. That's something that's really added on a big X factor in the entire journey. As we know, Group 24 is going to be the one to kick things off with Vikendi itself. I don't know how that's going to be affecting their mindset, considering Vikendi is one of those calm and peaceful maps in the initial phase, and then later on after Stage 3, that's where the real ruckus and chaos starts to hit. But as you said, your favorite map is going to be the map of Sanhok. I would say the same thing as well. I like aggression. I like action, and that's what Sanhok delivers.
Exactly. I think we both sort of agree on this one thing, at least in this entire panel, that Sanhok is going to be our favorite map. But apart from that, of course, just like I mentioned, we started off the conversation with the David versus Goliath theory. I'm going to be watching out for these underdogs, you know, the way they've come in, the way they have adapted to the amount of pressure that the circles have given us over the yesterday. I feel like it's absolutely brilliant. There are so many young shining stars who can just absolutely outshine the competition, absolutely outshine the top tier teams who are coming into play, and the top tier teams have had a really hard time adjusting to their gameplay.
Hey, you know what? Enough talks about yesterday. It's time to look at which teams are going to be the one to duke it out inside today's day. Group 23 chiming inside the action, and some of the known teams too. You guys can clearly see Team X-Spark, Team Godlike over here, and Grind Team is, of course, we know Godlike was the one who joined in forward inside the entire thing from the Grind itself. Exorcist, another one of those teams that my eyes are going to be locked on.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, just like you mentioned, I feel like Team Godlike, for them, the target or the objective was to qualify for round 3 from the Grind itself, but they could not do that. It was a rather disappointing run inside of the BGIS, the Grind, but hopefully that they have fixed things behind the scenes, they have fixed their internal issues as well, and now they're going to come in with a reinforced vigor, with reinforced confidence as well, that they can fix those issues, and now they can work on the mistakes which they made in the Grind.
Speak about making those mistakes, right? Yesterday we saw quite a lot of interesting moves. GenXFM, actually one of those teams that was sort of struggling in the day one, but then in the later 3 games that were left over, they absolutely showcased domination. GenXFM is right now, at this point in time, in my opinion, one of the best teams BGIS has ever seen. What are your thoughts on that?
To be honest, they had more finishes than placement points. That just goes to show that this team is extremely confident. And for an underdog team to showcase that, I think it's absolutely fabulous. Now, another team which has done that is going to be Team Newman Gaming. Now, Newman Gaming, they're already pretty experienced. We know that they've played in the Tier 1 lobbies for quite a while. For them to just go outlie and just try and gun down the competition, it should be simple.
It's normal,
But for Gen X FM to do that, I appreciate them. That's like hats off.
Another team, I think so, that needs to be mentioned over here, Skulls Esports. They actually showcased so well. And to be honest, they were also able to take down some of the known teams inside the lobby, some of the best competitions too. Skulls Esports, it didn't seem like they had any type of hurdles in front of them. They were just smoothly gliding through the entire lobby. And I just want to see a little bit more Skulls in the future, but for now, Skulls is not going to be seen over here. We've got some new groups, and I just want to see how Godlike especially has improved, because the last time I saw them, they had a lot of struggles.
You know, coming back to that Skulls conversation, I do agree with you. I want to see more Skulls inside of the lobby, to be honest, because a team who acquires 96 points from 6 games, they've got immense talent. They even outshine Newman Gaming. This is something which I was talking about. Team just coming in. Skulls for a while, they have been knocking at the Tier 1 circuit for a while. They've been trying to do it, but with 96 points in 6 games, they've showcased their true potential. But once again, another opportunity. It seems like the big bird is up in the skies, ladies and gentlemen, and the first match is live, Necro.
Exactly. The first game of the day is in front of us, ladies and gentlemen, as the plane flight path starting all the way from Sosnoka military base towards Lipovka. Now, considering the plane flight path is heavily tilted on the right side of the map too, and also sort of on the southern side, this is going to be a tough extent for a lot of the teams.
Exactly. I mean,
especially Godlike, though, considering they like to go all the way towards Georgia Pool.
Yeah. For them, that intermediate drop location is going to be very important. To try and get themselves those vehicles, or maybe will they go in for a different drop? Now, those are the questions which will be answered in the next couple of seconds. It seems like Godlike, they still haven't ejected. But of course, according to latest news, it seems like S-Power is going to be the one who is going to be leading the team, IGLing for them. It's going to be extremely important for us to find out how the team actually performs in that particular circuit.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to see how things will be looking like inside the games. But speaking of that, right, I mean, still, I wouldn't say that anything is that confirmed, right? We still don't exactly know what goes on inside the team, on how things exactly look like. But speaking about the plane flight path that we saw, I just want to see if there's some new stuff that Godlike has actually prepared up, because from what I remember, the last time that I've seen this team, whenever the circle's sort of far away from their actual home turf, they tend to struggle a lot. They do not really know how to navigate their way towards the Georgia Pool City. So let's see if there's going to be some new changes or not.
Right now, they're dropping towards the SI. It seems like they are gliding, but enough about Godlike. We've seen majority of the teams take their drop locations, of course, and it seems like 2 teams have dropped down at Nova Upnoy. It seems like X-Park are in the midst of battle against Team Zan. Now, how does Zan actually prep up in this particular fight? This is going to be interesting, because we've just seen the circle pop up in the extreme northern hemisphere of the map.
Yeah.
And a very long rotation which these teams need to take, which means they have to wrap this fight up extremely quick.
That is true. Speaking about wrapping the fight up, I mean, Team X-Park is in front of us, and speaking of them, let's see how this situation is going to pan out for them. X-Park, of course, one of the most known teams inside the lobby. We expect domination from this team, but up against them is the Team Zan. And Team Zan is one of the underdog teams. Let's see how well they're going to be able to keep up against the wrath of Team X-Park.
Aditya, still in the backlines, of course, for Team X-Park. The rest of the 3 players, though, they are in close proximity. They are having that trade potential between them. But Team Zan, they don't seem like they are really caring about Team X-Park and their positioning. But it seems like with the smokes that have been laid already, Team X-Park, they are on the move, trying to close in the distance, Necro. It seems like Team X-Park, they have blood in front of their eyes.
Oh, they should. They know that these are a couple of elimination points. If they're able to press on the right time, they should be able to wrap these up. But still, X-Park taking their sweet little time and actually looting up, and at the same time pushing up a little bit slowly and steadily against the opponents. Sarang knows exactly where the foes are, and that's why he still wants to go for a little bit more confirmations. X-Park, now you can see they've clearly slowed down, but they're also moving together.
Moving together, closing the distance, but this nade can do a lot of damage. It seems like Team Zan, they're looking to sort of wrap things up. They've left 2 players far behind, but hoping that the front line will be enough to stop the attack. 1 player under heavy fire, but he's going to escape.
That was way too close for comfort. I don't even understand how did Noah get out of that situation. Zan, though, It's going to be the one to find the opening. A really great one, too. Picard goes down. One of the big names inside the lobby. Already knocked out of the game. And even Dreams was on the verge of collapsing. Out in the open, Team X-Park. This is not the way they wanted to take the fight. Even Sarang's way too low for comfort. But at least there are a couple of return knocks against the opponents. And now the confirmations, too, will start to follow up. Aditya pushing up the boundaries a little bit more. He needs to be so cautious in these moments. Another knockout found. Aditya, this man is just lining up the bodies left, right, and center. But the last guy from Zan is trying his best to fight back in this scenario. It's a 1-on-3 situation from which Picard softened up, or the entirety of Team X-Park's actually softened up. There's a fighting chance for the opponent, but considering it's a 1-on-3, it looks like it's a little bit too tough.
Oh, I love this. Picard just going in for the flank. Enough time that has been given that Zan will actually be able to come up with that revive, but it seems like once again the players are going to come in from multiple directions, beautifully executed by Team X-Park over there. You mentioned it correctly, right? The first knock which was there, it was completely unexpected. The player just popped out of nowhere, but beautiful comeback from X-Park, right? They were working in tandem, and this guy Aditya with 2 finishes. I'm looking at glimpses of brilliance from this man, the form that we already have witnessed from Aditya when he was in his OR days. It seems like that form is actually coming back.
Yeah, Picard, though, unfortunately, I mean, him getting knocked out that early inside the game, I was a little bit concerned for Team X-Park. Maybe things could have been going downhill for them, but luckily enough, they managed to sort of hold themselves together and also bounce back inside the fight. This is how Zan really kicked things off. Light was the man who found the initial opening, but then later on, X-Park, a really good way to get the grip back inside the fight, especially Aditya getting those 2 precious knockouts, just saving the day for his team.
Exactly, and of course, the revive came through, and then it was a 3v1 situation. Nothing could be done. Dreams and Aditya pushing in from the right-hand side, and Picard from the left. It's absolutely done and dusted, but with that being said, the first fight, ladies and gentlemen, or rather the first team, has been eliminated. It's going to be Team Zan, and no trade-off on Team X-Park. They retain all 4 players.
That's what was expected from a team like Team X-Park. And also now they've got some blood on their hands. Now they've actually got some blood.
You know, it kind of feels like this early victory is going to give them so much confidence, because I felt Team X-Park needed that. They could not really show up on the grind. Right, they came in from the in-game qualifiers, which was a big run, and now that they have this platform for themselves, it should be an easy rotation for them upwards as well. We talked about how Nova Repneo could be the early grounds of battle, and that is exactly what happened. Of course, so far, the bridge seems to be unmarked. There is nobody present as of now, so they should have an easy rotation, but with another team in that military-based region, nothing is for certain.
That is true. I mean, for X-Park, considering with how they actually won that fight too, and it's also the first game for this entire group. Any type of elimination points you accumulate can be a massive pressure subsider, and all these teams do need that pressure subsider at least in the initial phase of the game, so that they can have a clear and a free mindset or a free game flow in the upcoming moments of the game. And I think so now X-Park can definitely sort of dial back a little bit. They can chill out because they know they've got 4 points to kick things off with, and they can try and plan for the late game situation a bit more better.
You know, I kind of feel like for Team Zan, they should have known, right? Team X-Park always prefer that Novo drop. They knew that this drop collision is going to happen. They knew, as a matter of fact, that they are going to face a very well-known team in such early sequences. Do you think they are to blame for this initial loss? Because Team Zan first came, the first team to be eliminated at this point, I'm not really sure it's the best start for them.
You know what? I forgot to ask you your predictions inside this game.
Oh my God!
What are your predictions going to be? Which team do you think is going to win this game?
To be honest, I'm gonna say GODLIKE. But let's just find out. You know, it's just too early to predict. At least let me watch a game. Let me just find out how these underdog teams.
Okay, well, I guess GODLIKE, they're going to have a bit more struggles inside this game. That's how it's going to look like. But, hey, look, one change that we noticed from the side of GODLIKE, they've dropped inside Yasna Poliana.
Yeah.
And maybe this time they've realized the fact that it was not really a good choice to actually leave that spot away and then go on over towards Georgiapol. Maybe GODLIKE will try to contest Yasna once again.
Yeah, and it seems like it was a good decision which panned out in their favor. The circle sort of favors them. They are in a nice little spot, of course. Don't really have to move, of course. There is nobody in the vicinity as well. So the fact that GODLIKE, they've changed their drop location, but it actually worked out good for them. How do they rotate from here on? We'll have to find that out, because Once again, they're always accustomed to rotating from Georgia Pole. They probably haven't rotated enough from Yasnaya Poliana. That might be a problem. Mid-rotation fights, that is what I'm pointing at.
Speak about the mid-rotation fights. I mean, right now, Ninetale Esports, they're on a rotation. And it's quite a long pathway, too. Moving in all the way from the outskirts, from the edges of the map, actually, from the left side. And this team is a definition of a team that does not want to challenge any fights. They're against violence.
Exactly, and we've seen so many of these underdog teams take this route, right? I mean, just trying to avoid the fight, trying to preserve all 4 players up until the final circle. But I don't know. I have this opinion that it doesn't really work out. Of course, you want to try and challenge the blue zone. The first circle is not really that important. I mean, there is not going to be enough damage, of course, so you might as well take that little bit of a hit. But it seems like the fact that they are preferring the shorelines of the map itself, they might actually meet another underdog, which we can see from the map.
Speaking about the underdogs, I mean, or the undergods, actually.
Yeah.
I mean, right now, there is one team that is still down south inside the military island itself, and I want to see how that team makes a rotation out. NV is going to be that team, and once again, just rotating out late from that island. Not really that sort of a move that is catching me off guard. It's quite normal. The teams that do like to drop all the way down south, they do tend to move a little bit late.
You spoke of Team Envy, and their real name is Team No Value. Now, who in the right mind will actually name yourself No Value? I'm not really sure. For sure, it's a very creative name, to be honest, but I mean, if I can name myself Salty, I'm pretty sure these players can also name their team No Value, but I would just rather put up a lot of value instead of no value.
I mean, even you've got no value.
I'm just abandoning this desk at this point. I'm just gonna abandon this desk at this point. Ladies and gentlemen, I have no respect.
Listen, it's a joke, all right? It's a joke. Yeah, well, it's just a joke. And even, ladies and gentlemen, the producer just whispered in our ears saying that, well, Salty, you can create your value.
Hopefully I will. You know, with my accurate predictions. With my accurate predictions and my great... I'm not really sure why Johnny is also mocking me from the backlines. This is too much banter for just the first game itself.
Listen, man, it's not banter. It's just called straight up facts. I'm just kidding. It's a joke. But you know what? As we move on forward inside the game, too, Team Godlike, one team that you actually predicted. Let's see how they will be playing inside the game. Whichever team so far that you've predicted has been taken out of the game instantly. So I hope that's not going to be the case once again with a team like Godlike.
Yeah, I'm the incarnation of the Grim Reaper. But speaking of incarnation, it seems like Ninetale Esports, they've got devil within them as they have eaten up the first player from INT, Necro.
Yeah, I mean, first knockout found in IT. This rotation that they try to make inside the circle did not really work out that well. Now they're just down to a 3-man squad. Just leaving their friend out in the open like that, not even helping him once. I mean, it feels a little bit bad, but hey, sometimes you got to play for the survival and think about the bigger picture.
I mean, they had nothing to do over there. They were in an empty rotation. It was completely out in the open. And Ninetale Esports, brilliant execution from them. They did not charge in the rest of the vehicles. They knew that this guy was isolated. He was falling back. And whenever a player or a vehicle falls behind from the pack, you know that that is the weakest link.
Yeah. So you're basically just calling that player weak. That's sort of mean, man.
No, I'm not calling that player weak. I'm calling the fact that he fell back. He was behind the rest of the troops.
Yeah, but you just said that he's the weakest link.
Hey man, I'm pretty sure there is some sort of a rivalry going on between us two. It's not just you as well. Sometimes Johnny also chimes in as well. I don't know. It's a little difficult to 1v2 against both of you guys.
I just double question on what you said. You called him the weakest link. So I just want to know why you exactly think so. Sometimes unfortunate stuff happen. I think so. First game isn't the game that you should judge any other team just like that.
There's definitely a point. There's definitely a point. But the fact, again, reiterating the fact that he fell back just goes to show that he definitely was the weakest link in that team.
Wow.
Coming back to our conversation once again, ladies and gentlemen, we have a pretty interesting circle which has been cut by that little water path that is there inside, just right from between.
Hey,
who do you think is going to get the winner?
Listen, stop changing the subject, all right? I'm going to ask the audience. Let us know, guys. What do you guys think in the chat? The play that that guy tried to pull off, Was it a good play? Of course it wasn't a good play because he got taken out of the game, but what do you guys think? Is he the weakest link for the team, or it's just something that happens, unfortunately, once in a while, unlucky moments? Just do let us know in the chat, but you know what? Getting back inside the game once again, speak about the strong links of the entire map. We've got Team X-Spark, and they've already started things off with a massive booster that they've got with 4 elimination points secured.
Yeah, and I love the fact that they came in from Nova up near, but they still found so much real estate inside the circle. A lot of these teams who are rotating in from the Northern Hemisphere are yet to find their sweet spot inside the circle. But Team X-Spark, the massive rotation happened almost instantly. And one of the reasons because of which is because they executed the other team, Team Zan, almost off the get-go itself. I told you that fight had to happen right then and there itself, because it was extremely long rotation. But Team X-Spark, they did exactly that. But now it seems like they are approaching Team Godlike. No information as of yet that this is going to be Godlike. I believe that the Battle of the Titans might just happen pretty soon if they do decide to engage.
Speak about the Battle of the Titans. We've got Team X-Spark. Considering they lost out on one of the men actually a while ago. Okay, so that's not a good start for X-Spark. Did they lose out? No, they didn't. He's just softened up so much that his HP bar wasn't even visible. That's how low that guy was. So X-Spark, now finally, inside that gas station. They're at least stationary for now. Godlike's going to be the one sort of eyeing them out. And Godlike, they need to take things a little bit safe and cautious, because if they do try to press on the charges against a team like Team X-Spark, then destruction will be dealt on both the sides equally.
They have to be careful about the surroundings as well, because 2 teams in close proximity. It seems like RIOT Esports, they've also spotted Team Forest in the backlines, mid-rotation, shots being fired, but no connection as of yet. RIOT Esports, they hold a nice little spot at the edge of the circle, which gives them a little bit of control to move inside. Nobody is still pressing their position. But as soon as I say that, look at the circle, Necro. It shifts all the way down south, and this hard shift is going to make things so much more difficult for these teams in the Northern Hemisphere.
Yeah, not just that, there's also a massive anonymous aura. Will the next circle shift up north or down south? It's now a gamble these teams will need to try and sort of book on. You can instantly see as the next circle shift came into play, Godlike was one of those teams instantly trying to make it inside the circle. Rozhawk is going to be the city that Godlike is going to find at home for now. Jonathan too making it from the back lines. The entire lineup of Godlike right now does seem quite safe, but let's see. They are sort of surrounded by a lot of foes.
You know, that is one of the most... that is the worst thing that can happen to a driver or a player in that situation, when your buggy just skips out or your rear tire gets actually blown off. Team Godlike was under heavy fire. Too much pressure being provided from the side of NexusEsports. But it seems like Godlike escaped that situation unhurt, and now they have compounds to work with. A central compound inside the circle, and now they have the control of the Rozhawk city. If they are able to engage upon Nexus and probably even take them out, they might just be given the game on a golden platter.
Speak about Nexus. Just having the players of Godlike locked down in the sights. And one of the players from EXG2 gets knocked outside the zone. This is not the way things should go for a lot of these teams. So many teams actually get knocked outside the zone. Not too good for them. Crazy Gamer 2 was knocked out a while ago. And Team X-Spark, they're quite exposed in these lines. They need to move away as quick as possible, find themselves a solid cover inside the upcoming circle. And that seems like a big surge for the players of X-Spark. Saran's going to spot out a teammate, quite a desperate rotation. And that spray was quite nice, but still not able to find that connection on the flesh of the players. And X-Spark Sarang now wanting to press on up a little bit more against the foes.
A leap of faith for Team Forest right there. I mean, they knew as a matter of fact that they were not going to survive, but it seems like right now it just gets even more difficult. They are not escaping the waterways, Necro. There is no way they're coming out of this alive. If Team X-Spark do manage to stay in that position for a while, but it seems like there is another fight happening elsewhere.
It indeed is. 2 teams duking it out for this compound, for this Wizard Tower. And RIOT Esports is going to be the team, at least for now. They've got the control of this one. Alok going for the resurrection onto the fallen player. No threat available, at least for now. 14 teams alive, ladies and gentlemen, inside the game, from which Team X-Spark now has finally started to chime inside a fight. They saw a couple of teams just try to book it inside the water lines, try and play things a little bit safe and sound for them. But X-Spark, now they're getting challenged by another team inside the entire vicinity. Team GWL is going to be the one to take a fight against X-Park. This will definitely be a tough pill to swallow for GWL, but let's see if they will be the one to wipe out the entirety of X-Park or not. X-Park, they do not really want to go for this fight whatsoever, but that was a really good spray from Nick, stopping that player in his tracks. Aditya almost getting eliminated, and he actually gets eliminated too from the back lines.
Yeah, it seems like Team GWL, they had a good start. We haven't seen this team yet, but they come in with 3 finishes already, and now they've taken down a couple of players from X-Park as well. A lot of responsibility on Pukar as well as Erangel, who now hold the underpass of the bridge itself. A really good position to hold, to be honest. Just trying to look forward to majority of the finishes coming in from the water lines. They know, as a matter of fact, multiple teams are just swimming. They're just barely fishes in the water lines trying to escape the bullets. It's not going to be easy to find those finishes.
Honestly, this position really depends if it's a good or not one. Because there's a chance that the circle might shift away from you, and you're just pretty much pinned down that spot. Yeah. You cannot get up. So,
especially with Sparrow from Team Forest, also with his teammate who is extremely in close proximity, and multiple teams marking this angle, for sure, I do agree with that point. I think X-Park for them, it's sort of like a very risky move.
Yeah, they're also pinned down behind that spot. Yeah, they did find a temporary hard cover to play with, but look at this play that was being pulled off by this guy. And then in the end, it was, of course, Alok who sort of saved the day for the entire team with that shotgun in his hand, shut down the opposition. Look at the utility utilization too. Team X-Park almost getting picked off, and that's what exactly happened. Envy from the back lines, they started to take a lot of shots against X-Park. And as I mentioned too a while ago, X-Park was way too exposed. They needed to find a hard cover. Unfortunately, they were not able to do so, and that's why now they're just down to a 2-man squad. Neo, light up on fire, needs to fall back. The Molotov was perfectly placed, and now EXORCIST are looking to exercise the entirety of GODLIKE.
It's not going to be tough. Or rather, it is going to be extremely tough because they've lost 2 players in the process. Beast AB as well as Dream. These 2 guys will have a Dream up front to try and take down GODLIKE. Nades being popped in, Beast still trying to create the choke point on top of the stairs itself. But if there are multiple players, if they're trying to build upon this trade, I believe that GODLIKE, it should be an easy opening for them.
Yeah, and GODLIKE, they're not just pushing up yet. Oh, that was one of the biggest mistakes that this guy can make. Got a little bit too over-eager, pushed down south, and that's where he got taken out from that building. Nicely done. GODLIKE showcasing a little bit of patience, but the guy just got a little impatient. He should have just held on to that staircase for a bit more longer. Maybe he could have actually won that fight. But Team GODLIKE, for now, they're back inside the game with full force. There's a chance they can also win it. They've got a really good position, unless the circle moves away from them at the last second.
I'm pretty sure they're holding a nice position, of course, but just like you mentioned, the circle, if it pops out towards the northern hemisphere, then there might be a lot of problems. Speaking of problems, Team X-Park, they're still trying to challenge Team 4S. Rahesh, if I'm not mistaken, has been taken out. Another one being knocked out. It was Sarang who found that finish, and now Team X-Park, they have 6 finishes. But will they find good positioning to compete against GODLIKE? It seems almost next to impossible.
I mean, this is a really good start for Team X-Park. Exactly what they needed. Team GODLIKE in front of us, 3 players. A little bit spread out from each other. 2 on the front, 2 in the back lines. The next circle shift comes right on top of the players of GODLIKE. They're being blessed by the zone.
They certainly are. But there is another foe. That is going to be Nexus, who are just trying to survive. They're just trying to play from circle to circle. And they also have control of certain compounds to work with. They might just be able to close in the distance against GODLIKE, surprise them with their attacks. But it seems like they have been pinned by Z-God, who has got 2 finishes already to his name. His fingers are warmed up. This man knows exactly where the players are going to pop out from.
Exactly. And GODLIKE just going for the shots against the foes. Considering they've got a really solid spot inside the circle too. Not exactly solid, actually the prime spot inside the final moments. So GODLIKE will definitely look forward to name this chicken dinner. But there are a couple of teams that can be a massive thorn in their way. Even the Wall of Death now starting to move in slowly and steadily from the back lines as Deus Esports. They will need to leave this compound, this vicinity soon enough, and move inside the safe zone.
It's not just them, look at this. There is team number 3, War Gods, who have tried to infiltrate the compound, and Neo has been pushed back, softened up so much, Necro. What is happening? Is GODLIKE losing control over their compound themselves?
There's a chance they're getting pushed back from the players that are pushing up against them. And for now, War Gods, up against the players of Godlikes. Let's see which gods will be the one to survive this entire vicinity. 2 players from Godlike getting pushed by 3 players. And this is where Godlike, they need to desperately find at least one single opening. As soon as they do now, Neo is starting to gain a little bit more confidence inside the entire vicinity. But instead, he gets pounced on by another player of Ward Gods. And this is where Jonathan closes on up with the MG3 and saves the day for his team. And also himself.
Exactly, but thankfully Godlike, they just ran away with 1 casualty. Neo will be missed. But the way Jonathan saved the day, it was impressive to say the very least. But it seems like another fight has started to brew up, and now Sarang is just trying to stay alive. Of course, the wall of smoke, or the cloud of smoke that has been created, it is going to prevent him from bullets coming towards him. But he has spotted a couple of players inside the waters. It seems like the fishes are being hunted by the fishermen.
Exactly, X-Spark. Oh, what a perfect nade that was. Pukar finds a 2-piece with that single nade, and that was definitely a Kobe, exactly on the mark. And Sarang too now soften up a bit too much. This guy's the last glimmer of hope for X-Spark. If he gets eliminated, X-Spark will be eliminated from the game on the 6th spot with 7 finish points. And this is definitely not the outcome even X-Spark would have hoped for. X-Spark do want to win this game as well. But Sarang, he needs to get his fallen comrade back upon his feet. Slowly and steadily, you can see on the map too, Pukar starting to close up with Sarang. And if this resurrection does come into play, this can be a second lifeline for X-Spark indeed.
100%. It seems like Sarang, he does not have any place to go. He's been caught off guard, and the only place that he can fall back on is going to be the rock and the cloud of smoke that he's created. And that is like a two-way sword. It's a double-edged sword for him because it just attracts so much attention from multiple teams. Elsewhere, Godlike as well, even they are trying to hold on to their compound just at the edge of the circle. Not being able to proceed forward is going to hurt them because Nexus is right on the edge. They know when to pull the trigger, and Z-God has been stationed to try and stop them dead on their tracks.
But look at that separation from the side of Godlike. This is where Jonathan from the back can actually give a really big cover fire.
Ooh.
And there's a chance the team that's actually looking forward to pounce on top of the players of Godlike, they've got no information on Jonathan himself. We've got NexusEsports even taking shots against the foes once again. They've got a little edge to play with. Also a little closet to play around with, but that nade from Jonathan finds the opening. A really good piece being found, and Godlike, this is where they start to press up once again. S-Power, now he's got everything on himself to hold it down.
Yeah, but once again, the X-Factor, Jonathan, coming in from behind to save the team. It seems like he is in a massive world of hurt, but still delivering every single time. The DBS sings the songs of death for this man who stands on top of 4 finishes.
Exactly, was also taken down in 1 single HP. But eventually, he will be able to patch himself up, and now that team's just down to that last man alive. NexusEsports, that was one of the biggest mistakes they could have ever made in their own lifeline. And Jonathan now also just standing on top of these players, looking to name this entire fight onto himself, and also on the name of Godlike. Cooking the nade to perfection, tosses it out, not exactly able to find that mark, but still the DBS in the close. Should back him up, but no, that's it. Nexus, they're going to be the one to come out on top.
Yeah, this was their biggest fear. They knew, as a matter of fact, the Nexus was lying in the background. They knew that they could be in a world of hurt if Nexus did decide to push up. And it seems like the Z-God, the man who was stationed to protect them from them, was just not enough. Jonathan did try to save the day, but he was just way
that
too
nade!
much. Great nade coming in from Nexus once again, and now they are starting to assert domination.
Such a perfect nade that was, Nexus. This team's on a tear. Unleashing wrath against the lobby. And also just raining down terror against the final 2 teams. Deus Esports is also going to be one of those. And then right next to them is Ninetale Esports. And Nexus right now in the prime spot, also having the high ground control and also having the hard cover control to play with.
I love the fact that Notorious is still alive. This man has been inside the waterways for a considerable amount of time right now, but saved his team for the 3rd position. A lot of placement points to work with.
His name is Notorious.
Yeah.
And he is being the Notorious inside the game too. And this guy, considering he is from Ninetale Esports, let's see how will he be able to keep his team alive at least till the second spot gets spotted. Oh no, this is not the way things should have been for him. And now, considering his position's compromised, he cannot even peek out of the water lines to get a little bit of breath. As soon as he does so, he will be catching a bit more hurt, and that's what Deus Esports are doing. But actually, Deus, they find a knockout against the player of Nexus. This is a really good start for the players of Deus to actually name this chicken dinner on themselves too. Umar gets knocked out. Spy starting to close on up slowly and steadily. If Spy's able to clutch it out, then definitely things can be pulled back in their hands once again. But if that's not going to be happening, then Spy will be eliminated from the game, and that's what's exactly going to happen. The entirety of Nexus, they get eliminated, and it's the end for Nexus 2, and also the opposition just getting the chicken dinner. Deus Esports, patience, and also showing the perfection.
Perfection, to be honest, but I just don't understand Spy, a man who beat Jonathan in a 1v1. How could he miss those shots with the spray?
I mean, I guess just panic situation, considering you're so close to that chicken dinner as well. And yeah, just again, we need to understand, these guys are the undergods, right? Them being able to make it inside the late game situation, that in itself was just such a big, massive moment. So I would say Nexus Esports, first game, a really good start. Now they just need to be a little bit more consistent inside the game. But Notorious from Untitled Esports, that spot that he had pinned down, it was quite impressive. I mean, I just want to see a little bit more of all this stuff, all these things that's going on. We even saw quite a lot of unfortunate moments for Team X-Spark, not really having that good spot inside the entire final moment, and even they got eliminated. But you know what, ladies and gentlemen, after that game, it's time for us to push to a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Push. Left. PKM use कर.
पीछे वो यूसी कितना है?
जोन में चले क्या?
ये बर्ड कहाँ से आया?
पुश. चल.
स्कोप नहीं मिल रहा। अबे ये कहाँ गया?
अरे फिर भाई डिफॉल्ट से निकल लें.
अरे तकिन तकड़म भागड़ी की डम डम कपू पूरा तम डिफॉल्ट से निकल पुर पका पम तकड़म भागा दौड़ दम.
अलग ही जोन में ये तो.
ये स्पेस में और स्कोप नहीं है सर.
देखा डिफॉल्ट से निकलना कितना इजी है. ब्रो इतना ड्रामा क्यों?
रॉयल पास ले, डिफॉल्ट से निकल ले.
हैं?
Epic value, epic rewards. Get the Royal Pass at just 360 UC and don't be default.
सर ये आपका गिर गया था.
अभी नहीं चाहिए.
सर सीन सेट है, एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या?
Yes, let's go.
सर तो सीन में आप थोड़ी सी सैड हो, हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़ी चली आती है और जैसी वो आती है आप कहते
यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार.
और ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो?
बैटलग्राउंड्स चल, दिखाता हूँ तेरे को. आ रहा हूँ मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ. Get ready to play pure.
अब तुम्हारी बारी।
Be prepared for the fury.
साथियों आगे बढ़ो चकने
खत्म कर दो.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, after that phenomenal game of Erangel. And now, this time, I'm also having a little change in the panel. Johnny joining me once again. Johnny, how do you feel about that previous game? Godlike almost having a shot at winning that game, but then missing out in the end.
I mean, that's the thing, right? You can't always be happy about those almost, especially a team like Godlike, who we know for a fact are used to being at the top of the food chain. This time around, I mean, they had a good start, but I think in the future games, we're going to see them push for more.
Speak about the future games. I mean, X-Park 2, starting things off on a fantastic note, getting a squad wipe instantly inside No Repno itself, but then later on, the carry on forward in the late game situation sort of not working out. I mentioned these two during my cast. Yeah. They were quite exposed in the position they had, and considering even the circle took a massive shift down south, just caught everyone off guard.
I mean, but why do we complain about the circles now? They are super fun to watch, especially a Rozhok zone after so long, still having the river engulfed into it. It was extremely exciting to witness how many bodies were going to drop into that river. Not a lot, though. I expected a few more teams to take that gamble, but still, I mean, it was a risky play to go for the swan dive into that water body. But I'm happy with the fact that even X-Park showed up big in this matchup.
Exactly. I mean, this is how the highlights actually started. X-Park just taking a dig against the opposition quite easily, just illuminating the entirety of Team Zan. Yeah. And actually, Zan was the one who started off with an advantage in that previous fight, and still they got eliminated by X-Park. So that's just something that stung me a little bit more because I wanted the players of Zan to sort of have a little bit of shot against X-Park. I do not want X-Park to be eliminated, don't get me wrong here, but I just want the Undergods to showcase a little bit more talent.
And the Undergods are showcasing that talent quite brilliantly. Look at this team, no value. The flanks they created for themselves, realizing when was the perfect time to put additional pressure on the players of X-Park and utilizing that to push them under that bridge in a corner from where there was no escape. I mean, it is X-Park after all, so they knew how to get away from that situation. They tried to survive for a few short moments but could not make it to the extreme end.
And honestly, I also like that quick adjustment from the side of Godlike. As soon as they saw that the circle took a sudden shift, every single player from Godlike just sat inside the vehicle, booked it towards the Rozhok, and they knew that, okay, we do not need to be exactly in the center of Rozhok. Instead, get the higher compound in the Rozhok.
But look at this, just now in the highlights we saw Team Deus go for that open area push, take the position away from another team, and that is the exact same spot where they ended the game from. So it was a risky call to play from that southwestern edge position, but they got quite lucky. I'm going to be honest about it. There was a little bit of a luck involved there as well, in terms of the fact that as you and Salty were so surprised by Spy missing his spray entirely, that was also quite unfortunate for him. But I mean, it was a pressurable situation. He knows that players are coming towards him from two different directions. He tried his level best, but unfortunately, it wasn't enough.
For Spy, that was like a free treat that was given to him, and still him not being able to capitalize. I mean, yeah, definitely a little bit sad. For NexusEsports, though, I like the fact that they were the one to win the fight against Godlike, also take this prime positioning in their hand. But the problem is the continuation wasn't really too good for them. Their position was compromised. Then later on, Deus Esports, that nade that came into play, found the initial opening. NexusEsports, as you mentioned, Spy missing out on all the shots against the foes. He could have actually capitalized. The situation could have been isolated to a one-on-one. But Spy, he missed the entire magazine.
He could have actually capitalized. I do agree with you on that. But what would have happened? See, two different players at a 60-degree wide split. He takes down one. He is bound to take damage from that individual 1v1 as well. He would have dropped down to best case scenario. He survives with what, 75% HP. But he still will be at an HP deficit when he goes up against that last player. I mean, you can always say, hey, it could have gone either way, right? That final 1v1. But still, when you are at a disadvantage, never take a fight. That's the rule of thumb. Always only fight. Not even on open grounds, always fight with an advantage or don't take the fight at all.
But I mean, again, it's about the odds. It's about the percentage.
Yeah,
would you rather have a 30% chance of winning the entire game or none? I would say
70%.
I would take that 30%. And at that
70
point
or
in time,
nothing.
his teammate getting knocked out, it's not something that you can predict, right? So I would say for Spy, it's understandable. It's the first game of the day, also the round 2 inside BGIS, one of the biggest tournaments. So it's understandable. We can always have those jitters inside the game. So it's completely fine. Maybe inside the upcoming game,
human
they
being.
can try and settle down. Yeah, even I myself, man, we know as commentators inside the day one of any other show,
Yeah.
we usually do have those jitters too. We sort of tend to get nervous a little bit because it's the first time ever to open the show. So it's completely fine even as a player.
I mean, it is fine. I mean, as I said, he is a human being after all.
Yeah.
Especially we know for a fact that a lot of these athletes that are playing in the BGIs this time are extremely young. They're trying to break into the pro circuit, and this is the biggest stage that has been opened up to them.
True.
So it is a big opportunity, and it is always going to be there in the back of your head. All of the things that we talk about during the pre-show, as you mentioned, like that 2 crore prize pool that is there in the grand finals, that's waiting for them, calling them towards it. And they are moving towards that prize pool, towards that arena, day by day, every single game that they play. But again, this was just the first game, as you mentioned. They still have more matches left. Hopefully they recover. Who do you think is going to be the MVP of this game, though?
That's a really good question. A lot of the teams, I would say, Frags were sort of like just scattered all across the board, but Jonathan's actually going to be the man,
Wow.
the MVP inside that previous game. Jonathan, he actually managed to clutch out a 1v2 against the team that were pouncing against him. I think so it was the team of War Gods. Yeah, it was the team of
Yes.
War Gods who were sort of wanting to take a fight against Godlike, shut down Jonathan, but no, instead he clutched out a 1v2 with the MG3 in the close.
First it was War Gods, and then it was 2 players from the side of Nexus who tried to push him behind that broken wall, and he handled both those situations quite beautifully. The situation with War Gods actually could have been a little better. I'll be honest about it. The only disadvantage that they got for themselves from that fight was the fact that they lost Neo. And without Neo, Jonathan was all alone in that building. There was too much pressure for him to deal with. He was eventually forced out of that compound. And had Neo been there, Neo, I know for a fact, would have supported him till the end, and maybe this duo could have secured the game for their team, but that's a story for another time. It's an alternate reality at this point.
I mean, once again, a lot of maybes, ifs, and buts can happen inside every other situation. We're the analyst. All we can do is sit down, speculate what could have been done better. But as we move on forward towards the match scoreboard, we've got Deus Esports actually on the first spot in the overall standings. I mean, this is pretty much going to be the overall standing, considering that was just the first game. And then Godlike's going to be on the second spot with 21, Nexus on 17, and Ninetale Esports Notorious. All props to that guy, 10 positioning points.
But look at this. Deus is actually matching up Team Xpark in terms of firepower. I mean, they did end up winning the game as well, but they have 9 finishes from this match. Even Nexus Esports, for that matter, their push towards Team Godlike was a pretty tricky play to execute. Luckily for them, it was just one last player from the side of Godlike that they had to take care of, and even that man made them pay for the attempt on his life. But it was a beautiful play to witness, and it is quite exciting to witness these new undergods not be scared of some of the biggest names in the region, take the fight head on and challenge them for that throne.
I mean, then Godlike is just sitting on the second spot with 13 finished points, and they're like, why are we not getting any props? And at this point, we're like, at this point, we're like, okay, this is something that we expect normal, like a regular day in the office for Godlike. We expect even better. I wanted to see them get at least 19 or 20 elimination points off the pad. I wanted to see a nuclear performance.
They can actually pull it off in the next
They
game.
can.
You never know. It's Team Godlike. They can do whatever they want. I mean, we know one thing is there for this team that they don't lack. It's firepower.
Yeah.
And that is something that can be quite beneficial to them in the next map as well, which is going to be Miramar. So hopefully we'll see them drop those big numbers like you want.
Exactly, but you know what? Let's take a look at the matchup once again. These teams will be duking it out inside the upcoming game. And as we know, for Godlike, they've managed to kick things off on a fantastic note, even for the teams like Team Xpark and a couple of more teams that have already got a good start. Now my eyes are going to be on all the teams that are on the latter half of the board. I want to see them step things up once again. Especially, I want to see Team Zen. They had a really good opening against Xpark. I liked the initial positioning, the initial stance inside the fight, but then later on, the carry on, it wasn't really there.
Yeah, the follow-up wasn't really there, as you said, and I do agree with it. I mean, I believe they might not have planned out the situation completely. They just thought about the initial execution, about how to open up the fight, but they did not really plan out how they want to finish off the remaining players and follow up in the game from there to secure the win. And that was, I mean, we can all sort of lay it down like it might have been because of how chaotic the situation was. They know their exits are going to be marked by the players on the outside the compounds. and it would be extremely difficult for them in the latter 2 minutes of the game when they knew they were going to be forced out of that position because of how the zone was. So that thought might be running in their heads, and they might be thinking too much in the future, but not about the actual fight in their hand. But mistakes, you make mistakes in your matches. But the problem, or not the problem, but the fact of the matter is, do you fix them before the next game? Do you rethink about the situation again quickly and decide, all right, this is what went wrong. We won't do this again in the next match, and we'll make sure we walk away with at least 15 points.
I mean, look, they've got 6 games in hand. From now, they've only got 5 games in total, and top 7 is the way to go. As I mentioned, at least this time, the format's not that cutthroat. You are going to be having a little bit of chance to settle back and laid back, because top 7, I would say it's not that tough. It's a little bit easy compared to top 3, of course.
But the problem is, yesterday also we noticed this with every single group. As it happens, the cutoff just keeps going up.
Yeah, 48 points yesterday was the cutoff, and that is a massive number. But you know what? That just makes the competition even more fierce and even more nice and insane. But you know what? Speaking about the cutoff, it can change and it can vary on group to group. It can, of course, differ. And maybe inside this group, Group 23, the cutoff can even be higher because we've got two of the big Goliaths.
Cutoff of every single group, I do agree with you. And that is why cutoff of every single group depends on how well the teams above you are doing, specifically how well the top 4 is doing and how close the competition is over there. If only one team goes on to dominate, then there will be a vacuum of points for that one team, and you will see a very chaotic position from the 2nd all the way to the 8th position sometimes, or between the 2nd and the 6th position is what usually happens. But if the top 4 teams are engaged in a very close competition in terms of points, then it gets worse for the teams below them. Then the teams on the 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, sometimes even the 12th and the 13th position have an opportunity to secure that qualification marker in the last game. So it will be down to the wire, and I think this is the group that will have a lot of those moments in it.
Speak about the group. I mean, we know, of course, things have been looking quite spiced up, and I would say it's quite mixed up in that previous game. Now, one of the big aspects, or one of the big factors, is also because of the circle. The circle just had so many drastic shifts out of nowhere, and as soon as we saw that Rozhok shift coming into play, every single team just started a bucket inside the vehicles. Now, a couple of teams were able to successfully make it, for example, teams like GODLIKE, but then a couple of teams like Xpark were not really able to make it that perfectly. Out in the open, they needed a traverse, and they got caught off guard in that scenario. But you know what? Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Match 2 of the day 3 in front of us. Plain flat pat starting all the way from Campo Militar towards down south Los Egos. Johnny, what do you think?
I think this is going to be an interesting flight path. Even in the previous match, we have a pretty short flight path which was leaning heavily towards the southern eastern side of the map. This one is also leaning towards the eastern part of the map, causing a lot of trouble for the teams that do like to head towards that El Pozo Crater Fields position. In the last few days, we have noticed teams utilize Oases, La Cobriera, quite unorthodox spots in Miramar, and those strategies, in fact, have worked out for a lot of these teams. So I want to see if we will have one of those outlier teams in this particular map as well.
Yeah, speak about the outlier teams. I mean, I just want to take a look at the plain flat path and find out exactly where GODLIKE are going to. Are they going to stick to their old spot, San Martin and Hacienda del Patron, or somewhere else? And I think so they will, considering that in the previous game, they sort of changed it up, right? They once again just switched it back to Yasna Poliana, and makes a lot of sense too. Because they switched that drop spot, a lot of problems were being faced by GODLIKE, because most of the times the plain flat path wasn't really favoring Georgiapol itself.
Yeah, I mean, the flight path wasn't favoring their drop spots. They were forced to, in fact, play a little bit more adaptive. But this time, the flight path is quite close to their home ground. The only problem for them is going to be the fact that Team No Value is actually quite close to them. But look at this zone. I think this one is going to take us towards La Benedita or Impala eventually.
It's going to take us to the islands that are on the right side. 2 islands.
Oh, if that actually happens,
it'll be one of the most iconic zones. And Johnny, trust me, it's been years since I haven't casted that zone.
The odds of that happening are extremely low. But still, hey, if there is a chance, there is a chance.
Look, man, the zone's being quite funky these days. I think so. There's a chance that might just be the outcome or the possibility of the zone actually forming on top of those islands. And if it does happen, as I mentioned, it's going to be one of the most insane moments inside the history of BGMI. But speaking about Team Xpark, now, in the previous game, once again, even inside Erangel, they started off with a kerfuffle. They started off with an early engagement. This time, too, the same thing's going to be happening, but with the team that was actually doing quite good in the previous game, Nexus.
And if Nexus actually lose out on this fight, then all of their efforts from the previous game are going to be completely in vain. Because now you have just balanced it out for everyone else. You played well in one game, and the other game you take an early exit. Nexus realized this as well. They're looking to back off.
Yeah.
Do not want that early engagement, especially against someone like X-Park, but they don't know who it is on the other side. We know it. For Nexus, it's just another team that they don't know about. It's just a 4 set of players, but they don't want to risk their position. They don't want to risk their points.
Oh.
This is a good approach to have inside the game, especially in lobbies like this. You aren't really aware about the competition that much. They're playing the fundamentals. They're playing for survivals. All right, that was nothing.
Yeah, he just punched his own teammate for fun.
Yeah, there's no friendly fire in the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's just for fun, you know, just punching his own teammate.
Yeah.
Just like how you punch me sometimes.
I don't. Why are you putting false accusations on me?
Yeah, guys, he punches me.
Wow. Have you seen Necro? Do you think I will be able to punch Necro? It's just going to bounce back.
Wow. Okay.
This
well,
one's
you
from
know
a
what?
man salty. You've been quite salty to him recently.
Listen, man. It's back and forth, all right? But Deus Esports, we've got them in front of us. Salty's like one of those guys, right? In front of cameras, he's not going to be like too naughty.
Yeah.
But off camera, this guy is a menace.
True, but to be fair, he's just 21. He's very young. He has a lot of
I'm
energy.
21 too.
But you've been staying with me for a long time. You have that. I've rubbed off my old man energy on you.
Hey, man, listen, I'm not old.
Oh.
Right? You know what? We've got introverts, and this is where they get knocked out and also finished instantly. Speaking about the introverts, maybe you've made me an introvert.
Yeah, he also wanted to stay alone, I guess, over
Yeah,
there.
well,
He wanted to be by himself, Team VIP. They're like, why
on,
not
guys.
come party with us?
nah, man, this is just mean. If someone wants to stay alone, you should leave him alone. An introvert, well, they just got eaten alive
Yeah.
by the extroverts.
I'm securing that first finish point of the game. And I think, yeah, definitely not going to be in a party mood right now at this point, sitting and waiting for his teammates to secure a few extra points. What happened over here, though? We do see the players from the side of Team Zan yet again take a first hit in the game. The Roof OP was knocked out. Don't know how,
He
because
dropped down from the hill.
I was just wondering. I was like, there's no one around them.
Yeah,
Who
no, I'm
took the
pretty
shot?
sure. I'm pretty sure he dropped down from the hill, from the high ground itself. So, yeah, that's how the first knock came into play. And considering for Team Zan, they're looking quite good in their comfort zone, no issues whatsoever. And right now, at this point in time, I don't think so, Johnny, we're going to be seeing any actions erupt soon enough. But
Yeah.
this also gives us time to talk about our life a little bit more.
What do you want to talk about now?
I don't know, man. Not really much
It's
going
Miramar.
on in
Are we
my
doing
life
podcast
anyways.
hours again?
Yeah, I mean, it's podcast hours. Nothing happening anyways
Yes,
inside
they're
of
back.
stage one. It's better if we just keep the podcast hours going.
I mean, so let's talk about BGIS in general. I mean, we have the opportunity. We've been observing the competition from
Yeah.
round 1, day 1. And which has been your favorite team so far? Like, out of all of them, out of all the teams that have made it to round 2 so far.
Skulls.
Skulls? Oh, I
You
do
know
agree.
this.
Yesterday was amazing.
Yeah, you know this. I mean, Skulls was one of those teams that I was favoring since the grind itself.
Yeah.
And there's a reason why I did so. Yesterday, they showcased a lot of that true potential, and I think so they've still got a bit more, considering they're probably going to go back, look at their VODs once again, know exactly what mistakes they made in some certain situation, and try to iron all those mistakes out.
Yeah. For me, if you were to ask me a team that has impressed me the most, it has to be Flanker Esports. I'm not a man who likes to be aggressive inside the game. I'm going to be quite slow. I play a passive match. I play for survival. And Flanker, I feel like that's my play style. Their positional game is so strong. We saw them survive the late game stages through the thick and thin of things every single time. And that was so impressive to witness.
Yeah. Flanker Esports is sort of like one of those teams that is like that shining diamond.
Yeah, diamond in the rough.
Yeah, diamond in the coal, or I think so gold is in the coal, right?
No, diamonds are formed from coal. I mean, you put a piece of coal under immense pressure, and that's how diamonds are formed.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Right.
Wait, really? Damn. Oh, you just gave me infinite
It's
money
just-
trick.
It's just carbon, man.
No, you just
No,
gave
the
me infinite
amount of-
money glitch.
The amount of pressure you would need to form diamonds is like quite a lot, Necro.
Oh,
Yeah. It's immense.
so you're saying I can't do it?
No, you can't.
Okay, but
Just
you
like
know
you
what?
can't pull off moves like these players.
That is true. And speaking about moves, I mean, up till now, not really a lot happening inside the game anyways. And Team X Spark, considering They're on the northern side still. They need to make it inside the circle. Every single team at this point in time just waiting for the next stage to begin. And as soon as that happens, that's where you can see things sort of getting enhanced for all these teams a little bit more. But we've got Youngsters Esports on our screens. In that previous game, this team was actually in quite a precarious spot. I think so, it was one of those teams that actually tried to challenge a fight against GODLIKE, but they got eliminated while doing so.
But if you fail once, doesn't matter, you try, do not try again. I say go for it again. You will succeed one time at least out of 10. And that one time is what you need to observe, what went right, what went your way, and then try and repeat it again and again. You have to just find the answer to a question once. If you find it once, you will figure it out again in the future. A few moments ago, though, I mean, right now we're observing the players of Youngsters Esports, but just before them, we were on top of the entire squad of F2B girls, and that is also another team I would like to keep an eye on, see how far they will go, what their performance is going to look like by the end of the day. But let's see. I mean, the previous match, not really any off-the-chart records being set, and that is also not what we are hoping for from everyone. I mean, we just want to see teams put in their best efforts, try and secure as many points from every single game that they play, and here they are again.
Yeah, I heard the same thing from Salty as well. He said that his eyes are going to be locked on F2B girls, and he wants to see how they're going to be performing inside the game, but considering the next circle shift actually comes into play too, and it's not going to shift on those islands. So I'm a little disappointed, but it's completely fine. GODLIKE's going to be in the smack center, also in the prime spot, so that's a good way to kick things off.
Yeah. And it's going to be quite an interesting zone as well. Look at the massive cluster of teams that has already formed towards that southern edge. Northern half, in fact, is still empty. As you mentioned, GODLIKE, they're controlling the center quite nicely, but I feel Team Nexus, I want to know what is running through their heads. I wish I was Professor X or something so I could just like figure out what their thought process was right now. What was their tactics? What are their tactics looking like? Because if they think like everyone else, if their approach is similar to everyone else and they think, all right, we're going to rotate wide, we're going to try and approach and enter the circle from the southern edge, their game is going to be completely ruined. But if they go for a straight line approach through Power Grid, through Picardo, that eastern half necro, that western half is completely empty.
That is true. And for now, I mean, there are still a couple of more teams who are trying to make that rotation inside the circle. Nexus is one of those two. Will slowly and steadily move in from the left side towards Graveyard. Considering GODLIKE, they found themselves in the smack center, they don't even need to worry about anything just yet. They can just sit down, chill, pin themselves down in that spot, and all they can do is just accumulate a lot of information around them. But unfortunately for GODLIKE, there's no one around them. So they cannot even do that. And for now, a fight happening in front of us. F2B Girl, the team that you are going to be locked on, has actually managed to kick things off on a fantastic note, getting one elimination accumulated.
This is the first opening they have had in this matchup. Picking up one of the players from the side of Ninetail Esports, and it was an easy frag for them to secure. It was an isolated player in a very uncomfortable position against 4 players from the opposing side. But look at this, Team Xpark in a fight of their own, and they have the opening.
And it's against the players of NV2. Going for the shots, Gojo, his positions compromised. Picard going for a couple of pre-fires, but Gojo, that was a really good comeback inside the fight. Sarang pushes on up close and personal, finds that little pixel underneath, shoots his toes and takes him out. Now it's down to a 2-on-4 scenario. Team Xpark having a big man advantage inside this fight, but this nade's also tossed on to perfection. Oh, the man moves away in the nick of time, steps away, but Levi's still there keeping his position unknown. He knows as soon as he moves even a single muscle, the opponents will know exactly where he is. But considering Levi is still pinned over there, Team Xpark thinks that he was the man who also left in with the vehicle.
And they don't care at this point because even his teammate in the distance was, well, he has taken a lot of damage. One shot connecting and that would be enough. But no, Lexter, he does not stop or slow down even for a second. Pedal to the metal, just gets out of there. 3-2-1 and he's gone.
He's got 0 meds, Johnny.
Nothing to work with. He has those boosters available. He needs to pop them right now. So at least he will get that heal over time already initiated. But now Levi, he's going to try and make the great escape. I don't think this man is surviving first. The tires are going to go and then he's going to go outside the game. There goes the rare right tire.
It's done. He's done for. There's no way he can survive this. pulls out the DBS for the close and Dreams too. This man is quite brilliant. He knows it's better if I do not push up close and personal against him. And now Dreams too just pulls out the DBS. It's a 1v1. A shot to the skull. Domes him down, cracks it open.
Might not have gotten all 4 of them, but Xbox still made sure that no value got absolutely no value from that entire fight. In fact, Xbox walk away with 3 free points for themselves. That compound push was a little bit tricky to begin with. It was a questionable attempt from the start, from the get-go. And now Xbox, they have a massive advantage.
Yeah.
No value. Lecter, he's going to be down, running around in the map, moving down south, and it's going to be extremely difficult for him to survive. But what No Value has done is delayed Xbox in their approach towards the zone.
True.
Now, there will be an opportunity for other teams to actually gatekeep them.
Speak about gatekeeping them. This is where Godlike, they're starting to get surrounded by a lot of foes. And Team Xbox, oh, this team is on a hunt for that guy. Just searching around that entire pump. They know that there's somewhere that one single man just lying around, and that's what they're searching for. That one single guy that got away from them. Team Envy, I don't exactly know what the game plan was for them. I think so they sort of just stopped there wanting to take a fight against Xpark. They thought that there's a chance they could stand a fight against that team, but Xpark, they just sent him back to the lobby.
Hey man, but you think a lot of things. Not all of them are going to come true. I think No Value, they learned that lesson the hard way.
No, I don't think at all.
Yeah, I know you don't think at all.
That's what Salty told me.
That you don't think?
No, that's what he said, that he doesn't think at all.
Why are you putting the blame on him always? Why you like this, Necro?
Alright, we've got GWL in front of us. And considering GWL with how even they know that there's a foe in the front. Look at this.
I want to talk about
angle.
this. Yeah.
Yeah, that was being made by Sarang. Just shoots his toes.
So this is the difference between all of these experienced players, that they realize there will always be an opening. As you see, a lot of lads on Sanhok, they're going to try and shoot each other underneath those shacks because there's a massive gap. Same goes for vehicles. There's a massive opening unless you take out the tires yourself and the vehicle's height just drops to the ground level and it is going to protect you. There will be chances that if you're hiding behind a UA especially and all of those monster trucks, they have even bigger gaps, ground clearances. Yeah. So that will be a deterring factor. So you have to be extremely careful. And that is why you see a lot of players blow up their vehicles themselves, because that is the perfect cover. But talk about covers, NexusEsports, they have none out in the open. Trying to juke with the US and they succeed.
Yeah, they actually make that happen too for Sentinels. Still going for those long-range sprays, and it's actually quite impressive. With just a red dot, he's actually trying to find some connection. Thrones down, Rakesh wants a little bit more stability with that M4, but not exactly able to get the connections done even more. But the vehicle at the end of the day was almost on the verge of getting blown up. And now we've got GWL against the entirety of the opponent team. Let's see how GWL can try to hold things back once again in their hands, because Ninetale Esports, they did lose out on one of their teammates a while ago.
GWF, they have lost one of their own as well in this engagement. Surya was knocked out, but Shubhaya was there right next to him. Easy revive for the players of GWL. But look at this. As soon as they lose out one player, they're like, all right, reset. We back off. We are in a disadvantageous position. We don't have any cover. And on Miramar, there is a massive opportunity for long-distance third parties that happen quite often.
Yeah.
So they realize this, and now they're going to play indoors.
That's why Ninetales, I mean, still just keeping themselves inside this compound. They know they do not really need to make a lot of unnecessary moves. Just stay over here. Let things slide. Let things roll. Let the nature plates roll. And GWL around them still just sort of having the area capitalized. They know that the only way Ninetale can move out is through that pathway, and all they need to do is just hold it down. But for now, another fight erupting in front of us, and already, I mean, Warcott started things off on a fantastic note in this fight. Yeah, they are also on the receiving lines a little bit itself, but it's completely fine. They've managed to get one elimination point wrapped up. Warcott, this is definitely the start they were looking for, but for Deus Esports, they are on the verge of collapsing down early.
Deus is not having a fun time in this game. From the start, we saw them, I believe it was Team Xpug that the drop clashed against. Luckily, they did manage to survive, and now they are caught off guard by the War Gods, who are on a war path of their own. Deus Esports, not a lot of opportunity to make it out of the situation in one piece. Two last players left, Hitman in the close vicinity and Asur in the backlines. but Asur's position is compromised, so he needs to be extremely careful with how he moves and how he approaches the fight up ahead. They have a lot of ridges to work with. That is the one good thing that they have going for them.
Speak about having one good thing going for you, Deus Esports. They did lose out on the man a while ago. And now WarGod once again, they're just not leaving the players to Deus Esports alone. Yeah, there are a couple of shots they're catching onto themselves, even from the back lines. And one of the guys from WarGod was taken down a bit too much low. And now we've got the players of F2B girls in front of us. Out in the open, even they do not really have that good of a cover inside the circle. Barely on the edge, Deus Esports trying to pull off some shenanigans. But only 2 players left to life, they cannot afford to do so.
That is one bus ride that you do not want to board. Deus Esports are awaiting the opposition towards their position. They do secure that one opening for themselves as EXORCIST are now, well, they have been exercised in a position that they might caught hell.
Yeah, I mean, EXORCIST looking to exercise the entirety of Deus Esports, and maybe they will fail in doing so, but no, they exorcised them, whatever, so yeah, it's pretty much done. Them out of the game. Deus Esports, they take an early exit. Team X Spark 2 in front of us. Pukar loses out on his life, but still is knocked out, so he's revivable.
Deus Esports, in the meanwhile, having taken an exit super early in this game. And as we talked about them in the initial stages of the match when we saw that drop flash, their advantage from the previous game is completely gone now. I don't know how many finishes that they have, but they won't have any placement points from this particular match.
They had 24 points. They were the one who won that game, so yes. 24 points in total.
But from this game, they get none.
Yeah, 0. Nada. So this is what the problem is, right? This is why I say it doesn't matter if a team gets a chicken dinner. Yeah. All the time, consistency will overrule inconsistency.
Consistency
That's
will
what's
prevail.
happening.
And your team, Skulls Esports, did put it on display, in fact, on their first day, where they did not win a single game, but 3 consistent matches kept them in the 2nd position in the overall ranking. But look at the amount of utility that X-Pac is lobbing towards the players of Team Zan. It feels like an artillery strike has been brought upon that shack. Team Zan, they don't really have a lot of position to work with, but a brilliant nade through the window, and Sarang will instantly fall down.
Yeah, Zan and X-Spark, once again, these 2 guys meet up. Let's see who's going to be the one to come out on top this time. Zan, they're here to get the revenge. They're on the redemption arc inside this fight. While X-Spark, once again, looking to name it on their side. Zan Esports, they're going to push up close and personal, pulling out the UMP-45 for the close. And also, Tommy Guns and the clotheslines are doing so much damage, but the DBS from Dreams could have been the capitalizer, but no, even that gets shut down. The entirety of X-Spark, they crumble down, and they probably lose their spark inside the fight. The last guy, Pukar, way too low, softened up, and that's it.
Well, X marks the spot, and this one is going to be filled with a lot of graves of the players of Team X-Pac. What a brilliant move from Team Zan. Absolutely phenomenal. And you know how they made it happen? It was all of that thick layer of smoke that they had laid out, just blocking Sarang's vision, not allowing him to have a flanking angle to take down the players behind that shack. And from there, one nade opened things up to start things off, and then they just committed everything that they had. Also, X-Pac overcommitted with the amount of utility, to be fair, and I believe they could have just saved all of that utility, because X-Pac, they have that firepower actually to work with. But F2B girls, it feels like, are in a world of trouble, taking a lot of shots, and well, there's the knock.
Well, Prashant is the man who gets knocked out. Princey's still in the back, though. Princey looking to save that guy in the front. But it's next to impossible to get him back up on his feet. That's what it seems like, but there's a chance. If he slips under the radar, if he slips under the sight lines of the opponents, then he can definitely be back up on his feet. And there's a chance that can happen. Godlike going for the spray, too, against the foes. A lot of shots. Almost connected, and that's it. Walt Princey, too, is now quite softened up, so it's better if F2B, they just keep their heads tucked down behind the cover. Godlike, they've got the high ground to play with, so for now, things are looking fantastic for all the teams that are currently inside the fray. Zan, once again, in the receiving lines from the entirety of 4 Sentinels, and 4 Sentinels, now they're starting to press on up against the charge. The last man, he tried his best to fight back, but Dhruv, he gets vanished.
Sentinels looking quite solid in this matchup to have secured 8 points already, Necro. And this is quite phenomenal. There's still 7 teams, 21 players alive. And we do not have a lot of these teams still surviving with all 4 of their players. There's Team Godlike who are playing from that northern position. Everyone else is on that southern edge. And this is one of those teams. Ninetales, they have been waiting in this factory for a long time. Evil BTC had the opportunity to secure a knock in tandem with his teammates, but they have allowed too much position for Team GWL to work with. What is happening over here? Now finally shots being fired, but this position of theirs is going to backfire upon them.
Yeah, and that's what's starting to happen too. Look at GWL. What a great way to make those off angles happen inside the fight. And slowly and steadily, the entire capitalization comes into play, and that's it. Barrel stuffing in the end. They just shut that man down. AKM just up close and personal in that fray. But you know what? I want to elaborate a little bit more on that Zan situation that came into play.
Yeah.
I told you this team stances inside the fight. It's really nice. They know exactly how to position themselves in those fights.
Yeah, they do, but their rotations apparently are
Yeah, they're little
equally bad.
It's like one team has a plus point, one team has a minus point. So Zan somewhere down the line, they're really good at their 4v4 fights, but the rotations sometimes can be a little bit shaky.
Oh, look at this.
Speaking about shaky things, Jonathan steps out of the vehicle, finds that opening knock, instantly gets the second one down as well. DB is pumped to the face, but eventually the retaliation comes into play. For Sentinels, they're trying their best to keep themselves alive, but no, Godlike says.
Well, they do save the day for their team. Although Jonathan has already been finished off, he's made sure he goes down with 4 eliminations in this match as well. But he started things off quite brilliantly against the Sentinels. And now Team Godlike again find themselves in the top 3. Team GWL out in the open, shots being fired, and Zegot secures the opening for his team. The numbers advantage is not really going to be there. It's still a 3v3.
Yeah, top 3 teams alive too. Almost there. Godlike, all they need to do is get one more squad wipe, and there's a chance they can also secure the chicken dinner. Same thing can be said for the players of GWL. And GWL, considering they've got the high ground, not exactly the high ground, but the solid cover to play with, this can be a little bit of an advantageous shoes that these guys are being put in, but Riot Esports is right next to them, so they need to watch out from the foes.
Well, they're going to wait for a riot to happen between these two titans right now in front of them. They just have 2 players to work with, Riot Esports. On the other hand, GWL, 4 men still surviving in this game and salivating at the fact that Team Godlike is going to be forced out into the open, and they're waiting for their opportunity to secure this win.
Yeah, but the next circle shift actually favors the players of Godlike, and they've already started to capitalize, Shawnee. Neo makes it in with the recall, and the rest of the players from the back will try to provide a bit more cover fire to Neo. They know GWL need to traverse through open crowds to actually make it inside the circle too, and this is where Godlike, they get the maximum advantage inside this entire fight. S-Power as well, and Z-God right next to him. These 2 guys in the back, the only thing that they have to do, or the only thing they need to execute, is give as much information as possible to Neo, and also sort of be his security guards.
Waiting for an opportunity, waiting for some sort of overcommitment from the players of GWL. Oh, finally it happens as Zorder is going to be dropped by S-Power. They're looking for a few more. They have all the information to work with Team Godlike. The final fight they need to win. If they want to win the game, it's a 3v3 now between them and GWL. But Riot Esports, they're just waiting and lurking on the sidelines. Finally spotted out, but Surya, the distraction was a little too much. And now it seems like, Necro, this game is almost over.
Yeah, it's almost over. Godlike, all they need to do is just gather those pieces that are scattered on the board. And that's what they're looking to find. S-Power in the front lines marching forward. As I mentioned, all S-Power and Z-God needed to do was provide a big cover fire to Z-God, and that's what they did. Providing that cover fire to Neo. They did a perfect job in securing and playing that entire final zone. Godlike also in the prime spot for now. The last guy from Riot, there's no way he's going to be able to out-survive the entirety of the blue zone. That's it. Peeks out, gets 1 knockout down, wants to get the confirmation, actually gets it too. So it's sort of like a piece of candy that he claimed before he got taken away.
Yeah, 1v2 now. Shibaya, he's in the blue, taking a lot of damage, and I'm pretty sure he does not have a lot of first aids to work with. So we already know who will be securing and who will be walking away with those fifth. Oh, he has 7 first aids. My bad.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know why he's still going for it. That's it, the play zone. At a certain point, the damage is going to be so much that you cannot out-heal the play zone. And that's where GODLIKE, once again, they get such a massive advantage because the play zone shifts out in the open, favoring the players of GODLIKE, and also coming out on top in that previous game. S-Power and Z-God positioning themselves in the back lines, providing that perfect cover fire to Neo. Everything was thought out perfectly.
Everything was perfect about this team, and their positioning, their team fights was perfect, and this is what we expected in game 1 as well, to be fair. And did you notice, I mean, the team tags were blue, that blue Aston Martin, beautiful place, beautiful car.
I mean, that's just GODLIKE, right? They enter the fray with quite a swag, and they also end things with quite a massive swag. Jonathan, too, almost pulling out that 1v3 in that scenario. The last guy from 4 Sentinels was so low, but unfortunately, he was not really able to do so. It's completely fine, though. Maybe in the upcoming games, GODLIKE can be a little bit more open when it comes to that approach. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, after that game of Miramar, it's time for us to take a short break. You guys don't go anywhere. We'll be right back on the other side of this break.
पुश लेफ्ट ठीक है हम
अरे पीछे आ
वो यूसी कितना है जोन में चले क्या
ये बर्ड कहाँ से आया
पुश पुश चल स्कोप नहीं मिल रहा अबे ये कहाँ गया
अरे फिर भाई डिफॉल्ट से निकल लें
अलग ही जोन में ये तो
ये स्पेस में और स्कोप नहीं है सर
देखा डिफॉल्ट से निकलना कितना इजी है ब्रो इतना ड्रामा क्यों
रॉयल पास ले डिफॉल्ट से निकल ले
है
Epic value, epic rewards. Get the Royal Pass at just 360 UC and don't be default.
सर ये आपका गिर गया था
अभी नहीं चाहिए
सर सीन सेट है एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या
Yes, let's go.
सर तो सीन में आप थोड़ी सी सैड हो हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़े चली आती है और जैसी बात आती है आप कहते
यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार.
और ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो
बैटलग्राउंड्स चल दिखाता हूँ तेरे को. आ रहा हूँ मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ. Get ready to play pure.
अब तुम्हारी बारी
Be prepared for the fury.
साथियों आगे बढ़ो चकने
खत्म कर दो
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you guys enjoyed the action on the map of Miramar. I'm going to ask Salty the same question, but also, did you enjoy that RTV Indian faction all this time?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, an Indian faction getting added to a game like RTV just makes it even more interesting, and I'm pretty sure the audience should actually go and check the game out because I am hooked to this game at this point.
Yeah, I heard you challenge Sparrow, who's like ranked top 500 in the country.
So I have this usual habit of challenging people who are beyond my capabilities, at least to try and test myself out where I stand.
How did it go?
I get beaten every single time.
Yeah, not as well as it went for Team Godlike in this particular matchup. An impressive winner chicken dinner with a lot of eliminations as well to their name, and I guess we'll witness all of that in the highlights as well. They brought the game to an end in a brilliant manner. I mean, for the first time, we saw them win by just keeping their patience in check, making sure they weren't really overcommitting to any fight.
And it's such a non-godlike format, right?
Yes,
I mean, we don't expect godlike to be patient in certain scenarios. We just expect them to just go all guns blazing. But in spite of all of it, godlike, the way they maintain their composure every single time, it's absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, I mean, we understand, like, all right, we can talk for days about Team Godlike, but you also have to give props to them. I mean, this is a team that has gone on to prove that, you know, there's this saying, form is temporary, class is permanent. That is what Team Godlike is putting on display now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Another team that was quite impressive in this particular match was Team GWL, actually.
I mean, getting that second position was brilliant, and we've seen glimpses of brilliance from them from the first map itself, right? Their team coordination is absolutely brilliant. The way they hold their formation while they engage in a 4v4 fight is also pretty commendable. So the fact that they had good performance in this one, to be honest, is not a surprise. But one team which I would love to talk about is going to be this one, Team Zan, and the way they seek their revenge from the map of Erangel. They were beaten by X-Pac or Novorupnoyo. But it does not matter. On the desert lands, they were the ones who reigned supreme.
I mean, it's a 1-1 score for both these teams against each other now. But we'll have to see in the future games how their fights are going to go. Although, as we were talking about teams, I want to talk about this particular side. As we did see GWL sort of go for an impressive push in that factory. Do you think the opposition just displayed, and I know this is going to sound awkward to a lot of people, too much trigger discipline?
Exactly. I mean, the
the
terminology was the same in my head. They just allowed them a lot more space to work with. And I mean, when you have opponents just lying around you, maybe your anonymity can be key to winning those fights. You want to press the trigger exactly when you want it. But the amount of space which was given, the fact that they all four players infiltrate the compound without taking a hit, that should not be allowed.
And also things that should not be allowed is Team Godlike being allowed inside the zone, which was, to be fair, out in the open. The players of GWL had a lot of time to actually just spray them down while they were going for those pushes behind those boulders. But it is Team Godlike. What are you going to do to stop them? And they went for a 3-man wide split, which was an extremely risky play because your firepower is in 3 different directions. Players are isolated, so it will be extremely easy for the opposition to outnumber them. But still they made it work because the opposition was like a little too distracted by all the chaos.
I mean, I like how you frame it. I mean, Godlike should just not be allowed inside the zone. That is what the other 15
They just
teams
end up winning every time.
Exactly, right? I mean, and you expect them to win also. The loads of experience that they have. And these players, they've been playing forever at this point. So they know how to adapt to multiple situations, of course. But the underdog teams have definitely showcased potential that Godlike can be beaten.
Yeah, if gods can bleed, you can also finish them off inside of the game. But another team that has that god tier status but did end up taking a mid-tier finish in this match. We were talking about them a few moments ago, Team X-Pac, who were taken care of by Team Zan. What do you have to say about them? Because even though they took an early exit in this game, they did finish with a lot of finishes, in fact,
I mean, that is what they are about, right? Their gun game is pretty good, right? Aditya and Sarang, these guys, when they are in top form, they can destroy every single team out there. But what has been a problem for them has been those mid-rotation pit stops, right? Their pit stops are not just in right positions. The way Godlike has been able to retain majority of their players is because their rotations are absolutely brilliant. They find those dead spots inside the circle which allow them freedom to move around. X-Pac, every single time they just stop for one circle to the another, it just feels like they're just clustered and they're just scattered amidst multiple fights. But, of course, as we talk about fights, it seems like Jelly was the one who actually won majority of them. 7 finishes.
He was the man leading the riots in the game. 7 finishes all by himself. But let's also have a look at the top 5 players from the previous match. Following up Jelly will be Jonathan. If he's not in the MVP, he's one of the top 5 players in every single match that he plays. And it's not just him, it's the entirety of Team Godlike following him up. Look at that, Jonathan with 4, S-Power dropping 4, Neo dropping 4, and Z-God, he's not going to be happy that he missed one finish inside the game. He's there with 3.
I'm pretty sure there are like these internal collisions between this team. They're like, they just want to be at the top. To be honest, we know as a matter of fact, Z-God is probably one of the best support players there is. But this lad also wants to get those finishes and get those numbers on board. But speaking of numbers, ladies and gentlemen, Team Godlike, 30 bomb from them should just catapult themselves to the #1 spot.
It should. I mean, they had a pretty decent run in the game number 1 as well on the map of Erangel, and these 30 points are just going to propel them even higher up in the rankings. I mean, they will have a nice little safety cushion against the team sitting on the 2nd position, but we still have to find out which team that will be.
Yeah.
Because a lot of teams that did well for themselves in game number 1 took an early exit in this particular game. Look at Deus Esports.
Exactly.
They were first in the previous match, now they're 16th with 0 points.
And this is what happens, right? I mean, we've talked about consistency. We have teams who start well, but then just do not end up getting that momentum continued. And that just hurts him so much. But with that being said, all of the questions which we were talking about will be answered right now, because overall standings, rare occasions, right?
I mean, we're always waiting for overall rankings. That is, we don't like to calculate numbers ourselves. That's the problem with us. Not good at maths. But here they are, ladies and gentlemen. Already pre-calculated, added up all together from the first 2 games. And look at that. This is what we expected. 51 points for Team Godlike, with Deus Esports still managing to hold on to that 2nd position with 24 points. But look at the difference. How close is that? Just 7 points separating Deus, who's on the 2nd, and Ninetale Esports, who are on the way on that 8th spot.
And then, of course, at the very top, you have someone like Team Godlike with 51 points. It's more than double. More than double of the 2nd position team, of course. But speaking of teams in the mid-pack, Team X-Pac finishes 15, position points only 5, is just a little underperforming.
X-Pac is out for blood at this point. I don't think their intentions are to win the game. I think they just want to showcase every single other team in this lobby. If you are in the same game as us, you better avoid us for the future. We'll figure out how to close out the matches later on in our journey, but for now, just deal with this first.
Yeah. And also another interesting name on that 2nd page was Team Zan. We talked about it. Heavy potential, great gun game as well. 6 finishes to their name, but just 1 placement point. Now, they did seek revenge against Team X-Pac, which means they can find those finishes, they can get those revenges for themselves. But you know what? You have to channel that inner aggression into points. Otherwise, it just does not make sense.
You know, there's a saying that I know it in Hindi, but it's just going to be troublesome to translate in English. When you're digging a grave for someone, dig one for yourself as well. Because you know you're going to end up hampering your own performance, and that is what's happening to Team Zan. And yeah, their aggression is looking quite good. It is looking quite solid. The firepower looks extremely well, but they have to focus on their performance as well. You don't want to leave qualification for the last 2 matches, the last game, even the last 3 games. Don't do it. Like, qualify, get a safety cushion within the first 3 matches. Team Deus, even though the previous game did not go well for them, they'd still have an opportunity to make it happen. If they finish in top 3 in this match, maybe they will be in a position from where there will be absolutely no chance of them being kicked out.
You know, one thing which I liked about this entire conversation is the fact that the 2nd place team is not unreachable at this point. 24 points is very attainable from just 1 game itself. So majority of the teams who are in the 2nd page, 1 gigabanger performance is what we're looking at on the map of Sanhok, maybe, and you'll be back in the competition once again.
Yeah, I believe the team sitting on the 10th position right now is there at 14 points. That's just 10 points. A top 3 performance, you secure like 5-6 eliminations along with that. That will propel you in the top 5 or top 6 even, in a comfortable position. Tomorrow you can just look to protect that spot. But it will all come down to how this map of Sanhok will go.
We always talk about these mid games, you know. Of course, this is the map of Sanhok. The next game they are going to play is going to be the map of Vikendi, which again we know is going to be extremely dicey. Like you said, the 3rd game, the last game for this group of this day, they would want to end the day on a good note, and that happens on the map of Sanhok. We know that it has been the map of twists and turns. Hopefully, the overall standings also see some twists and turns. Ladies and gentlemen, the Big Bird is ready to go to the skies, and the pilot of the flight is going to be Super Johnny. Do the honors, man.
wait, why am I supposed to be the pilot? I don't know how to fly the plane. This one is going to crash at the end of the flight path. And look at this, Jonathan just dropping in that beautiful, beautiful car right off the plane. Special man gets the special exit as well. But ladies and gentlemen, talking about the flight path, this one is going to start from the southern side of Shami, between Shami and Bantai, and going towards that northeastern edge, which is the city of Mongnai.
Yeah.
But as always, it is Sanhok 4x4 map, so you can go wherever you please.
Yeah, wherever you please, of course. And one good thing is majority of the players, they're going to be ejecting out of the plane because just like you said, you don't know how to fly that plane. I'm pretty sure it's going to be crash landing somewhere near Mongnai.
Yeah.
But having said that, there is going to be Team Zan who is moving towards docks, and we know what they are planning maybe. The heal battle?
I'm seeing this right. I'm seeing a drop clash at Bhan out of all places. I've never seen that happen. Bhan is quite an exposed area. I mean, Camp Charlie, it would make a lot of sense, but Bhan, really alright. No, they do walk away in the other direction, gliding away from that spot. But that will be a little bit of a detrimental factor to the endgame result because now they are playing quite adaptive. They won't... Talking about Team Ninetales, I'm sorry I forgot to mention that for my viewers, but I'm talking about Team Ninetales who are quite close to Team Xpark, who are in Camp Bravo.
Yeah.
Bhan has been taken control of by another team, but Ninetales now will be playing reactive and they won't have a lot of shacks to loot. They won't have a lot of weapons in the early stages amongst all 4 of their players, so it will be quite interesting to see how they approach the next 5 minutes of the game. But look at this, F2B Girls, Princey right off the bat in an uncomfortable spot, caught off guard by the players of War Gods.
And where exactly is this happening? A split drop on the western side, or rather the right-hand side of the Camp Alpha Hills. Now, F2B Girls, it took an extremely split drop. Now, we know there are teams who like to take the split drop outside of Camp Alpha Hills, but the only problem is they did not anticipate War Gods dropping there as well. Princey is not stacked at all. No helmets, no vests, no utility to even get the first knock. All she can try and do is maybe keep her position anonymous so that they do not guess. But look at this, reinforcements just come in and Team 15 F2B Girls, they are jumping in to save their comrade.
Yeah, they are. The backup has arrived and Prashant is going to look to find this opening with the DBS. Fails to connect, but Roxy from the backline trying the same. Is going to fall down as well. And Glacy from Wargod finding 2 picks in the early stages. The AKM, well, not even the AKM, the Thompson is what he made this happen with. But it was quite impressive. Let's see how this is going to go further.
For F2B Girls, it was a suicide mission, to be honest. I mean, the way they slammed in.
It wasn't a suicide mission. They had the numbers advantage to work with. They should have secured that pick. It was just a pure mechanical outplay.
True, absolutely true. The fact that they actually missed the shots with the DBS also coming in from the back lines, none of their shots actually connected. The rest of the players from the other team, they are left unhurt. But look at this. Lara, the only one who's still standing, now has another opponent to deal with, and that's going to be 4 Sentinels.
F2B Girls, this game is not looking good for them.
You know, this is one of the reasons why I have this strong opinion against split drops, especially in underdog lobbies like these, because you'd never really know how many teams you're going to drop amidst. And look at this, Ninetale Esports once again just reiterating that same fact. All of these players together, they just found Team No Value all stranded in the middle of nowhere, and they are going to capture those finishes.
I do agree with you with what you said a few moments ago, split drops on in undergod lobbies, but I would say not necessarily just undergod lobbies. Even in competitive circuit, split drops are pretty bad, but what just happened? Lara just turning into Lara Croft at this point, picking off 3 players from the opposing side, and that too with just an M4 and a Vector. This is impressive. How did this go down?
I am not
Where
sure.
did the trades come from?
I'm not sure. I hope that we actually get to see that in the replay, of course. This is it. Lara just spraying down the first player, confirming that finish. Wait and watch. How did she actually found that?
My God. She went on a hunt. She just charged upon them. My goodness.
How do you have this much confidence in a situation where your numbers are stacked against you, the odds are against your favor, you just charge in with the Vector, and you just finish everyone?
Hey man, props to this lady. I mean, quite deadly in fact in a situation like this. To be fair, I been in that situation, I would have completely backed off. I know for a fact I can't pull off similar moves. But talk about this for a second. Team Godlike finding lads of Team Deus out in the open again. And Deus is not having a fun time.
For sure.
For sure in this game. Even in the previous match, they were the first team to get eliminated. If they go out again, then their advantage is completely gone. At least they were second. After Miramar. After this match, I think they're going to be all the way down in the 6th or the 7th position.
100% agreed, and it seems like Team Godlike are actually going in
No,
for
Neo,
the hunt.
no.
Neo in that aggressive position. I love this rotation. In fact, it's not just Neo. In the minimap, of course, the entire cavalry pulls up. DBS, of course, action will be visible, and Godlike clean up crew from these lads. Brilliant stuff, but Deus Esports, I don't know what's happening. This team has been left stranded out in the open. They were caught napping, and they had to face the consequences.
Yeah, you know how you... if you have siblings, if you ever pick up a fight against your older brother, initially it's just like play fighting, but once they get serious, they just like punch you once and you start crying. That is what it feels like now, what Godlike is doing to the other people.
Yeah.
The first game, they just took it too lightly, and now they've just gotten serious for a second.
I mean, they're definitely serious at this point. The way they charged in, it means that they mean business. In spite of that massive lead, the motivation that they have, it seems like they're going in for the record. 100 points, of course, but elsewhere, another early collision, and it is EXORCIST Esports who is taking in a big hurt right now. 2-man down, 2-man up, 50% strength.
I mean, they still have the HP advantage, though. If Beast can secure the knock on that play behind the tree, and he sees a pixel. He needed just a pixel because he was there for just a single bullet. Now, EXORCIST Esports can exercise the competition. This is an early fight, so the opposition for sure does not have the healing utility to work with. They won't have throwables as well to work with, but still Reem has been knocked out, in fact finished off, but it's not going to matter. It's still a 3v1. What are you going to do to get out of this? Nothing. Accept your fate and wait for the next matches.
You know what, Johnny? It's definitely been a very rough start to this particular map. Just fights happening left, right, and center. As soon as we finish one, we instantly convert to another one, and this time it's NexusEsports. First knock has been confirmed into a finish, and I love their positioning. I love their split. From the backlines, of course, Nick just pops out of nowhere.
Oh man, yeah, he literally popped out of nowhere. Just came from the river like Aquaman himself. And well, this Aquaman is not here to protect anyone other than his own team. Securing an extra finish for his team. That's the second one they've gotten in this matchup. And NexusEsports, nowhere left to run, nowhere left to hide. Hatin, well, this is where their crates are going to be. But Nick, his position is compromised as well. Spy is just spying on that entry.
Yeah, definitely. Does have the 6-6 scope as well to try and shut him down. Spray down, beautiful knock coming in from NexusEsports, and now this entire battle just becomes easy. Of course, NexusEsports also have taken a world of hurt. They've lost 2 players in the process, which might be costly in the end game. But at least they get the finishes to kind of back off, get a couple of points here and there. But it seems like a good recovery from GWNL. Smokes being lobbed in, displayed a little bit of a cover for themselves, and revival is going to come through.
Salty, I think you and I need to stop doing Sanhok games together. The last time we were together on this
boot
map...
camp.
Yeah, exactly, boot camp. This time it's not even on boot camp. It's everywhere, all over the map. 2 teams are wiped out. We're going to see the 3rd and the 4th team take an exit. And I believe Nexus also might be taken care of, because now they are getting sandwiched. Out of all things, TeamVIP show up from the other side of Hatin, and they're pushing towards NexusEsports. Nexus have nowhere to go. So I think, again, another game where you and I are on Sanhok. We're going to see like 5 teams drop in the first stage of the map.
It's written in our stars, man. Nothing can be done about it. And so is written in the stars of NexusEsports VIP.
Hey,
Samurai.
Godlike show up in the distance.
Are they going to engage though? I'm definitely they can hear the gunshots, and at this point they're brimming with confidence, so maybe they might. But you know why all of this is happening? Majority of the teams have dropped in on the Camp Alpha Island. The entire mainland, of course, as we can see from the map feed, has been left stranded. It's uninhabited, and therefore the land to player density is extremely high. These teams, they are in very close proximity.
Yeah, and Sanhok is going to force you in a position like that again and again and again. Quite close to the opposition, too close to the too close for comfort, but
oh, I like this.
you're gonna have to find a way to survive on your own.
Do you think Godlike is just sniffing their prey for hunting them down?
Does the number plate say Johnny? Yeah, it does.
Of
Yes,
course.
it does.
Expensive things. Flashy lifestyle as well. Team Godlike, flashy gameplay to go alongside with it as well. It seems like they have sort of disengaged from that fight, and now they are on their picnic run. They are looking for that nice little space. Of course, the circle is extremely dicey. One of the circles which I absolutely love, the smack center being towards the Delta region. There is no surety where or which island is it going to stop in, but once again we see the replay, and it was absolutely beautiful. I mean, the way the rest of the players chimed in. Neo, of course, was there for that early flank, and then the rest of the players were just the cleanup crew.
Oh, extremely evil thought running through my head right now.
All
So
right.
initially the zone started from a northwestern circle, right?
Yep.
Like a lot of area of, in fact, the entirety of Camp Alpha Island was in it. Now it's like split between the 3 islands.
Yeah.
Let's go to Painan again.
Johnny, you have to stop for a bit. You definitely have to stop for a bit because, you know, rotations on Sanhok, it just becomes so difficult. We've seen so many teams just being sacrificed in those water lines, and I just don't want to see any more fishes being hunted at this point.
You know, Necro actually invented something brilliant a few years ago. Wireless fishing rods.
Huh.
I wonder how they work, yeah.
By Bluetooth?
I have no idea how they work. It's Necro is the one who has the proprietary technology, apparently.
Yeah, he has a lot of advanced technology, like, of course,
From the future.
One which involves finishing off
Oh,
2 bowls
oh.
of ice cream in a matter of seconds.
I mean, there's no way to get that nade in the corner room without exposing yourself, and Jonathan, that was just a precautionary measure. Finally, I think they realized that it's time for the Exorcists to be exorcised from this game. And Team Godlike, look at them, going for the push. It seems like the gods are not happy with these Exorcists. They have been working for the wrong side.
Yeah, definitely. Seagod, of course, just trying to clear up the back room, but from the back lines, Beast AB pops out of nowhere. But might just be able to pay the price. He needs to survive to a lot of carnage being dished upon him.
I think we've just praised them too much. That was such an uncoordinated attempt. They forgot about taking that Shack and Exorcist. They made them pay, but luckily reactions came in time. They made sure that Beast was going to be dropped, and they still hold the man advantage in this fight.
Oh,
Ryu-
no.
Oh, too much utility. Jonathan Snade, the Molotov was there as well. He was burning alive, so there's no way he's going to stay on his feet for long. Guru is the last player left standing, but he won't be left standing for a long time in this matchup. 4 players pushing on towards him. And the worst of all is 2 out of those are S-Power and Jonathan. 2 of the most mechanically gifted players in the entire region.
You know, Exorcists, they do have their magic spells, but it seems like the gods, they called upon an airstrike completely. It was brilliant, right?
See, every single time you've seen the movie The Exorcist, they always say, by the power of God, I cast you back into hell, right? Well, they were summoning the gods. The gods arrived. They weren't happy with the work that was being done, and they were like, yeah, you guys need to go back.
Yeah, you guys need to go back, probably learn a couple of spells more and come back stronger. Hopefully, you'll be able to take us or get at least a fraction of our power. But it seems like VIP, though, they have a VIP seat for this team against, though.
Oh, yeah.
They have that nice little vantage point from the top, which gives them that nice view, of course.
Rowan has balcony seats, in fact. He's just like on top of that cliff, keeping the high ground vision on the opposition. Look at this. I mean, and also props to Jonathan for making sure that Beast wasn't up to any more shenanigans after taking down Z-God. Otherwise, Beast actually could have secured, just went out for another knock. Jonathan was covering the back of that shack, but we come back to this fight, ladies and gentlemen. Team VIP up against the players of Youngsters Esports. And Youngsters are the ones who are punishing the VIPs for a little bit of overcommitment, as Crazy Gaming went up to peek that window. And it was one of the players from the side of Youngsters who secured the opening. The nade is going to be lobbed, but it's going to be a little too far from the opposition. In fact, this is out damage to his own teammate. He needs to be careful.
Yeah, exactly. Youngsters, they hit first, of course, but now they have to keep that momentum, keep that man advantage for them. One of the reasons, of course, will be to prevent getting knocked out. But Shamroy, in spite of so many nades and so many jitters, he still manages to land that shot, which is brilliant.
Yeah, they
Youngsters.
have found the trade.
Trade is definitely there, but Revival is coming through a little bit of a breathing room against the lads of VIP. It seems like they're still pressing on with that utility button.
What's this?
Nah, it's going to bounce off.
Ah, he missed. It would have been impressive if he just got all 3.
Yeah, right. I mean, I was actually rooting for it, but seeing the trajectory and me being a physics student myself, I kind of knew that it's going to bounce off a little bit.
See, That was still a much easier situation to deal with than this. Rohan, how? Where are these guys coming from? They're just everywhere. Team Godlike all over the map. It seems like they're out on a hunt and their target, the entire lobby.
Yeah, it doesn't even feel like a competitive lobby at this point. It seems like they're playing classic games against ZGOD. It seemed like it was a fight between VIP and youngsters, but then Godlike were like, huh? You're gonna do a fight without us being invited?
So I think at this point, all the other teams need to realize they need to secure those finish points quickly. Because if your fight is extended beyond a minute at any point, Team Godlike is headed your way for sure. And look at that. 9 eliminations. We are just in stage 3. We are down to 10 teams already. Remember yesterday when you and Necro were surprised, oh, the game came to an end in stage 7. I think we're going to have another game like that of Sanhok right now.
Maybe. It seems like right now, Godlike definitely, they're not stopping. It's basically a money in the bank challenge for them right now. They can just chip and chime in every single fight at any given moment, in fact.
I don't like this. They're not being nice to these young players. Being too
Should
brutal
they be
upon
nice
them.
to these young players? I believe that this sort of tests the caliber. You know, this just shows them the difference. This is a learning curve, you know. And the top dogs need to show them that, all right, this is the level playing field, all right? Everyone is equal.
So, ladies and gentlemen, the only people who have managed to survive in this match so far are the teams that are outside the circle. Because if you're in the circle, you have a massive target on your back, and the ones taking the shots are Team Godlike. Look at this. X-Park taking their own fight against Team Zan. These two squads have something against each other for some reason. From the first, all 3 games today, just the collisions happening, and it was a 1-1. I think now X-Park is going to be in a lead. We're going to have the end result for these two teams tomorrow. This is a separate fight entirely.
Yeah, I think they're here to settle the scores. It was 1-1 and now it's going to be 2-1 pretty quickly. If, of course, Nova does not pull something. I mean, 2 knocks was brilliant, but that's all she wrote for him. At least for Team X-Park, they settled the scores 2-1 to them right now. But is it going to be enough to, especially with Godlike, who are just on a roll at this point, running over every single team? And looking at these two teams, X-Park and Zan, I'm a big Shah Rukh Khan fan, to be honest, and reminds me of that one movie which was Rab Ne Bana Di Jodi.
Yeah.
I think these two are like one of those.
Wait,
jodis.
how?
Because they always just keep fighting against each other.
But that wasn't what Rab Ne Bana Di Jodi was all about. What version of the movie were you watching, man?
Maybe the fact that they just keep meeting every single time.
Yeah, in that sense, yes.
Yeah.
But I think it is a little
Have to
bit...
be a little more metaphorical at some point, you know.
Yeah, but these two teams, I think, so for Team Zan, the message is you will get an opportunity to settle your score tomorrow. You will have to wait for tomorrow for that. The war is still not done between Team X-Park and Zan. But talking about war and the team that is on a war path right now, if you can just have the map in front of us for a split second, you're going to notice this. I want to talk about this team.
Yeah.
They are the only team inside the circle, and at this point there's no one in there, so now they are going outside the zone to find other teams.
Exactly right. They're just basically on a scouting mission right now. They don't even have to care about placements. I mean, why would you? You've got 12 finishes in such an early stage, and in the circle there is literally no one. Kudos to once again Godlike.
Yeah, fight against X-Park. Take on someone your own size for a change. That is what I would like to see, and that is exactly what has happened now. Aditya did make sure that the buggy that S-Power was driving wasn't going to be at max, but X-Park, they get distracted as there's another team that's heading towards their direction. And now they will have to look to survive themselves, distracted by the introverts who are trying to make a run. But Luffy barely managed to survive with a sliver of HP. 2 of his teammates in the back lines hiding behind the rock, but now Jonathan has their position, and we all know this man, he can be extremely lethal to anyone that stands in his way. Runs behind the rock with the DBS, secures the opening, but now seems like that was a massive mistake. Jonathan has been knocked out. Cover fire is there from the rest of his team, but can they recover? Oh, no, Neo. Why do you have to do that to him?
Do you know?
Just runs him over like it's nothing.
So much confidence on Jonathan. He knew that there were 2 guys who were still surviving. But he does not care. He just runs in. And the amount of confidence he has on the rest of his teammates that there are players ZGOD from the, from the high ground, just watching his back, and then Neo charging in with the vehicle. He knows that he's not going to lose his life. And this is Team Godlike. This is their ultimate form, it seems like.
Yeah, it is their ultimate form indeed. This is Super Saiyan Blue, Super Saiyan
Yeah.
God. No, this is Ultra Instinct Max. Whatever you want to call it. It's beyond that at this point. Even Goku would shiver in front of the wrath of this team. And they are not done yet, by the way. They still have a lot of pickups available to them. There are 13 players still alive, 6 teams still in the match, and 4 players are from Team Godlike. So 13 minus 4, that's 9 players that will try to finish off. And S-Power, he's running into the blue zone. Jonathan finally down on his knees, and finally I think Team Godlike, they might have bitten a little too much that they can chew, but
Yeah.
who cares? 16 eliminations secured. You know for a fact you're going to be number 1 in this game.
Oh my god, right, Esports. They just did not anticipate this. They wanted to play for those placement points, trying to fight the blue zone, in fact, but Godlike, they just don't care. Look at the circle.
Okay.
It just goes back to the mainland, but Godlike, they're just approximately 300 meters away from it. They don't care. They're here for finish points.
I don't think they'll win this game though. I think they will have a lot of finishes. They will be number 1 in the in terms of total points. But it will be very tricky for Team Godlike to actually secure the chicken dinner, because as I said earlier, for Team Godlike, like, take someone on your own side, right?
Yeah.
Team X-Pac were like, alright, you guys want to take the fights, wipe out the lobby, we don't care, we're going to take the zone, secure the chicken, and the 15 points that we get with it. And yeah, that was an extremely awkward moment. Both of them were low. They just got out in tandem and just finished GWL like it was nothing.
But now here it comes. The spray down was brilliant. Sarang just finds the opening pick for Team X-Pac. And I think the Battle of the Titans might just happen right now. First man picked up, advantage for Team X-Pac. And it seems like the high ground is going to pay them a lot of dividends.
Yeah, this is X-Pac's game now. Majority of the work, brunt of the work was done by Team Godlike. They wiped out I don't know how many teams in this matchup. X-Pac, their objective is simple. I think they just go into the matches to look for Team Zan. If they're done with Team Zan, then they think about the rest of the match. And that objective was, that box was checked off by X-Pac quite a while ago in this matchup. And now they're looking to secure the win. They're the only team inside the zone, all thanks to the fact that Team Godlike just delayed a bunch of other players on the other side. No value. Neon, this is brilliant. Absolutely phenomenal. Hiding in a corner, that is exactly what you need to do. If apart from you, the other teams in top 3 are X-Pac and Godlike.
These teams, they're just absolutely bloodthirsty at this point. And Neon, to be honest, I'm pretty sure this man is shivering because he knows that the finish feed is going absolutely frenzy, and he can read that it's Godlike, Godlike, Godlike everywhere.
Well, it is Team Godlike everywhere, but... Oh, Sarang finds the opening, another one! Just one more shot and he has that! Knock secured while he gets a knock on Z-God. The Molotov should be enough to take S-Power down, but S-Power, again, another phenomenal player. Let's see what his moves are gonna look like. As he's pinned down in the corner, nowhere left to run, nowhere left to hide, and X-Pac finally securing a brilliant win for themselves. But no matter how important that last fight was, I mean, we can't ignore the fact that it was Team Godlike who just steamrolled over every single one in this matchup.
It was easy for them. They didn't even have to break a sweat, to be honest. I kind of felt like the way, or with ease, the way they just approached every single fight. They were like, just players spotted out, take them down. It was basically like snatching a candy from a child.
It was brutal watching this game, watching what they were doing to everyone else inside of the lobby. Absolutely brutal. And, I mean, you can't really do anything about this, right? Why do you think Team Godlike has such a big fan base? Why do you think they are always hailed as one of the best teams in the country? Well, they just gave you a reason why.
Exactly. And to be honest, you mentioned that one point, right? That at one point, Godlike felt like they were way too aggressive. They felt like they were not being nice to these underdogs. And I felt like
they weren't nice.
They certainly were not nice, but this is the objective of the tournament, right? You give them, the underdogs, a taste of what it feels like to be at the very top. You know, one of the best coming in, showing what is the standards of every single team out there is at the top.
I mean, this is what is waiting for you on the other side once you break into Tier 1. This is what you will have to go up against. And as you mentioned, it was just a taste, but ladies and gentlemen, a lot more to come, but right after this very short break.
Push. Left. ठीक है हम
पीछे पीछे
इनको यूसी कितना है जोन में चले क्या
ये बर्ड कहाँ से आया
पुश पुश चल चल चल
स्कोप नहीं मिल रहा। अबे ये कहाँ गया?
अरे फिर वही डिफॉल्ट से निकलने।
अरे तकिन तकड़म भगड़ी की डम डम कपू उड़ातम डिफॉल्ट से निकलम पुर 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 पका पका पम अकलम चकलम भागा दौड़ दम।
अलग ही जोन में ये तो।
ये स्पेस में और स्कोप नहीं है सर।
देखा डिफॉल्ट से निकलना कितना इजी है। ब्रो इतना ड्रामा क्यों?
रॉयल पास ले, डिफॉल्ट से निकल ले।
है?
Epic value, epic rewards. Get the Royal Pass at just 360 UC and don't be default.
सर ये आपका गिर गया था।
अभी नहीं चाहिए।
सर सीन सेट है, एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या?
Yes, let's go.
सर तो सीन में आप थोड़े से सैड हो, हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़े चली आती है और जैसी बात आती है आप कहते
यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार।
और ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो?
बैटल ग्राउंड्स चल, दिखाता हूँ तेरे को। आ रहा हूँ मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ। Get ready to play pure.
अब तुम्हारी बारी।
Be prepared for the fury.
साथियों आगे बढ़ो, चकने!
खत्म कर दो।
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to BGIS 2023. Of course, you saw that commercial where Ranveer Singh himself was playing the game and enjoying it so much. So what is preventing you from downloading the game and actually trying it out? I hope you will enjoy it as much as we do, as Mr. Sangle is back on the desk. How was the game and what do you think of Godlike's domination, man?
Listen, man, I don't even think so there's anything to be said about that previous game. It's just Godlike all over the place. That's just a single-handed domination. Godlike manhandling these teams like they mean nothing inside the lobby. And you know what? I like the fact that Godlike is sticking to their main roots. They've got S power underneath their belt. They've also got Z-God, Jonathan, Neo. All these guys are known for their firepower.
Yep.
They pack a massive punch, and that's what they realized in the final game. They're like, okay, we might as well just try to go all guns blazing in the final game because that's what our main forte is.
Exactly, and with this game instead, to be honest, I feel like Godlike will start building up that massive lead up at the very top. But of course, it kind of feels bad, you know, because it was Team X-Pac who actually got the chicken dinner for themselves. But at the end of the day, all we're talking about is Godlike. Because, of course, this was an immense firepower which we just got to witness. X-Pac, they did not really show the true potential. I mean, in terms of firepower, sometimes people would say that X-Pac and Godlike, they're pretty evenly matched. But in this game, it was not really the case.
I mean, X-Pac, they were just sort of like dialed back a little bit. And I think so the only thing that sort of motivated the players of Godlike to be a little bit more aggressive is because they got the chicken dinner in the previous game. So they know that they've already secured that spot inside the top 7 whatsoever. They can try to go aggressive a little bit more. They can start experimenting around a bit more inside the lobbies. And that's what they literally did. They were experimenting around, and they know that our main forte is our firepower. So let's go ahead and unleash our firepower against the opponents. And that's what was literally happening. This is what's going to happen when you see Godlike in their prime form.
Exactly, and now there is that big question, Necro, right? Godlike, of course, just completely dominating the competition, completely destroying every single underdog team out there. They have solidified their place at the very top in the #1 spot of the overall ranking. How do these underdog teams come up at this point? Because they know, as a matter of fact, no matter where they are on the map, Godlike will come back to hunt them. Today's games are done and dusted. They will know that they are going to come back tomorrow. How do they just prepare themselves mentally?
I mean, I don't know, man. Just practice even more? I don't know what you want me to say. How can they prepare themselves against one of the best teams inside the entire India? I don't know how to say it, man. Maybe just keep on practicing a lot more. Maybe try to be one of the T1 teams yourself. Know exactly how Godlike plays. Try to counter them. But even if they do research on how exactly Godlike plays, this was not something that you see that often. Godlike was just so unorthodox, but it actually worked out in their favor. The only thing Godlike was doing that was a known pattern was wherever they hear the gun sounds, just push against that team.
To be honest, I wasn't really expecting that answer because I do not expect Godlike being shut down by an underdog team just on the basis of 1 day's research or 1 day's practice. I think, in my personal opinion, what Johnny said during the broadcast as well was something which is very interesting. He mentioned that if Godlike actually goes on a hunt, it means that you'll have to try and acquire those finish points right from the very top. You need to get those points up on board before Godlike comes to you and actually finishes you off. I think that is a viable strategy which these underdog teams need to do. Try and go as aggressive as you possibly can.
No, I would say just hide away like X-Pac did. Don't anyone do anything. Let Godlike do the work for you. Because right now, Godlike is the one doing a lot of hard work inside the lobby, eliminating all the opponents. All you need to do is just sit back, laid back, have some popcorns in your hand, sip a cup of coffee, sit back and just enjoy the show. Just look at the elimination feed when you're playing inside the game, and you know that, okay, a lot of the opponents have already been eliminated.
Yeah,
now, let's make it inside the circle, and let's go ahead and secure the top spot. That's what X-Pac literally did. They were not even chiming inside the fight. We saw X-Pac get inside fight, what, like twice?
Yeah.
That's it. After that, X-Pac was just sit back and laid back.
Exactly. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, we have to look at who was the MVP of this game. We know it, as a matter of fact, somebody from Godlike, and who else from Godlike? Has to be Jonathan. 6 finishes, Necro.
Once again, Jonathan being the MVP from the side of Godlike, getting 6 finishes, and even in the previous game, Jonathan was the one to get a lot of finishes too. So, going forward to the top 5 players, the entirety of Godlike is over here. The entire lineup, Z-God, S-Power, Neo, 2. Neo with the least amount of elimination points accumulated, 3. But as I mentioned, Godlike, they've got an entire firepower just underneath their belts. Jonathan, one of the known assaulters inside India. Z-God, one of the best supporters, and he packs a massive punch. Now we've got S-Power. He's also known as an assaulter. Then we've also got Neo, another secondary assaulter for Godlike. What else do you need? Every single player in this team does have the capability to assault anyone down inside the lobby, and that's what they literally did.
Definitely. 100% agree that these are individual. They can go up against an entire army all by themselves. But speaking of the scorecard, Godlike, another 30 bomb, Necro. Another 30 bomb. They had 51 points after the end of the second game. They are at 81 points right now from just 3 games.
I'm not even surprised. Are you surprised? I don't think so.
To be honest, I am, because a performance like this is really, really good. X-Pac, though, they still managed to get 23 points, kind of pushing for that second spot.
I know it is really good, but if you remember when me and Johnny were casting that game of Miramar, I clearly mentioned this. From a team like Godlike, I at least expect more than 15 finishes easily, and that's what they did this time as well. Maybe more than 20 as well. I mean, hell, they've got 20 points. They've got 30 points in total, and then the team that's right underneath them, X-Pac, they've got 23 points in total. For X-Pac, they know they do not really need to do a lot of hard work inside these lobbies. As long as you're going to possess position yourself inside the top 7. That's all that's going to matter. Xpark, they have managed to get 23 finishes, but then right above them, Godlike with 46 finish points in only 3 matches.
You know, if you just completely discount the placement points for Team Godlike, even then they would just be beyond Team Xbox and their reach. Xbox have 43 points right now. Team Godlike, they have 46 finish points itself, and add the position points, and now there is that massive buffer. 81 points in total, which is almost, once again, double the second position team. And I think Team Godlike will maintain that, you know, authority as well as the control over the entire lobby. What happens on the rest of the pack is going to be pretty interesting, because look at this, 43 points, of course, Xbox, brilliant game from them, but then that massive jump, 34, 32, 29, 22, and then 20. A mere difference of 14 points is all that we have. And of course, the difference between the 7th and the 8th spot teams is a barely 1 point.
Hey, you know what? Let's move forward and take a look at the next page. This is where we're going to see a couple of upsets. Teams not really been able to perform inside the lobby. And you guys can clearly see what War Gods is one of those. F2B Girls, the team that you were rooting for, actually. Even in the pregame segment, you were mentioning this team not being able to perform that much. Team No Value, this team was the one that you were talking about as well. And unfortunately, in the 3 games that they played, they were not really able to accumulate a lot of value. Maybe in the future they can.
Maybe in the future they can. That is what they're here for, of course. You know, there is one team, of course, that we have to talk about, and that is Team Zan. We were talking about Team Xbox, and Team Xbox and Team Zan at this point, they just go hand in hand together. They are like the perfect couple, to be honest, because they have sort of merged into every single fight together. Every single match, there is this duel. And Team Zan, I feel like at this point, they're sort of suffering because of it. You know, they could not accumulate a lot of placement points. Every single time in their mid-rotation, or be it in drop clashes, X-Park is coming in and finishing them off. They have to do something about it.
Hey, but you know what? This also showcases a lot of caliber about Team Zan themselves. They have defeated X-Park once. And with the way they did it, too, that was quite flawlessly against X-Park. So there's a chance Team Zan can actually be really good inside the lobbies as well. As we all know, the problem is the rotations and a little bit of more team play being amped up inside those fights, then things can be even better. But main problem for Zan is the positioning aspect of the game. All the time they get caught off guard whenever they position themselves in a spot inside the circle, which is not actually too good. So Team Zan, hopefully, if they're watching this broadcast, just to let you guys know, you guys need to definitely work on your positioning game. But you know what? Not just that. For Group 23, that's it. Those were all the 3 games that were going to be played by that group. That means now Group 24 will be chiming inside the action.
And I am so excited, to be honest, because now, once again, it is a perfect reset. We are gonna get new teams, of course, new big names in the form of OR Esports, and then 15 underdog teams. Which name actually stands out to you, Necro? Because I think Team No Skills, it's sort of similar to Team No Value that we just witnessed the last group.
Yeah, sort of similar, yeah. I mean, No Mercy Esports too. I like that name. They're not going to have any mercy inside the lobby, Salty. Maybe this will be another team that will perform like Godlike. Let's see, man. Then we've also got Team Brave, another nice name. These guys are supposed to be the Brave Warriors inside the battlefield. Let's see how for them too things will be looking like. Now, OR Esports, one of those teams that likes to play things a little bit safe and sound, and that's how they've been playing so far throughout the entire journey inside the game. Jelly being the IGL, of course, he's one of the youngest players out there, and he also does a phenomenal job in leading the pack. But as I mentioned, OR Esports, they were struggling inside the ground itself, and the main reason for that was because when you're going to go up against an underdog teams, you never know how they will perform. You never know their playing structure, and for you to play a little bit safe, you need to pave a pathway inside the safe zone. And to pave a pathway, you need information, you need some pre-game research that you do, but how are you going to do a pre-game research when you don't even know which teams you're facing off against?
Exactly, and I think this is one of the reasons why one of the terms which I always talk about is going to be adaptability. I think the fact that you have to use a scout very wisely, gather information, gather intel, always prepare that virtual heat map on top of your head so that you know exactly where the teams are stationed, and then of course you can create that pathway forward inside the map. You need to find the dead spots. Team OR Esports, they have been able to sort of adapt to proper lobbies, like the tier 1 lobbies really well. They are really consistent in those lobbies. But just like you mentioned, the underdog lobbies have been a big problem for them. I'm pretty sure there are going to be some superstars. There are going to be some diamonds, like we talked about in the... You and Johnny were actually talking about how a diamond is formed, which was extremely weird that you don't know how a diamond is formed. But I'm pretty sure diamonds are going to be formed in this group as well, who might actually challenge OR Esports in their journey. I don't think it's going to be as smooth as Godlike, though.
Listen, man, for OR Esports, the last time when I saw this team perform, it did look like they've sort of changed their approach towards the game. Now, I understand they like to play a little bit safe and sound, but the last time when I saw this team, they were trying to amp up the aggression a little bit as well. So I like the fact that they're trying to experiment with new things inside the lobby. So let's see how it's going to work out for them. We might see OR Esports in a complete new play style. We might see OR Esports just going all guns blazing inside the lobby, because that's the only way to play in these undergod lobbies, in my opinion. Because as I mentioned, they're not going to have a set playing structure just like the known T1 teams.
100%. No set playing structure. Just go with the flow. Try and adapt to everything what's happening. You hear gunshots, you know that you have the confidence to try and take them down, which OR Esports also have, right? They've got massive player in the form of Max, Mac, who are individually really brilliant. Of course, you might compare them to the likes of Zegod, to the likes of S-Power as well. And the fact that they're coming into these lobbies also gives them the upper edge. But Necro, it's going to be interesting because they start off on the map of Vikendi. Now, is it going to be one of those Vikendis where things are extremely slow, or is it going to be one of those Vikendis where things are absolutely abrupt? I have no clue. But what are you expecting, though?
Hey, listen, man, we're seeing this group for the first time in front of us, so I don't know how it's going to look like. Maybe a passive Vikendi. That's how things are, of course, going to be speculated when it comes to the map of Vikendi, because in the first two stages, we know nothing's going to be happening out of the box. Teams will be situating themselves inside the circle. Things will be quite smooth. But speaking about Vikendi, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Vikendi is loading on our screens as the big bird, as the plane's going to hit the skies once again. And the plane flat path starting all the way from Trevno to down south towards Dino Park. And now this plane flat path once again, a really good and a perfect plane flat path for all the teams to extend towards whatever drop location they want to.
You know, the initial flight path as well as the initial circles on the map of Vikendi are never really a big problem, especially right now. In the final circles, of course, we know that if it shifts towards the castle region, that is when a lot of these problems do arise. But it seems like the players are also quite happy because the flight path sort of evenly distributes all of these players throughout the map itself. It's going to be interesting to find out how they actually come for that final piece of real estate. Because we know, as a matter of fact, whoever gets control of that nice high ridge inside of the final circle, they are going to run away with the winner chicken dinner.
I mean, look, man, the castle's still waiting for the king to step foot in it. Which king's going to be that one? That's what we need to find out. But you know what? Well, Castle, disregard that, cancel that completely. The circle's not even contesting Castle. But you know what? Speaking about Castle, the last Vikendi that we witnessed, which was yesterday, the circle was phenomenal. I mean, just forming left, right, center, all over the place, just throwing all the teams off guard, then taking one hard shift towards Castle. For a moment, we thought the circle would shift towards Castle. The next circle shift comes into play, and we think that, okay, Castle's not in contention anymore. Then another hard shift comes into play. The circle's back on Castle once again. It was just playing with the emotions of the players.
You possibly forgot the amount of water coverage that final circle had, and people
was fun.
It was absolutely fun, right? You do expect to see those new sort of gameplays, right? Just people taking a dip with the vehicle and just trying to shoot down. But here we go. It seems like we have an early skirmish, Necro.
Yeah, and Team No Skills are going to be the one finding themselves in a little bit of kerfuffle against Elf Clan. Elf Clan, these guys are supposed to be the short guys, so let's see how they do perform inside the lobby whatsoever. No skills, though. This man's managed to get his hands on the DBS, one of the strongest weapons that you can ask for, but the backlines are exposed and easily capitalized too. Elf Clan, what a good positioning that was! Nicely, just catching that player off guard. Gohan too, just there to loot up. This is what happens, right? When you play with a full team, you get the elimination, your teammate comes up and steals all the loot away.
Yeah, I think they heard that. They heard you from the broadcast itself calling them short. I think they just took it personally.
I mean, even you're short, so
I'm not short. I am 5'10", which is tall enough.
Hey, that's still short. I'm 6'1". Listen, once you touch 6, that's when you're tall. If you're underneath 6, you're short. You're short.
You're like a giant. It's not my fault.
Well, is it my fault that you're not a giant?
I mean, I wish I was 6 feet, but there's nothing wrong with 5'10" as well. It's just a couple of inches.
Well, you know what? Let's focus on the game once again. We've got Black Esports on our screens. And Zane is one of those guys. Considering all these teams, we're seeing them just duke it out inside the entire game for the first time. So nothing really can be said a lot about any of these teams for now.
Yeah.
But Team Hope, this name seems like I've heard it somewhere. Team Hope, we've seen this team in the past, right? I hope it's the same team.
So I'll tell you exactly. Team Hope wasn't the team that we were talking about. It was Last Hope that we have seen. We've also seen 4 Hope as well. So those are the two teams that we've seen so far.
We've also seen Team Hope.
Have
Look
you?
at the names. Yeah, look at the names. These guys, we've heard them. Umang, Storm, OP, Annie, Viron.
See, I
We've
mean,
seen
at
these
least
guys in the
I'm not
past.
the one who actually has a lot of good memory skills, so...
Yeah, maybe not me too. Maybe we both might be wrong. Who knows?
Exactly.
But or esports in front of us.
Doesn't really matter, to be honest. We just start from a fresh slate once again.
Yeah,
This
anyways,
is where
yeah. The overall standings are going to be quite fresh anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Even if we have seen them in the past,
Yeah.
it doesn't matter. Over here, we're here to find out the diamonds. And this is where the pressure's being put.
I mean, we've seen so many gods in the picture in this lobby so far. Now, this is where we have Telugu gods. But will they be able to reign supreme over the entirety of the lobby? That is something which we'll find out.
We'll be able to find that out in the future lines. But speaking of that, right now we've got another team in front of us in the name of Telugu gods. And as you mentioned, yeah, let's see if these guys are actually going to be able to be the gods inside the lobby or not. Anything can happen, considering it's the map of Vikendi. So many unorthodox things can happen, but once again, as I mentioned, inside the stage 1, stage 2, if you manage to find yourself in the centric spot, no problems will be there, at least for the initial moments of the game. And speak of that drift that this guy pulled off.
Yeah, man. I'm pretty sure it must be fun, you know. I always wanted to kind of visit a land which is like completely snow-covered. I traveled very less as a child, and this is one of the reasons why I kind of want to drop into the map of Vikendi sometime maybe in real life and just pull off those snowmobile tricks.
You know, you can also create artificial smoke. I mean,
How is that relevant?
I mean snow, my bad, not
Oh.
smoke, snow.
Yeah, possibly.
There's some machines you can actually buy that creates artificial snow. But you know what?
I want to experience the cold weather as well. I want to experience the natural snow. Why will I create artificial snow?
But for now, Xenon Esports. Look, at this point in time, as I mentioned, probably a slow start. This is what's happening. Every single team, they want to have a really good first game. Just like how GODLIKE did, right?
Yeah.
First game, they were playing so safe and sound. They were playing for the rotation game completely. They were playing on positioning. They were just sort of getting the lay of the land. And all these teams are probably doing the same thing as well. Inside the first game, get the lay of the land, exactly know which teams are going to be aggressive inside the lobby, which teams will be more laid back. And that's what GODLIKE did too. Sort of just speculating, analyzing everything in the first game, and then in the upcoming 2 games is where the real deal happens.
You know, I have this sort of an opinion where I think that when a group starts off with the map of Erangel, they're sort of well set for the rest of the games. When you start off from the map of Vikendi, your momentum is extremely slow, your movement is extremely slow, and it's a little difficult to sort of switch from the map of Vikendi to the map of Miramar. Number one is, of course, the weather change. You know, it goes from like extremely cold to extremely hot, so you need to have that endurance and the athlete skills as well to get adjusted to the weather. But it's not just that, right? The terrain is different, the movement is different, the play pattern is so different. It just feels like Vikendi just makes your fingers even colder.
I mean, it's also another factor that we need to add on. It's a little bit smaller compared to Erangel and Miramar. It's a 6x6 map.
6x6, yeah.
But a little bit bigger compared to Sanhok. So it's like a good mixture of big and small at the same time. It gives you like a perfect mediocre vibe.
For sure, but the games are just unusually slow on this map. Teams have so much time to maneuver, they have so much time to loot up every single compound, they have vehicles to work with as well. But that also sort of equates to the end moment closures and the end moment collisions that are there. And I love it, to be honest, when multiple teams just fight against each other,
Oh yeah,
just turning the slow blood red. That is something which I love.
I love it too. Who doesn't like action? Let's be honest. Everyone likes action. Action movies too are one of those movies that are being watched the most. So yeah, action is one of the best things you can witness,
And
especially inside BGMI. Even better.
Exactly, and it's actually better the fact that the teams are surviving up front. They are surviving the initial skirmishes. There are no initial combats whatsoever. They will sort of make their way through towards the final circles. And this just makes things even more chaotic. So, 100% agreed with you. I'm pretty sure like the same action is going to be carried forward. But it seems like 2 teams might just be coming extremely close to each other. It's Elf Clan who is on a move. But all 4 of them, in fact, all 3 of them are in the same vehicle, just rotating right past another team underneath their noses.
Yeah, all 4 of them in one single vehicle. This is not the way things should go. And considering Elf Clan, you know this, Salty, how anxious I get when I see all the 4 players in one single vehicle.
Yeah.
One good spray down, all the 4 players can be taken out of the lobby. And just add on an M249 in the mix too, 100 bullets in one single clip. You just mow down the entire vehicle, blow it up. It's just done. Squad wipe in a couple of seconds.
Exactly, and probably won't even need an M249. The amount of skills that we've seen being displayed from these teams, be it the tier 1 teams or the undergods, they know even how to bring down an entire vehicle by an M4 magazine. But it seems like Elf Clan, they have had to cut their rotation short because they were meeting some sort of interruption. It was another team who was up front, certain pot shots being taken, and now they spot Team 14 as well.
And right now, Team Elf Clan just moving around. Still just finding a good spot inside the circle. Driving a little bit too off inside these type of moments, but at least they're doing a great job keeping the enemies off at bay.
Oh my
One of the
god.
players actually waits to softened up. Xenon Esports, that guy is lucky to be alive in that scenario. Elf Clan do want a little bit of piece of that action, and that's why they're going to eject out of the vehicles for now, because they know the man that was in the front lines, he's way too low. It's better if we try to get this elimination point locked up.
Yeah, but Elf Clan, they just have to be extremely cautious because they don't want to get extremely greedy with the rest of the players who are in close proximity. They might actually chime in and hurt Elf Clan in the process. They will have to preserve all of their 4 players.
Ooh,
But
that
beautiful
nade!
nade! General direction of the smoke. This is what the smoke does, right? Gives your general position, and you just lob in one nice nade. It lands in perfectly. You are sure to get that particular finish point.
Oh, that nade felt like a big punch in the gut. Just perfect, on the mark. Exactly where he wanted that nade to land. Elf Clan is definitely showing a lot of promises inside the early game situations right now. Also, this man's got the Bison in his hands for the close ranges. Now going to switch out the G360 for the M416. I got to let Johnny know, look, even the players prefer M416 more than G360. As soon as they get their hands on M4, they drop it down.
It's just way more stable, to be honest, and the players are more accustomed to this particular weapon. Now, G360, it's a map-based weapon. You only find that on the map of Vikendi. Just makes you a little unfamiliar with it. You just use the M4 for every single reason, every single map, every single purpose. It's been sort of the staple for every single player out there and has stood the test of time.
Speaking about the test of time, right now, OR Esports, there's going to be a lot of tests for them. Let's see if their test time's going to be high or not.
Sure.
If you do move on forward and take a look at this replay, this is how the guy was taken down. I feel so bad for this team. Team no skills. I mean, he tried his best to sort of utilize the DBS to its maximum potential, but then he also didn't know that there could be a possibility that enemy could think so much in the future that they could try already create an off angle on the upper floor, and that's what Elf Clan did. Really good capitalization and communication in that fight.
Yeah, 100%. It seems like the other teams as well, right? Elf Clan, where are they positioned? They are trying to play the edge of the circle gameplay, just trying to survive every single circle one by one, and maybe they will get to clean up the crew as they proceed forward. But the circle, talking about the circle itself, Necro, I feel like this circle is extremely exciting because majority of the circles on Vikendi that we've seen so far are formed on the central part of the map where Castle is involved or that big river is involved. But this time around, none of those shenanigans are going to happen. It's completely on the left-hand side of the map. And I'm just waiting to find out where does this one shift. We just got to see a very central shift, barely just shifting anything. So the teams, they're still going to be in the same spot as always. No motivation to fight, no motivation to move.
As I mentioned, till stage 3, things are going to be quite laid back. Teams won't even need a reposition. Once you get that centric spot, you should be good to go for the upcoming moments. No Mercy Esports on our screens, and Lone Wolf, he's going to be the man driving this vehicle for now. Considering they lost out on one of the guys a while ago. Not the start they wanted to have, but let's see how much mercy they're going to have on the entire lobby. That's what we're here to find out. Lone Wolf in a little bit of fire. He needs to take his team to a safe spot, at least for now. But they've actually managed to close on up against the players of CK Esports.
Yep, CK Esports. At this point, it seems like No Mercy Esports, they went out of the fire into the frying pan straight. And they probably had no clue just before this entire clip which was being lobbed in CK Esports. They're not wasting any time trying to make their presence felt and trying to display the intentions. They want to take this fight early on, and they want to win this.
Indeed they do. CK. I like the fact that they're playing quite patient. Yeah, even though they heard the enemy sort of approach that compound, you do not really see a lot of movement. They're not in a state of discomfort. Instead, they're keeping their peace like a person who's meditating inside a cave.
Funny enough that you were talking about meditation inside a cave. Did you meditate?
I used to, not anymore.
Makes sense. It seems like OR Esports as well. Even they are meditating inside this little compound. They don't really want to move. They have some information that there are two teams nearby. Namely, Team Brave as well as someone else.
Oh, center shift. This is quite interesting. Once again, just shifts right on the smack center. Now, considering teams once again do not need to move at all, I highly doubt we're going to see any type of action happen inside the game once again. But still, a couple of teams that have been handicapped whatsoever. Now, No Mercy, even they're on a massive move as they do realize it's better to move away from this spot because they were being surrounded by a lot of foes around them. It's better to find a much more safer spot inside the circle, but instead, they just walk inside of the no territory, which was being held by the opponents. And No Mercy, a lot of lack of information, and now they're starting to fall down and crumble apart.
I mean, they just, every single time they try and make a rotation, they just stumble across a team up front.
This is a prime example of an undergod team stepping inside a pro lobby.
Yeah, exactly, right? The lack of information, the lack of map awareness was absolutely... Lack of experience as well. They just felt lost inside this whole map. They were trying to scramble for compounds, moving from left to right to just figuring out that spot for themselves, but it just does not work out.
4 strangers. I mean, these guys, they were not the strange ones inside this situation. No Mercy was the one who was the strange one in this situation. Getting those 2 elimination points easily accumulated. Now, 4 strangers, this is where the pressure is going to start to subside for this team.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, they've got to early finishes to actually work, where they've got that nice little point inside the circle, where they're almost at the smack center. Just like we talked about, not a lot of movement which we are expecting, apart from the fact that No Mercy had to go in on that long drive, which did not end up well, and now they only have 1 player surviving. Apart from that, the majority of the movement is going to be coming in from Team Fuze, Tiger. Just 30 meters outside the circle itself. Maybe they will try and cover some distance for the further circle. So this is one team that might be moving, but apart from that, none. Absolutely no movement whatsoever.
That's what's going to happen, because it was a centric shift once again, Salty. Team Hope in front of us. Let's see how much of a hope do they actually have of winning this game. Hopefully it's to the maximum. Against them is another team in the name of OR Esports. And as I mentioned, OR Esports is one of those teams that does not like to be a little bit aggressive inside the lobby. They're going to settle themselves down. And Vikendi allows them to play at their prime positions too. Because OR Esports, this is their prime play style. This is how they like to play. As I mentioned, like a person meditating inside a cave. OR Esports, they want to be the one to sort of just chill back and relax.
But again, right, we were talking about the information and the lack of information.
You know why their name is OR? Because their name is only relaxation.
This was lame, Necro. How do you come up with such lame jokes? I have no clue.
I mean, listen, man, all right?
Only relaxation.
I try to be a little bit funny sometimes. Maybe it doesn't work out.
It does not work out. It absolutely does not work out. And I think you should stop trying.
Okay.
It's a hidden talent that you have, but you should keep it hidden.
Okay. I know you just using these lines from the memes that you've seen scrolling through Insta Reels. I know. Even I've heard that same phrase in the past too.
Yeah, it's a good phrase. If executed properly, it does have a nice impact. I don't have to have a copyright to my original jokes, you know. At least they're not lame.
Okay, well, the next circle shift comes into play. Actually shifting to the northern side too, Salty. Let's see. CK is going to be the one on the prime spot, right in the smack center. Right next to them is the player of No Mercy too. This one single guy is still alive. Now, what do you think of this guy? What should he do to try and keep himself a little bit more safe and sound inside the game? But OR Esports, as soon as the circle shift comes into play, even they start moving away.
Exactly. And speaking of that last remaining survivor, maybe just try and move out towards the edge of the circle. try and stay alive, because now this is where the dust settles. This is where multiple collisions will start happening, and you don't want to be in the middle of things. CK Esports, it seems like artillery warfare has begun, and the first player has been gunned down.
Exactly. CK Esports, a really good start for them. Tony's going to be the man who finds the opening. And OR Esports, this same play style that they're trying to execute inside these games isn't really working out. They try to play a little bit safe and sound. They try to play with the own play style that they like to play with, the old one. It's not working out for now, as they've lost out on one of the men already. OR Esports down to a 3-man squad. CK having a really big advantage inside the fight.
Yeah, but will they be able to engage upon it? That is the question. They need to double down their numbers. Numbers advantage, just like you mentioned. But it seems that CK Esports is still not motivated enough or convinced enough to try and push in against OR Esports. Instead, they're trying to look for more information from the backlines, which is a good approach. I like the fact that they are checking their surroundings. There are multiple teams. If they try and push up in this open area, there will always be a scenario where they might just be third-partied. So taking those drastic measures will be important, but at least get more information. Take some time to actually, before you make those big decisions.
CYBERTRONS in front of us. And right next to them is Black Esports. Let's see how this one's going to unfold. Because Black Esports, they are in a bit of a disadvantage. Barely on the edge of the circle, too. Also in the lower crowds. CYBERTRONS clearly do have an advantage inside this entire vicinity. But let's see how well they will be able to execute this advantage. That's what I want to find out.
Yeah.
CYBERTRON, they need to keep themselves a little bit more pinned down, considering they do not really need to make any unwanted moves.
But Black Esports, they've been the one who has been battling the circle as well as the blue zone for a very long time right now. In fact, they had to come in from an extremely long rotation, and therefore they're still struggling. And currently, just like you mentioned, being gate-kept by CYBERTRON. Elf Esports, on the other hand, they're still playing that edge of the blue zone gameplay, and they want to avoid the fights which are happening in the mid-game stages, or rather, the mid-circle stages. An entire artillery being displayed upon CYBERTRON, just want to get so many finishes on board. But it's just about the right time. They know, as a matter of fact, that even they will need to move forward 500 odd meters, which they need to cover, and they might actually suffer the same fate because hope is already there.
Look at OR Esports. You can see on the map too, there's little separation between those players. It's a 2-1 split that's coming to play, and right in between are the players of CK.
Yeah.
This split that they've got, it's not good. It's not a split that was coordinated beforehand. Instead, it's a forced split that's came into play. They've got no other option if they do want to stay alive. This split needs to come into play. And now OR Esports, they need to turn this disadvantage into an advantage. Let's see how they will be able to do so. Blacks, finally, they get their eyes laid on the players that were in the front lines. And right now, it's going to be the players of Elf Clans making that rotation inside the circle. But a collision comes into play against the entirety of Team Brave. Brave, this time, they need to face the entire outcome quite bravely. But unfortunately for them, they're also losing out on the man numbers. But an instant retaliation comes back from Goku OP. That devious in the close lines is, of course, giving him quite a lot of advantage. But instantly misses out a lot of shots. And Goku, he takes a lot of damage. But eventually, he connects that last shot and shuts down the Elf Clan.
Elf Clan, they had to try and leapfrog inside the circle. They wanted to make that big, long rotation. And just like I said, drastic decisions. They have to come through, but you have to think it through. And Team Elf Clan did not do that. They had a good start, Necro, but they just completely squandered it. But talk about Team Brave. They are being challenged right now, and Team Blacks is in the picture. But beautiful retaliation whatsoever. First man being down, advantage for Team Brave.
Brave are actually being quite brave inside this entire scenario. As I mentioned, they need to face all the problems that are going to be thrown at them quite bravely, and they're doing so. Sanhok and his teammate in the front lines, but now even the Wall of Death starting to force them inside the safe zone. Let's see how Team Brave can deal with this scenario. They need to be even more brave to make it inside the circle. Also, they need to step out in the open. Hopefully, they've got a couple of vehicles that can back him up. And Fazir, or Fez 2 OP, as we've got him in front of us. Starting to move in slowly and steadily with the help of his teammates. They're surrounded by a lot of foes at this point.
You know what's funny? Team Blacks is seeking revenge at this point. They know that Team Brave is going to come towards them, but it seems like they're just prepared. Team Brave, every single time the first player being taken down, another one being knocked off. Yes, sure, there were trades, but they just have cover to work with.
I mean, Goku, he must be feeling on top of the world at this point. He was the man who was able to get that clutch happen in the previous fight, too. And now, considering with how Team Brave is starting to move up inside the game, He also needs to keep his teammate Faz OP alive. For Strangers, he's managed to accumulate 2 points so far because of those elimination points they've gathered in taking down the players to No Mercy. And No Mercy is actually still alive inside the game. I thought No Mercy is probably going to be the one to sort of get eliminated early off inside the game, but no, instead it's Elf Clan.
I mean, he did exactly what I said, right? Just went to the edge of the play zone and just tried to survive, but it seems like it's been an airstrike on top of Team Brave. They're still surviving a little pocket of space right behind that fence itself, which helps them survive. Otherwise, it's basically open lands. Trees as cover for the other team, but I don't think that's going to be enough.
Still, though, a lot of the teams are being forced on the edges, also being held off at bay. It's the next circle. We did see that shift come into play, and it shifted right on top of that city. We are going to be witnessing an urban warfare, ladies and gentlemen. Shifted right on top of Goroka. But look at Elf Clan. This is how they chimed inside the fight. Team Brave, it did seem like they were sort of just fumbling down inside the fight whatsoever. But then later on, Goku OP was able to hold things back together. That final elimination to save the day.
Exactly. He just took a deep breath and then he was like, all right, this is my time to shine. And he did so brilliantly. But it seems like at this point, Team Brave and Black X just constantly duking each other out, but they both need to understand that they have to get inside the circle. That has to be the top priority to try and survive at least a couple of more.
Speak about surviving a couple of more, we've got Telugu Gods in front of us. And considering these guys, they're only down to a 3-man squad, this will be a tough scenario even for this team. Jelly, Admino, and Max. 3 guys from OR. Jelly's a little bit split out, as we did see a while ago. And OR Esports, the only game plan for this team is to relax right now. It has to be the only one. And also gain some information while doing so.
You know, I love the fact that Stain from No Mercy is still out there. He is out there and he must be just holding his position back to maybe catch Team Brave off guard. This was the shot. Jelly just found that beautiful knock onto one of the players from Team Blacks, and it seems like OR Esports, they're starting their run of hunt, but they have to do a lot more work to try and solidify that position, maybe also get the chicken dinner in their bag.
Yeah, speak about getting that chicken dinner. We've got Team Brave once again in front of us, and Phase 2 OP. This man was catching so much hurt from that blue zone.
Yeah.
One single second outside the blue, and he could have been knocked out as well. It's better that he's going to be staying inside the safe zone. And as we did see a while ago, too, the circle just shifting out in the open. A couple of buildings are still in from Goroka itself, but the most of the land is actually out in the open. So teams, if they do want to readjust inside this entire vicinity, they need to be out in the open. Start making something out of nothing, which are your vehicles.
Exactly. And also the fact that Team CK is starting to assert authority, the amount of map control that they've gained. Oh my god, didn't he spot him? Snoke, spray him down. You have 2 players, Team Brave. They're just being a little afraid. And at this point, it's Stain from No Mercy, the last remaining survivor. He's still trying to take this fight, of course. He was supposed to get taken down. It was nothing that he could potentially do in that situation. Just got double teamed by Team Brave.
Yeah, Brave was just teasing that team. And now CK2, they're catching a bit of hurt onto themselves, as it's another team moving in from the back line. Team Fuze still joining inside the fray. VRX has been knocked out from Team Fuze as well. A really good return knock from CK to sort of get things back in control once again. But CK, they need to take care of another team, which is the players of 4 Strangers.
4 Strangers just approaching in from the backlines, but it's not just them. There is another team as well. Team number 12, Blue 82 Esports. They have all of their players standing, which might mean that they have a massive advantage over the rest. And this cluster is going to come to a massive end as well. There is going to be enough warfare because so many teams in close proximity. Vintage still trying to make something happen, still trying to hold the other team at bay, but they don't have enough map coverage. And I love the smoke cloud that has been prepared. They want to infiltrate this compound, Necro.
We are Vintage in front of us and Cookie 2 OP. This man's looking to make sure that the Cookie in the front lines is going to crumble. Tosses out an aid. It was perfect too, but unfortunately for him, no one was inside the shack that he wanted to toss the nade in. So that just blows a little bit for this guy, Cookie TOP.
CK's here.
The entirety of OR's in the front lines. Also right next to them is the entirety of CK. These teams just pinning the opposition down like that. Another team in the front lines, Team Brave. These 2 guys, they have been able to keep themselves alive up till now inside the game, but now they need to face against a big Goliath like OR. And OR Esports, they're just putting in a lot of hurt and a lot of lead.
Yeah, OR Esports. They don't really have a lot of finishes to their name this time around. They only have 3 players to work with, but it seems like from the backlines, they're just sneaking in, but they're still finding those finishes left, right, and center. And all of a sudden, it seems like Loki from Team CK has been left stranded. He could not rotate back to the building. He could not regroup with his teammates because, of course, the presence of 4 strangers from the backlines. And 4 strangers, they're doing so much good work at this point.
What a perfect nade that was. Looking to toss in the Molotov in that same area. And that's what he does. But maybe the Molotov's not going to find the connection, but this time another man actually finds a connection against CK. Even CK's a massive receiving line. Player 4 waits for the opportunity, strikes him down. But a return nade comes into play from the opponents.
Blue82 Esports, they are now looking to establish some sort of domination at this point. Another good nade coming in from player 2 and 4 strangers. They're not giving away the control out. 1 player being knocked out. This is an absolute commotion at this point. Nobody knows what's happening, but everybody is just taking shots from the backlines.
This is why I like Urban Warfare. It's just such an awkward collision happening inside the game. Such awkward fights. And utilities are, of course, being used to its prime. And player 2, he finds a perfect connection that he wanted. G360 clicking into action, and this player swings back to life. And now player 2 also starting to make some moves on the board with the rest of his team. All the 4 players are alive for 4 strangers. And these guys are moving in like a well-knit unit. The team in the back lines is, of course, creating a bit of problems. And Fuze, now they want to get things back once again in their hands. OR Esports too in the back lines a little bit. They're letting all the action happen inside the city.
Yeah, and I love what Team CK is doing. They're holding Team BR at bay, and now they have reduced them to a 1-man army. Killer is the only one who is still surviving, and I'm pretty sure the Team BR will be extinguished. But before I say that, King has been compromised.
It has been. Jelly, now he's taking a bit too much damage. Peeks out, gets a free elimination point. It's raining eliminations, and Jelly claims that in his hands. He finds a piece of candy, but now still the opponents from the back, they knock on his doors, and as Killer moves in forward, he shuts him down. Now, as we know, there's only a couple of teams alive inside this final vicinity. Top 5 teams from Mitch. OR2 is one of those.
Max, just the only person who's still surviving from the side of OR Esports. But there is one team that we haven't really talked about, and that's going to be Blue82. And how beautifully they have positioned themselves. How beautifully they were left anonymous right from the backlines. They did not participate in any fight. And now they have the numbers advantage. They have those 4 players. But it's not just them. 4 strangers as well. With 4 players up and running, it seems like there is going to be an absolute hell of a battle between these 2 teams for the one who is going to clinch the winner chicken dinner.
Blue82 just playing that patience and the positioning game to perfection. Yeah, one of the men was knocked out, but it's complete fine though. OR Esports Max, even he's going to be ruled out by the Blue Zone. Blue Zone has no mercy on anyone. Max now he needs to start to go for a heal battle, but the problem is he's only got 1 first aid in his hands. For how long can he keep on healing himself? Eventually the play zone's gonna devour him, and now Blue82, even they're starting to fall down inside the situation. The players of 4 strangers, they move it forward, and they also secure the entire game in their hands. What a way to close things off inside the game of Vikendi. At the start, it started off so slow, but then the pace that it picked up, magnificent.
Yeah, and to be honest, I wanted to see this urban warfare. I wanted to see things end with an urban warfare because that is what brings in commotion. And what a beautiful ending, just like you mentioned. I kind of am a little disheartened by the fact that Blue82 could not do much because their positioning was brilliant. The way they sneaked their way inside the final circuits, sneaked their way inside that city, I felt like they could actually do a massive world of hurt because 4 strangers, they were attracting so much attention. But at the end, of course, since momentum was on 4 strangers' side, it seemed like that is one of the reasons why they lost every single fight. They've won every single fight, pardon me for that.
They were actually able to do so. 4 strangers, they played like a well-knit unit, and I think so the main strong suit for 4 strangers was that they were playing like a well-knit unit together. They never left each other's side. Team Brave too, another team that managed to survive some of the known teams inside the lobby, and I genuinely thought that Team Brave could have been eliminated, but no, then Goku comes into play. He saves the day for his entire team and sort of keeps things together. CK as well, I thought had a really fair shot of winning the entire game, but unfortunately, in the end, that's just urban warfare for you. Utilities will be at its prime peak when you see an urban circle in the end. But ladies and gentlemen, for now, it's time for us to push to a short break. You guys don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Push. Left. PKM use कर.
पीछे आ वो यूसी कितना है
जोन में चले क्या?
ये बर्ड कहाँ से आया?
पुश पुश चल स्कोप नहीं मिल रहा ये कहाँ गया?
अरे फिर वही डिफॉल्ट से निकलने.
अरे तकिन ते तकड़म भगड़ी की डम डम कपू उड़ातम डिफॉल्ट से निकलम पुर 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 पका पका पम अकलम तकड़म भागा दौड़ दम.
अलग ही जोन में है ये तो.
ये स्पेस में और स्कोप नहीं है सर.
देखा डिफॉल्ट से निकलना कितना इजी है. ब्रो इतना ड्रामा क्यों?
रॉयल पास ले, डिफॉल्ट से निकल ले.
है?
Epic value, epic rewards. Get the Royal Pass at just 360 UC and don't be default.
सर ये आपका गिर गया था.
अभी नहीं चाहिए.
सर सीन सेट है, एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या?
Yes, let's go.
सर तो सीन में आप थोड़ी सी सैड हो. हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़े चली आती है और जैसी बात आती है आप कहते
यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार.
और ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो?
बैटल ग्राउंड्स चल, दिखाता हूँ तेरे को. आ रहा हूँ मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ. Get ready to play pure.
अब तुम्हारी बारी.
साथियों आगे बढ़ो. खत्म कर दो.
Hey, look, before we start the entire post-game segment, just want to let you guys know that there's an Indian faction being added inside RTV, Road to Valor. So make sure, go ahead and check that game out. But you know what? Getting back to the conversation once again, Johnny, of that previous game of Vikendi, started off quite slow, but then later on, it was the perfect action we're waiting for.
I mean, that is what we expect from Vikendi always. I mean, the early stages up until stage 5, we just saw, like one player getting picked off. And after that, it was just total and utter chaos breaking out on the map. To be fair, I expected a lot more from OR Esports. Did expect them to have kind of a run similar to Team Godlike in the previous group, but unfortunately for them, they were stuck in that low ground position for so long and forced ranges. So impressed with how they ended up finishing this match.
That is true. I mean, especially CK2, another team, as I was having a conversation with Salty as well. I genuinely thought that CK had a solid shot at winning the entire previous game, but unfortunately, CK not been able to do so. There were too many foes inside the urban cities, man. And you know, I'm a big fan of urban warfare. I like to see those final circles in cities because it just comes up with so many of these awkward engagements.
Very true. And Gorka is kind of in a weird position, to be honest, in this game. I mean, even in terms of those urban cities, It is a city that is laid out in a stair-like manner, where it will be quite difficult for you to find engagements against the opposition. And even if you find an opening, there's always the option for the lad from the opposing side to just go underneath that step, protect themselves, and wait for their teammates to back them up. But this is the point where almost the chaos that was brewing the entire time into this game just like could not be brewed anymore, and it just was let out of its containers. We did see Team Brave walk away in, walk into a few good, interesting fights, but they did not walk out of them.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Team Brave, in general, Goku was the guy, was sort of like the lord and savior for that entire team. But then later on, of course, they tried their best to sort of survive, but surviving inside such a big chaotic scenario with only a two-man squad, it gets a little bit too tough. And then they were also getting pinned down by the players of OR from the back.
And especially OR, I mean, the amount of pressure this team knows how to put in a team in an uncomfortable position, it is quite impressive. But this nade from 4 stages, did not know how it connected. I mean, so many ricochets between those two buildings, but still finds the opening.
I mean, OR Esports, I would like to elaborate a little bit more on this team. And considering Vikendi really allows them to play at their prime play style, they tried to do so. They, of course, were trying to play a little bit safe and sound, but I think so they ended up playing a little bit too safe and a little bit too slow.
I wouldn't say this map allows them to play in their playstyle. This is an aggressive team. OR is a team filled with a lot of mechanically gifted players. I mean, we have seen Admino in an impressive form recently. Mac has been quite phenomenal with how he's been with his new addition into OR Esports and how he's joined the team, sort of instantly been a part of that aggression with Admino, Max backing him up as well. Jelly is a brilliant IGL. I mean, he's still new to the role. Well, at this point, I believe it's been a couple of months, so I don't know if you call him new, but he's still sort of figuring out how to make sure, how to get the maximum potential out of these 3 individuals that are with him. And I believe we are going to see them evolve in the BGIS itself, but still, don't take my words in the wrong way, it's still one of the strongest teams you'll come across.
Hey, look, man, I genuinely think so that OR Esports, they prefer positioning more than eliminations. We've seen them do a lot of the times in the past. Their past performance is sort of like a dictator of that. We've seen them perform in the past, and they just prefer to play position-oriented games. They like to position themselves in a better spot and then try to go for those fights. Once you're going to have like a prime spot, you know you will be accumulating a lot of information. That's what OR likes to do. And also, once you will be having that prime spot, you will also be able to wrap up a couple of elimination points if you're going to have some sharpshooters.
Well, I mean, we'll figure out how they're going to play. We still have 2 matches to observe them, right? But talking about observations, and I mean, it's quite clear, Post Rangers, they were quite on point in those final fights. I mean, 8 eliminations on those 2 players. We have 4 eliminations on Sanhok from Team Brave. And as we talked about Team Brave, I mean, majority of these points are from those early fights. We did not see them survive in the late game stages. So still, at least one thing works out. They do not finish the game with 0.
Hey, you know what? I mean, it's understandable that Sanhok is going to be the one that's the MVP of that previous game, but genuinely for Team Brave, the main MVP has to be Goku. This guy was the one who saved the day inside that fight. If that fight wasn't being clutched by Goku, the entirety of Team Brave would have crumbled down. So I would say for them, the personal MVP has to be Goku.
I do agree with you. I mean, from these MVP stats and top 5 player stats, we don't necessarily see the damage output from an individual in a fight, or the damage output from an individual overall in the game.
Or the impact frags as well.
That is impact frags isn't really something you can calculate that easily in a battle royale.
That is true,
but still,
I'm just like putting it out there.
Yeah, I mean, valid point. But again, I mean, so damage output is what creates the impact, and that wasn't visible. But still, Sanhok converting those points was important. Along with that, I mean, we do have the rankings of this match in front of us. 28 points from Post Rangers, Cross Esports with 16 and 10 eliminations on Cross Esports. I think that needs to be mentioned.
Yeah, I mean, look at Blue 82 Esports too, Johnny. This team was not visible inside the game whatsoever. And then in the end, I was the one who was able to spot this team. I was like, wait, what? Even this team is inside the game still up till now? Just slipping under the radar inside the top 3, securing that second spot too in the positioning. They only had 3 elimination points to back them up.
That's a perfect playstyle for Vikendi, actually. I mean, this map is all about stealth. you need to keep yourself protected. You need to stay hidden for as long as possible. And Blue played it perfectly, unlike Team Brave, as we talked about them, because we saw them in that top 5. They do not necessarily have all of those placement points, but still, those finish points help them walk away with a decent total tally.
Hey, you know what? Let's move on forward and take a look at the matchup once again. These teams will be again duking it out inside the upcoming map of Miramar. Johnny, any predictions you would like to make, considering you've already seen these teams duke it out in the previous map?
I'm going to go with CYBERTRON Army. I want to see what this team is capable of. Yeah, it sounds cool, but if I'm going to take a calculated pick, I think OR Esports might just turn up the heat in the next map.
I went with No Mercy in the previous game, and they were just completely clueless inside the game. They had no clue where they were stepping in.
I saw one of the players just staring at the wall while the opposition pushed in towards him. I mean, what was that about?
I don't know, man. These guys, as I mentioned to Salty, this is like a prime and a perfect example of like a under-god team or like an underdog player just stepping inside a pro lobby, and you don't exactly know how to face against these known teams.
Yeah, I mean, at least, but still, to be fair, they need to put up a fight. I mean, staring at a wall is not going to accomplish anything. Also, I mean, to be fair, first game, we mentioned this at the start of the day, sometimes in game number 1, you're going to have those jitters, especially if you know someone like OR Esports is going to be up in your lobby and you know you're going to be worried about them for sure. And also added pressure, their first game was Vikendi. I mean, usually the other groups, they get to start their day off on Erangel, a comfort zone, the home ground for everyone. This group started on Vikendi, so one of the 16 teams was bound to make like blunders all throughout the match, and unfortunately for No Mercy, it was them this time.
I mean, look, jitters means shake, right? The finger shakes that you're going to have inside the game. And with how No Mercy was playing, I don't think so that was jitters. That was an absolute earthquake for them.
Let's see how they
Everything was shaking, man. It just seemed like their brain was deactivated in that previous moment. But hey, it's completely fine. You know what? No Mercy, keep on going forward. I'm loving to see you guys over here inside the competition. All the teams that are like No Mercy as well, who are stepping their foot for the first time inside a pro scene, I would like to motivate you guys to keep on doing so as well, even inside the future lanes.
And we can't take anything away from them. They've made it all the way to round 2. Yeah. And it was a tough journey this far inside of this tournament as well. I mean, again, 2,048 teams. These guys have made it almost to 512 already. Round 2 and round 3 is waiting for them. If they perform in Miramar and Erangel, the other 2 maps that they have left, maybe they can recover something from the day.
Hey, I mean, speaking about recovering now, the deserted lands are on the way to map of Miramar loading up on his screens as the plane's gonna hit the skies and the plane flat path starting all the way from Trailer Park towards Junkyard. Johnny, this plane flat path is heavily tilted to the northern side.
Yeah.
If the teams do want to move down south, it can be a tough extent, but I highly doubt it's going to be a problem whatsoever.
I mean, it should not be a problematic situation considering there are a lot of roadways connecting the southern position. You see the Monte Nuevo Los Leones highway, then there's the highway from El Azhar to Impala, and you're going to find a lot of vehicles there. So I think that should be the game plan for the teams looking to head towards the southern side, especially. I think you might have noticed this as well. In round 2, we are seeing teams form that cluster towards the southern side of the map. Teams are dropping towards Shumasera. They're using Valle Del Mar. They're using Los Higos even.
I like the fact that teams are trying to opt out for the safer sides, right?
Yeah.
And this is like a prime sign of teams not knowing exactly how the game and the play style might be looking like in center of the map. So it's better if you just try to be as safe as possible. And that's what they do. Drop all the way towards the outskirts, Oasis, Torre Muda, maybe even possibly if Campo Militar that's in the fray, then hell, why not? Just go ahead and straight up drop inside Campo Militar. But as we do know, OR Esports, this is one of those teams that my eyes will be locked on, considering the previous game could have been theirs. They could have been the one to seal the deal and also get the chicken dinner. But a little bit too tough it was because there was way too many enemies in the final moments.
Yeah, it was too much pressure for them to deal with. But look at this. Miramar starts off with a central circle. And this one is right on top of that San Martin, Hacienda del Patron position. So all of a sudden, the players from the side of Zen find themselves in the best position, the prime spot of this game, at least for stage 1. And Xenon Esports, we're going to have to see if they actually manage to convert this matchup. What I'm worried about actually are the 4 teams that are heading down south towards Los Leones, though, OR Esports being one of them.
Exactly. And speak about OR Esports, I mean, once again, just dropping down on a temporary drop location, then probably going to move towards their own main drop location. There's a team quite close to them, CYBERTRONS, a team that you went for, Johnny. And Mackill, he's all by himself in the clotheslines, and maybe one guy can be taken down as well. A lot of shots whiffed, and Mackill is not going to be too happy.
Mac tried his level best with the AK. and did in fact connect a few shots as well, but unfortunately wasn't really able to secure the knock. I think he did not want to risk the fact maybe if one of the players from the side of Cybertron army showed up, the backup arrived a little bit too quick for him to anticipate it. But what just happened? We saw the first exit of the game, the first finish of the game somewhere else now.
Oh, did we?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we did,
there's
towards
a
Los Leones.
Four-team drop clash actually happening to just a little bit north of Los Leones. And, well, it's going to be No Fear who end up securing the first finish for themselves. Black X Esports are the ones on the receiving end, though.
Johnny, if that nade landed to perfection, Mac could have been knocked out in that scenario. UMP once again in the clotheslines. Even Dragon's got the same weapon. Mac is a little bit too low, steps inside the fire, and he gets taken down. Mac did not really calculate that moves in the upcoming lines, and unfortunately gets knocked out. OR Esports, not the general start they wanted to have. Admino 2 softened up way too low. Professor's cooking up that nade to perfection. Gonna toss it on towards his opponent. Pulls out the M249 in the clotheslines. It's got a massive magazine to back him up, and that's gonna be it for the players of OR Esports. Another man hits the floor. The third guy gets knocked down as well, Johnny. Now it's all down to the last guy up and alive.
Well, it's the army from Cybertron. You know the Decepticons were too strong in every single one of the movies. And this time around as well, they are pushing and putting up a lot of pressure on the lads of OR. Max is going to be the last player surviving. And look at his loadout now. Has a shotgun, has a UMP. No utility at all. Just one energy drink on this poor lad. Not a lot to work with, and he is in one of the most uncomfortable positions in the game, just a little bit north of Los Leones, out in the open.
This is what I'd like to mention, Johnny. OR Esports, with the playstyle that they have, they highly rely on stats and info and a lot of analytical stuff. And considering they're also stepping inside some of the most unknown lobbies inside the entire game, so it's really tough to rely on those aspects because you're facing these teams for the first time in your entire career. So you don't exactly know how the playstyle is going to be looking like. And that's why OR Esports are sort of getting caught off guard.
Let's see what's going to happen here, though. Oh, I feel so bad for that player from Elf. He has the M249, but does not realize. Oh, finally turns around. And he's going to mow him down. What do you think you were doing there, sir?
Elf Clan, once again, starting things off on a fantastic note. That's what they did, even in the previous game. Elf Clan, they started off with a really big advantage inside the game. They had 2 elimination points. But now, as even they lose out on one of their own, this is not the way things should have been kicked off for them. The opponents are doing a really great job at keeping the pressure equal against the opponents. Mighty is trying his best to be the Mighty inside the situation. Nate's going to be cooked to prime. Mighty needs to step out of this situation, and that's what he does. Repositioning comes into play. Almost striking down another man at the front lines, but eventually misses a lot of shots too. Now Mighty, he's got also the backup fire available from the teammates, and Gohan starts to close on up against the foes. BR Vintage on the verge of collapsing down, on the verge of getting eliminated. Last man's position compromise shuts him down. Now they're just searching for the final man to hit the floor as well.
Yeah, it's going to be a squad wipe right here. Player 4 secures an open, but he does not have any HP to work with. And I think this is going to be the final. Was he reloading right in his face?
He ran out of bullets on both of his guns, unfortunately. I mean, he's being pushed by 3 or 4 players at the same time, so what can you expect?
Talking about one of the players from the side of Elf who was standing in the corner over there. He was just standing there, like, yeah, dude, do your worst.
No, he actually wanted, I understand what the thought process was from that guy. He wanted to get a third-person perspective, but then he didn't really realize that the angle that he's taking that third-person perspective from is a little bit too exposed to the enemy lines too.
The door was blown up. What are you going to do with the extra bit of vision or information? Plus, it's the last remaining player. He had a sliver of HP, could have just punched him to his demise. And this was actually quite brutal for Prince. He had the opportunity to lob the nade a little bit sooner, but I don't know why he chose to crawl that close.
Honestly, though, one of the most scrappy fights that I've seen so far.
Very
Such a scrappy fight.
And imagine this. This is from a team that won the previous game.
Yeah, really scrappy fight. Hopefully, though, I mean, the recovery is going to be there from 4 strangers in the upcoming lines. I mean, they've still got 4 more games in their hands to make it inside the top 7. Top 7 is the goal, once again, to remind all the audience that is currently watching the English broadcast. And NM towards Puerto Paraiso, all the way down south on the right side. We've also got another team on the right side of the map too, TB as well inside El Azhar. This is a little bit tough. TB, is that the only guy that's live from that team? No, they're just all together, sticking in.
I mean, we did not see their name in the finish feed till now. So all of them are still there towards LSR, and it's actually quite a good position for them to work with. It's right on that northwestern edge. They don't really have to deal with a lot of pressure heading towards their direction, since majority of the competition is going to go, majority of the teams are going to be closing in from the northwestern part, and the northeastern side is just completely empty where the players from the side of TB are. Blue 82 Esports, Necro, you were quite observant of them in the previous match. Thoughts on this game?
No, I mean, I wasn't observant. That's the thing. I saw them in the end. That's what I said. They slipped under the radar.
You were the only one who noticed them.
Exactly.
The other teams just completely missed out.
I just looked at the map feed and I was like, wait, who is this team? I did not even see them. It's just like one of those movies that you see, right? The radar is scanning, and then out of nowhere a missile appears. I think so. It's Mission Impossible that you see this in. The missile appears and then it just disappears once again, and then it's a prop missile.
I forgot the theme song for Mission Impossible. I started singing the Wonder Woman theme song.
Yeah, I mean, I know it, but I'm not going to say it. It'll just be kind of weird.
Yeah.
But speak about Elf Clan, this team is always like out in the open. They just like to take a lot of sun on them. And considering, I think so, Elf Clan, you can only say one thing to this team. Man's not hot.
I mean, especially on Miramar, I think, where they should be feeling hot. They've lost one player from their side, but managed to pick up 4 points in the early stages. I think they might be running into another fight, because from the position where the players of Elf Clan were, they might have just noticed the players from Team Blue 82 rotate out in the open, and they might be looking to go for a hunt. Let's see how that situation is going to turn out for both these teams, but we switch focus. Well, we do see the zone actually move between Picado and Los Leones. There's a massive cluster towards the northern edge.
And CK once again in the smack center, having a fair shot of winning this game as well. Let's see. I mean, not that many stages have already passed by inside the game, so nothing much can be said just yet. But even if inside the upcoming circle, CK is in the smack center, then things can definitely be a little bit different. BR Vintage in front of us, and considering it is one of those teams that we did not even see in the previous game sort of chime inside the action. They were just off guard. We did not even see them in the action. They probably got eliminated somewhere else.
They were taken out early, but they did pick up a lot of finish points in Brave. And this time around, I think Brave, they're going to jump into the game, or they have in fact jumped into the game with a different plan in mind, but
yeah. Speak about things in mind. We've got Team Hope, and let's hope that they've got a lot of hope once again. That's all I'm going to say. That they've got a lot of hope of actually winning this game in the future. CK in front of us, and there's a little bit of kerfuffle going on between these two teams. A little bit of disagreement, and Brave, they might just lose this entire argument as Goku, the man who saved the day in the previous game, this time gets eliminated early, and his teammates just going to turn the back on him and let him die.
Not saving the savior. Team Brave, I think they're going to be in a troublesome position now, because their rotation wasn't an easy one to execute. They just charged from LSR straight to the center of the zone. Wow, that is quite surprising now.
Yeah, and you got to give it to CK. That was some precise shooting with the M4 and the 4X. He managed to get the knockout that far away from the stadium of Picado.
True. Quite impressive, indeed. Now the question is, what will Team Brave be up to? The last game did work out quite nicely for them, and this one is not off to a great start. They've already lost one player to the lads of CK, and now even Hope have the high ground advantage and all the information about the players of Team Brave.
I like the fact that Hope is actually prioritizing the high ground.
They're the only ones there as well.
Yeah, nicely done. Considering in these type of circles, that is one of those high grounds that is highly prioritized by a lot of teams. If you remember Global Esports, we've seen them play in the past inside round 1, and you saw them. They are one of those teams that prioritizes that high ground so often, and they also had a nuclear game. If you remember, Dark Lord was one of those guys who managed to accumulate so many points.
Well, one man has done it. Virex is going to try to do the same thing. Does not really work out, the M4 4X for him, though. Not the same result.
It's Team Fuze. And right now, they're quite confused. Let's
Why do
see.
you have to do them dirty like that?
I mean, they're not really in that good of a spot. They're barely on the northern side. But you know what? The circle's
Oh.
like, all right, you guys can stay there. I will come towards you guys. And that's what just happened. So Team Fuze, once again, in a good spot. All they need to do is just close on up this distance to the centric spot a little bit more.
The gods of BGMI looking to prove you not wrong, Necro.
Yeah,
this
man.
time.
I
What do you have
mean,
to say about that?
Look, dude, I said my eyes are going to be pinned on OR Esports. They almost get
Oh, yeah.
eliminated down to the last guy, Max. So, yeah, Johnny, that's what it seems like. The gods of BGMI, they just hate me, man, just like you.
I don't hate you.
Yeah, you just said, like, in the pregame segment, dude, in the break.
Oh yeah, I do. I forgot about it. Thank you for reminding me, Necro.
Yeah, man.
Me and Salty are banding together against you now.
Wow, it's like a clan.
Yeah.
What are you guys going to name your clan, though?
Something like, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know sounds a good name.
NS Necro Slayer?
No.
All right, you know what? Getting back inside.
You want to find a way to be included in the clan. You want
Yeah.
it to be named after you or what?
Exactly.
No. Oh!
Oh, Blue 82. I mean, it's understandable that you guys like to slip under the radar, but this time the driving is quite nice. Big fan of your drivings. And considering Blue 82 inside the graveyard area, looking quite safe, quite sound for now. Also having a really nice high ground to play with.
They do have the high ground to work with, but what amount of work are they is this team going to put in? I mean, even the previous game, as you mentioned, they do like to play quite slow, protecting their position, protecting themselves, not really engaging in those early game or mid game fights. And this time around, I think since this circle is in a position where you can't really avoid a lot of this action, Blue 82 will be forced into a position where there will be no turning away from team trying to take them down. Team Rough Nation, well, it looks like they're going to be in a rough position. They are in the middle of two different squads now.
Yeah, Rough Nation moving in. And considering they're also out in the open, Johnny, there's so many shots that you can hear from this man's perspective, but he still does not care. Still just dedicated to whatever his task is. And now considering Team Rough Nation, as they've lost out on one of their men, or at least is knocked out for now, trying to make a smoke pathway towards that guy, trying to keep that man safe at least for a couple of more seconds, wanting to get him back up on his feet. And look at CK Esports, King going for that spray. These guys being quite precise inside the game so far. And even Team Rough Nation, once again, the struggles, they continue.
Not looking to repeat the mistakes of the previous match. This time, CK Esports want to secure those points early. And Rough Nation, well, as we talked about them, things are just getting rougher and rougher by the second. Too difficult for them to survive from here on out. The first aid is going to be popped right in the nick of time before he eventually gets knocked out, but still in the line of fire. Rough Nation, can they survive? It's going to be quite tough for them.
I mean, they've got the resurrection, but the one thing that I'm wondering is how are they going to rotate out of that spot? Oh, a little glimmer was spotted. So many shots taken against that guy. Even the wall of death now, we're starting to work against them. And the 4x spray is just dealing a lot of hurt against these players. One single stop and one single connection. The player might just be knocked out. Yeah, as you mentioned, should have went for the taps, but it's complete fine. CK, they're anyways going to have an advantage inside that fight. Maybe they could have went for a couple of more confirmations, couple of more points, but hey, maybe they're just not greedy.
Yeah, they are not greedy, but now what has happened is there's two bodies lying out in the blue zone, which CK did commit a lot of ammunition towards, but they won't really get those points because the knocks came from the blue zone, and I think the finishes are going to be claimed by the blue zone as well. So CK, I mean, yeah, a valiant effort, but nothing to show for it.
Next circle shift up north once again, Johnny, towards the San Martin Hills. And this is where things are going to be spiced up even more. We are on the left flanks, and M2 is right next to them. There's 3 or 4 teams in that same vicinity who are trying to breach in from that exact point. And this is where we might just see a couple of collisions happen on the board. We've got Black Esports in front of us up against the players of Telugu. God, shots taken! Their drive-by isn't going to find any connections.
It was one of the worst drive-bys we have ever witnessed, just missing out the entire thing. And I think they were prioritizing their rotation as well in that situation. But what just happened over here? Out of nowhere, we see the players of No Mercy again in one of the worst positions you could think about being on Miramar. This nade should be the end of it.
Yeah, probably Team Hope. They've got a lot of hopes inside the fight. But I just like the fact that Storm OP, he stepped out of that position at the last sneak of time. 1 second more inside that shack, he could have been blown to smithereens. steps away in the nick of time, and now another team looking for a third party this entire fray. Team No Skills, too, just wanting to jump inside the fight. The elimination points are going to be wrapped up by someone else, stolen away by someone else, but Team Hope, they've got another thing to take care of in the name of Team No Mercy. And let's see, No Mercy right now. All the players are quite softened up. Pulls out the TBS for the close. Storm OP pushes up close and personal against the opponents. Pulls out the TBS. Shots taken. Connections found. And the first man hits the floor. Team Hope, they've got the advantage inside the fight. And now just looking to take down another couple of players to follow it up. And No Mercy, they get eliminated from the game.
Oh. No mercy being shown, no mercy.
No, there's still 2 players, Johnny.
Yeah, I don't think these guys are surviving for long as well. Storm is right next to them. There's a massive hole in the wall. I wonder if he has any utility to work with. He's going to lob a smoke out there. You go for the shots. Oh, the Molotov is there to flush him out, and he does step out in the open. DBS to work with, but still a lot of pressure to deal with about the surroundings.
Yeah, I mean, even Team Hope, they're down to a 3-man squad. Look at Ark. This man is going for the bandage. He's got no utilities inside the game. So Team Hope themselves, they're sort of in a bit of a pressure inside this fight. No Mercy, you can't say that they're in an advantageous spot, but I like the split that's came into play from Team Hope. So No Mercy cannot even move out a little bit too much. They cannot spread their wings, really. Another utility in the hands of Storm OP, wanting to toss this to perfection. He's going to lob in that same direction, but no connection found.
Oh, since the first nade did not secure the knock, I believe Storm assumes that the players from the side of No Mercy are taking cover in that shack, but that's not the case. They are still behind it. We're talking about being behind someone, and here we have, ladies and gentlemen, Team CK right behind the players of Team Brave, and they're looking to finish them off as well. Last 2 players surviving. The nade in the hands of King looks good and should be able to secure the knock with this. Does, in fact, secure the knock and the finish, and that is all she wrote for Team Brave.
Yeah, that's it for the fairy tale of Team Brave inside this game. And Team Hope, too, now starting to get picked apart slowly and steadily. Ark gets knocked out. Storm OP is going to make a little bit of difference between the knocked player and himself. Team No Mercy, a chance to bounce back inside this entire fray and also be the prime controlling spot inside the circle, or at least be in a controlling spot inside the fray for now. No Mercy Esports almost on the verge of winning this fight.
They found their first pick of the game, Team No Mercy, and unfortunately for OR Esports, it was Max who was finished off. So OR Esports finally have been eliminated from this matchup. They got 1 point for placement, and that is it. We're down to the top 11 teams, 36 players still alive, and No Mercy, they also want to stay alive in this match for as long as possible, since now we see Nick try to make a getaway, but still can't seem to avoid Team Hope.
Oh, Team Hope, look at Umang, this guy who was separated out on the high ground. He's able to accumulate a couple of points in his hands, but No Mercy in the front lines. They're quite out in the open. There's no way they can survive this entirety of Team Plax. BR Vintage 2 on the high ground, looking to rain down death and destruction inside this vicinity. And yeah, that's going to be it for the entirety of No Mercy. They get eliminated from the game.
BR Vintage now looking to step things up, looking to make up for the points that were lost on the map of Vikendi, but Storm up against the entirety of Team CK. So there's a king of a hill situation now. Not where you would want it, but on the western edge of the zone. There is, I don't know, like 4 or 5 teams fighting for the control of this mountain.
Not just that, Johnny. Look at that one team who's in a really good spot inside the circle. Quite close to the center, too. BR Vintage, though, inside this entire hell break and lose type of situation, they're doing a phenomenal job in keeping themselves intact and also alive. Storm OP wanted to go for a couple of advantages spot against the opponents, wanted to get some elimination points claimed up, but CK, they fired back quite nicely.
They are firing back. The fight back that's being put up on display against Team Hope looks quite phenomenal. Hope should be able to get the revive in, and Storm is back on his feet indeed, but out of utility, Umang does not really have anything to work with. His last Molotov, and he was looking to line it up, but right in the nick of time, CK managing to connect those shots, resulting in Hope being down yet another player.
CK, they're just marching on forward. They do not care about anything in the world. Now, Plax is going to be another target in front of their eyes. Loki, the one to march on forward, also to lead the path for his entire team. And Dexter's in the back lines for the side of CK. Storm OP, he's doing such a phenomenal job from Team Hope. We're seeing that amp up clearly from Team Hope. They're doing a good job in holding this position down. But now the main issue is that they need to start paving a path inside the circle. And in the front is the entirety of Team Blacks.
These 20 meters can be so brutal upon them, but before they worry about the front, they have to clear the flanks. And that is what they completely ignored this time. BR Vintage finding the opening. Flash with an 8 should be able to secure the knock. But no, it falls a bit short. Team Blacks now, they have the opportunity to secure these 2 points that are just there on the top of this ridge. And while an attempt was made, it wasn't a successful one.
CK once again just unloading the magazines on the sidelines too. They do know they cannot be tunnel vision on just one single target in the front. They need to divert their attention a little bit too much. Blacks, they take that fight up close and personal against Team Hope, but now Storm OP, he's got the high ground advantage inside the fight. Umung, he gets claimed and finished off in the game. As now the last guy from Blacks, he pushes up once again. He wants to take down the last guy from Hope itself, but it's a little bit too tough to execute this fight. CK too, considering they're on the sidelines. CK, they've got a fair shot of accumulating those elimination points. But from somewhere else on the map, it's a third party.
Well, the God of Mischief is up to a lot of mischief in this game. Loki, look at him, 5 eliminations already to his name. And they will walk away with a few more as Team Blacks, they're going to lose 2 of their players who are hiding inside that shack. Biohazard needed to realize that those 2 individuals were knocked out quite a while ago. He did not even attempt to push towards that spot to go for a revive. To be fair, did not really have an opportunity to make it happen as well. The moment he stepped out from behind that ridge, he would have been finished off. But we are finally down to the top 5 teams of this game, Necro, and look who shows up here. It is Team Fuze.
Yeah, Team Fuze, they were looking quite confused initially, but now things are quite settled down for them. A really good position accumulated, acquired by this team, and also Goku pushes up and shuts down the last guy from the opponent team. Nicely done. Now Team Fuze, they've got the most amount of map control or most amount of land control inside these final few moments of the game. CK, they've got a really good fighting chance, but still the team that's right against them, which is BR Vintage, they're holding on pretty nicely.
They are holding on to that spot quite nicely, as you mentioned, and they also have 3 players to work with. But the problem is the fact that the zone is in complete control of Team Fuze right now. Look at the radar. They are the only ones who have bodies inside the circle, and they have bodies outside the zone as well. It's a 2-2 split that they're willing to work with. That should work out quite nicely, but from the flank, Loki finding the opening.
The God of Mischiefs once again strikes down another human. And this time, Team Fuze, they're going to be a little bit in a state of discomfort. Considering BR Vintage still from the high ground, they need to make it inside the circle. And traveling from high ground to a lower ground, it's actually a big of a challenge. So let's see how BR Vintage can execute that challenge. CK once again on the receiving line against BR Vintage. The man moves out in the open. CK, a striking opportunity, and they strike down one of the men from BR Vintage. And CK, out of nowhere, this team is just unleashing wrath. Also finds a second connection through the smoke against Fuze.
Well, Loki was responsible for Ragnarok in the Norse mythology, and even in this one, he's responsible for the demise for a lot of these teams. Look at that! BR Vintage is absolutely distracted, and Fuze, they take the advantage. Loki manages to survive.
Loki versus Team Fuze. Who's going to come out on top? This time, maybe the God of Mischief will be shut down. Maybe he will be put back to sleep. And Loki, he knows it's pretty much done for him. The Wall of Death is well starting to move in for the back lines. It's just better if I sacrifice myself to the blue zone and deny this elimination point that can be given away to the opponents. And look at Loki. Yeah, he's indeed the God of Mischief, just teasing his opponent. But in the end, it's the Molotov to claim the elimination point. Nicely done by Team Fuze. What a way to sort of position themselves in a really good spot in the final moment.
Yeah, it was a brilliant position. I mean, Team Fuze, as you mentioned earlier on when the game began, we thought, all right, they might take things a little bit slow, but as soon as that northern shift happened where they were the only team on that northwestern edge, they realized, all right, now it's our moment. We need to take control of the center, and if we get the center, all the other teams are just going to fight out on the edge, especially that high ground towards the western side. And that is exactly what happened. The game just played out perfectly for them.
Exactly. Not just that. It was an action-packed Miramar. Oh, yeah. We saw action throughout the entire game. There was not even a single moment where we saw a couple of silence. Yeah, of course there were, but still, a lot of action was going on inside the game throughout the entire time. Team Fuze, as I mentioned, initially they looked a little bit confused on knowing exactly where to position themselves, but once they found that spot, they were quite comfortable.
But I think now we have just one consistent team in this lobby, and that is CK.
Yeah, CK. They've also got quite a lot of sharpshooters inside the squad, so I just want to see a little bit more of this team. And it also seems like they're starting to settle inside the lobby a little bit more. The pressure is now starting to subside for these guys. But ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Push. Left. PKM use कर.
पीछे आ पीछे आ
वो यूसी कितना है? जोन में चले क्या?
ये बर्ड कहाँ से आया?
स्कोप नहीं मिल रहा अबे ये कहाँ गया?
अरे फिर भाई डिफॉल्ट से निकलने.
अरे तकिन पे तकड़म भगड़ी की डम डम कपू उड़ातम डिफॉल्ट से निकलम पुर 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 पका पका पम अकलम तकड़म भागा दौड़ दम.
अलग ही जोन में ये तो.
ये स्पेस में और स्कोप नहीं है सर.
देखा डिफॉल्ट से निकलना कितना इजी है. ब्रो इतना ड्रामा क्यों?
रॉयल पास ले. डिफॉल्ट से निकल ले.
हैं?
Epic value, epic rewards. Get the Royal Pass at just 360 UC and don't be default.
सर ये आपका गिर गया था.
अभी नहीं चाहिए.
सर सीन सेट है. एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या?
Yes, let's go.
सर तो सीन में आप थोड़ी सी सैड हो. हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़े चली आती है और जैसे ही वो आती है आप कहते
यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार.
हो ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो?
बैटलग्राउंड्स चल, दिखाता हूँ तेरे को. आ रहा हूँ मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ. Get ready to play pure.
अब तुम्हारी बारी.
साथियों आगे बढ़ो.
खत्म कर दो.
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen. And now, finally, we just have one last map remaining for this particular group, which is going to be Group 24. Before that, previous Miramar, that was exciting. I mean, we did see quite a lot of pure play in that match. It's just like our new brand ambassador of BGMI, Ranveer Singh, is here. Woo!
I mean, to be honest, if he is enjoying a game of BGMI, I'm pretty sure you guys sitting back at home as well, you're going to enjoy playing the game as much as they enjoy watching it as well. So why not just go and download, play
pure.
a couple of classics yourself. You might actually become a better player than I am because it's fairly easy.
To beat you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can attest to that. It's very easy. Just like CK is actually making the competition look quite easy. Yeah, they haven't won any matches till now, but they have been consistent in the last 2 games.
Yeah, exactly. And something which is extremely surprising is the fact that OR Esports, what is going wrong with this team?
I was just about to ask you this question. That's Salty. I have been focused on the other teams, but OR Esports, were you noting what happened wrong for them? Because this game, I mean, yeah, to be fair, it was the early drop clash where they lost 3 players, and I think we might just see that in the highlights as well. That was the very first fight of this game. But still, I mean, you would never expect OR to go down like this.
Exactly, and this kind of is a little scary for them as well, because I'm not sure where they are on the overall standings, at least by now. They will have to pump up the numbers, come back really, really strong. And to be honest, considering the fact that Miramar was their game, Miramar was their map, I don't know why it actually went wrong. Of course, once again brings back to the previous conversation of they do manage to struggle in underdog lobbies.
So, talking about underdogs and converting them into undergods now, Team Hope. I'm actually very impressed with how Team Hope played this game out. They were looking so solid, especially Storm, with how he was able to analyze every single fight so perfectly. I mean, CK Esports, we've been going on and on about them, but Team Hope also deserves that extra bit of attention. They were just phenomenal.
Absolutely, and we were talking about finding diamonds out of this entire lobby itself. It seems like the underdogs have showcased that, yes, the title of undergods truly suit them. Just like here, of course, Team BR as well has been trying to, take a couple of jabs right at the very top, trying to position themselves really well. It's just those final moments of split decision making where I feel they hesitate a little bit, which kind of cost them the entire game itself.
But as Necro also pointed out before he left, I mean, BR Vintage taking fights aggressively, forcing fights is not really their playstyle. This is a team that likes to play so, and that is, I think, what they were hoping for as well. They did survive and make it to the late game stages, but unfortunately that wasn't enough. There will be a time in a game when you can't really avoid the action anymore.
Yeah.
And when that moment came for BR Vintage, they failed to stand up to the opportunity.
Exactly, but how beautifully Team Fuze actually converted their positioning. They had the man advantage, they had such a good visibility on top of the players from CK and executed them to perfection. And this one was like a perfect cook. Yeah. I like my barbecue well cooked. It seems like Fuze also like their chicken dinners well cooked.
Well done.
Well done.
Yeah, that's
how you say it. The slight differences. Come on, man. It just means the same thing.
I mean, it's food.
Yeah.
But still, I mean, Team Fuze, we have to talk about them since they were the eventual winners of Miramar. And it was a little bit handed out to them. The zone was just moving towards them, so the game was made a lot easier. But still, managing to make sure that they took advantage of that aspect of the game and secure this win was equally as impressive. But it's time to move forward with the stats and have a look at the MVP of the match, which will be the God of Mischief, Loki, from the side of CK Esports.
Absolutely, no surprises there. 7 finishes. He was crucial in every single aspect. I mean, the way he held back the other teams, did not give them space to move, constantly put pressure. Brilliant job done there, right there. King, of course, closely following up with 4 finishes, and the rest of the lobby, of course, just all of them on 4 finishes as well.
Yeah, and I have to say, if you were to ask me right now, which one player impressed you the most, I have to say it is Biohazard from the side of Black Sea Sport. This man was impressive on an individual level with reacting to sort of certain positional errors from the opposition and how he would just push in with his team, make sure that he would set them up for success along with himself. Walks away with 4 eliminations, not an easy feat for an individual in a lobby like this. So that was something that caught my eye. But now it's time to have a look at the points that all of these teams got from this match.
Exactly, and Fuze stand atop on top of everyone. 27 points that they have acquired. But consistency will be in favor of Cross Esports as well. 25 points for them as well. It seems like this is where they're starting to build that buffer at the very top. Consistent showing multiple times. And I feel like if they come up with a similar performance on the map of Erangel, their day tomorrow is going to be more than set.
I think at this point, no matter what happens, no matter how the last map, which is Erangel by the way, no matter how that game of Erangel goes, CK Esports will still be sitting on that first position. They have put in enough work on Vikendi and on this Miramar to make sure that the first position at the end of the day is not going anywhere, and they will have a little bit of safety cushion to work with tomorrow.
Exactly. But I'm actually a little disappointed with the fact that the 6, 7 and 8 position teams, they don't really have a lot of points, which means that the teams at the very top, they are starting to stack up majority of the points from the lobby. And as we transition into the overall standings, ladies and gentlemen, this is where we will find that the top 7, there is a drastic difference. CK Esports 41 points, and in the 7th spot we have Black X Esports 14 points.
Alright.
Huge difference.
So my maths was off by quite a lot. I thought it was going to be at least a 13 or a 14 point difference between them, CK, and the team on the second position, but it's just 9 points separating the two. And that should be enough, to be fair, by the end of the day, but they will have to put in that extra bit on Erangel, at least secure like 6, 7 eliminations, so that you are still on that first position when the day comes to an end.
Yeah.
Although, talking about downfalls, look at Force Rangers.
Yes.
They won that first game. It was an impressive win as well, but now the drop is quite drastic.
Yeah, certainly, right? And if, of course, they cannot continue that good performance on the first map, on the map of Erangel, then maybe they are going to find themselves in a little bit more hurt as well. But, of course, the second page, not a much of a big difference, to be honest. 14 points we saw where the cutoff was. Xenon Esports with 8 points, Brave with 8 points, multiple teams in 7-4. Up until the 13th spot, the difference is barely at 10 points.
Yeah, I mean, all of this is fine, Salty, but now I have an interesting question for you. Have we had a lobby till now where one of the big names, one of the OGs or the actual gods of BGMI as we are calling them, were not in the top 4?
Probably the first time.
Yeah.
Probably the first time inside of this round itself. And I'm not surprised, to be honest. OR Esports, they were expected to dominate, but the fact that we already discussed their weaknesses inside these lobbies, we have seen them face this in the grind as well. It wasn't the first time we see their struggle in lobbies like this. So maybe they still have to pick up the pace, still have to pick up the mantle, and possibly change their playing styles a little bit. Just go aggressive, because it seems like they have the firepower, but they're just holding themselves back just because they want to stick true to their base game.
Well, but let's see how this last game is going to go. All of these experienced teams are known to turn things around very quickly, and if they just flip that switch in this last game, maybe you're going to see them bounce back in the overall rankings. But talking about that, ladies and gentlemen, only one game remains for the day. It is going to be the map of Erangel. Salty, your predictions for this last game. What do you think is going to happen?
To be honest, I was expecting a good performance coming in from Elf Clan, which did not happen so far. So maybe Elf Clan is going to be the team whom I'm going to be picking. It's a wild guess. It's not... I'm not really sure. You might actually call it a curse as well. We'll just find out what happens. I just don't want this team to get eliminated early. That's at least my heartfelt gratitude.
See, Necro picked OR. They lost 3 players as soon as the game started. So it's okay. It's
I have
completely
transferred
fine.
the curse to Necro right
You
now.
guys hang out quite a lot.
Yeah, that is the thing. That is the thing. We share a lot of time together off camera. So I think...
Was that your strategy? Is this why you were spending so much time with him, to just like rub it off on him?
Yes. I think I had to, like, brush it off my shoulders. I did not want to be out and out the one who actually curses teams at this point. So yeah, Necro is a good one. Necro is a good candidate to actually do that.
Now then, I think since you have already passed on the mantle to him, you need to be confident about Elf Esports.
Hopefully. You know what? At this point, I'm not confident about anything, because the lobby is just so dicey, man.
Yes.
Nothing is predictable, especially the fact that OR Esports still could not make a comeback on the map of Miramar. Nothing can be predicted.
And also, since we're talking about Necro, this sort of brings me back to what he said earlier. The zones have been funky throughout round 2.
Funky.
And indeed they have been, because we are seeing those unorthodox circles from the start of the game, and the shifts of the zone themselves have been quite unorthodox. I mean, on Miramar, in a San Martin central position, you don't necessarily see that northern shift happen so quickly in the game. It happened this time. It paid off quite well for Team Fuze, but what will happen once we jump into Erangel, that is a totally different story. But my prediction, I mean, you did not ask me, but I'm still going to say it, is OR Esports for the last match.
Interesting pick, to be honest. And somewhere down the line, even I want them to make a comeback. But as we speak of comebacks, ladies and gentlemen, the final game of the day on the map of Erangel is going to go live as soon as the Big Bird takes it to the skies. The flight path is pretty interesting right now as it starts off from Georgopol and ends towards Novorupneo.
Yeah.
I like this flight path, Johnny.
Exactly. Everyone likes this flight path. For the first time in the last 3 days, we have a flight path that everyone will be happy about. Dissecting the map in a diagonal. And this allows you to basically head wherever you please to on the entirety of Erangel. But still, we do see 3 teams take an early exit towards that Georgopol position. We'll make that 4. There's a team heading towards shooting range right now.
Yeah, and to be honest, I'll just wait for the circle to pop out because that is where majority of the conversations will start brewing up, where or how the teams will need to rotate. At least for now, the majority of them have ejected, and we can just speculate how many teams are going to drop in a similar spot. It seems like a lot of them are still gliding in common air or common air fields, if I must say. But it seems like so far, no early collisions as of yet on the lands of Georgopol. We expected a couple of teams to be there. We expected at least 2 or 3 teams to be there, but it's just one, CK.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, you would not want to be close to them as well. They've been quite lethal in the first 2 games, so it's quite nice for the other teams that CK is too far away from them in the northern Georgopol city all by themselves. They're going to be quite occupied, busy looting and figuring out where everyone else is for the next few minutes. But look at this, the zone. We have Pochinki Gatka circle to start off with. And also 3 teams towards military base, including the players from the side of BR Vintage. There's Team Hope. Novorupneo is empty. Team Hope is actually moving towards the southern shoreline.
It's pretty
Quite
interesting,
an
you
awkward
know.
start. Yeah.
I love this, and I find it pretty interesting because of the fact that the circle is majorly open right at the center of it all. And with so many teams being stacked in that military base as well as the ferry pier lands, I'm pretty sure that there will be some gatekeeping situations near that bridge. But if we speak of gatekeeping situations, it seems like GODLIKE, they are right up front against Team No Mercy, Johnny. No shots being fired as of yet, but it seems like they have information.
Yeah, No Mercy did show at least some signs of brilliance in the previous map. This time, Debs, he's looking to go up that ridge close to the players of Xenon Esports, and he will be able to close in the distance, but taking the fight from a position like this when you know you don't have armor, helmet, or even utility for that matter, it's unadvisable. And No Mercy, they won't be shown any mercy if they get spotted out. Debs in an uncomfortable position, Destroyer pushing forward, but still shots from Lone Wolf do connect, destroying Destroyer's HP bar, almost knocked out, but he managed to survive, and it's No Mercy who are on the receiving end, in fact, of this fight. They've lost 2 players, and again, quite confused with how they want to take this game and approach this matchup. They've lost a few players. Last man left standing, sort of Pal. What can he do in a 1v1? HP1 and he wins!
He actually does make it work. The M249 as well as the AKM. A god tier combination at close range. This was absolutely brilliant job. But No Mercy.
Out of
they
nowhere.
get 4 finishes. But at a big cost, Johnny.
Who cares? They got 4 early points in this match. This is the first time we've seen them in a proper 4v4, and that too, they are the ones on the winning end.
Winning end for sure, but it was extremely dicey. It felt like No Mercy had no option to fall back on.
Yeah.
They had to charge in. They knew, as a matter of fact, they did not have the advanced weaponry, had that double-barrel shotgun to work with, and therefore they tried to play in the snake game. But they were the ones who were spotted first, and that is the reason why up until the time the reinforcements came, the damage was already done.
Yeah, and I think finally we are going to have a good game of Erangel in this one. Not good in the sense we're going to have a lot of action, but a textual game where you expect teams to be able to use their maximum skill set, strategize properly, and take those fights properly as well. Apart from Xenon, of course, who won't be in this match for... Well, they won't be in this match, period. They're done. No Mercy, they're surviving with 2 players, but look at where they are. They are on that western edge. They have a lot of positions to work with. They can move down south towards Query, or maybe just take an early compound in Gatka and just play slow from there.
This is the obscurity of playing in lobbies like this, right? I mean, both the teams, Xenon as well as No Mercy, they dropped in an isolated compound. This is probably not a whole different complex altogether where a whole entire squad is going to drop in. Meanwhile, Georgopol City as well as containers have been left completely open. Now, who would expect that 2 teams who are such of big stature, they're going to drop in an isolated compound like this. This fight was not anticipated, but at least we got to see that Xenon, they adapted pretty well, at least in the early stages. But then, of course, Saurabh was like, here we go, I have the big bad machine gun, and I'm going to slay you all down. Comes in like a Rambo and sprays everyone down.
It just went ham in that fight right off the bat. And Xenon, I mean, they're going to be quite frustrated with the fact that, as you mentioned, they were the ones who found the opening, but still failing to recover. But enough about that fight. It's done. It's over. Xenon is out. We know No Mercy survived with 2 players, 4 finishes. Let's talk about Team NoSkill, who are all the way towards Severny. But they are not alone here. They think they are alone. On the radar, you might have noticed a few moments ago, they are being surrounded by the players of Team Fuze. I want to see if Fuze will collapse.
I want to see the Fuze trip, to be honest, because they did actually find that good positioning on the map of Miramar. They can recreate similar stuff on the map of Erangel as well, but it's going to be a little difficult. They chose the extreme northern hemisphere off the map, and now their rotation is going to be extremely tough. If they do choose the Georgia Pool Bridge, I believe that they will still get that entry point towards Ruins or somewhere else. But apart from that, I believe that every single entry point is already marked and they will have to breach past other teams.
That was a nice pink bike. We are Vintage, just rotating out into the open on a bike. Not something you see quite often. But still, I mean, was a risky play. They are willing to take that risk at this point, but let's see, Blue 82 Esports find themselves quite close to the players of Telugu Gods. And oh, this is going to be absolutely brutal, but Chunni missing that spray, whiffing a few shots. Sitter is going to try and capitalize on the extra bit of damage that was laid out on the opposition. Goes for a nade, does not really connect.
Yeah, it does not connect so far, but at least it is an advantage for Blue 82. Right from the get-go itself, they know as a matter of fact. In fact, I'm not sure if information is passed or information has been scouted that there are only 2 players inside the compound, but at least now they know that reinforcements came in. Beautiful spray down from Chunni, just made amends for that initial miss, and now it's the man advantage.
Oh, but an instant blunder makes sure that both these teams will still be in a even fighting situation. The nade also bounces back off the top of that wall, but still Havok runs in and secures the 2 knocks along with his team. All of a sudden, Blue 82 Esports looking quite phenomenal with how they've managed to turn things around. They have one of their teammates knocked out in the open, but they will be able to recover him, bring him back into the action. But while all of this is happening, look at this, no fear. They're back to 2 players as Nazim is being brought back as we speak.
Yeah, but is it going to be of any use? That's the question. Chunni, of course, is bleeding in the backlines. So it essentially is a 2v3 situation for Telugu Gods, but it seems like they will look to disengage. Now, wise decision, of course. It seems like their gun game is not that solid, Johnny. And that is one of the reasons why I feel like playing for the placement points is a much more sensible decision for them, at least. Try and find yourself that little bit of a space. And on the other side, the other team, they're going to be kicking themselves. They could not capitalize on the fact that a man advantage was set up. They could have timed that attack to perfection. Just a few seconds earlier could have been disastrous for Telugu Gods.
True. And it's still a pretty bad disaster. It's just that they are in recovery mode. And that is all they can do. They can make or try to make best of this worst possible situation, losing 2 players within the first stage of the game starting. 4 strangers, they are also, this team also, ladies and gentlemen, is looking to recover themselves in terms of the overall rankings. Because just to give a little bit of a backstory to the viewers joining right now, 4 strangers, they won their opening match. Their particular group played on the map of Vikendi. They were the first team to get wiped out on Miramar, game number 2, and now in game number 3, they will be looking to secure a decent number of points, protect themselves in the top 7.
It's not a storyline that we're witnessing for the first time. A team getting a chicken dinner and then just completely getting wiped off in the initial stages of the next game. Possibly a case of just being a little too complacent, or maybe dropping in an unwanted region. We'll have to find out if 4 strangers will make this work. At least they are trying to vie for those central compounds.
You were there on Vikendi. What did they do different compared to Miramar?
Nothing much, right? They avoided the fights whenever it was required. They had their numbers advantage, something which is extremely basic, the fundamentals. And I feel like in this lobby itself, you don't really have to try that hard. Your fundamentals will lead you through the game. And speaking of fundamentals, Goku OP, this man knows his fundamentals extremely well. His sprays are precise, and this time it did hurt a little bit, chipping off a little bit of damage against Cybertron.
This fight is against the players of Cybertron Army. Team Brave, they need to be extremely careful, especially Fairs 2 OP, who is quite close to Dominic. And Dominic's teammate, his backup, is right next to him. So it will be extremely easy for Cybertron Army to put additional pressure on this individual. But Fairs, look at him. He's dealing with all of this all by himself. The utility being lobbed by his teammates is doing absolutely nothing to help him out. But still, Fairs, he managed to survive, gain the HP advantage against the opposing player, and falls back right in the nick of time.
He had to solo infantry in that situation, but at least right now he has his comrades with him. Nade still being lobbed in, but it's a 3v3 situation right up front. Team Cybertron, they huddle up together really well, but the Nade, of course, is going to find the opening, and now they invade Johnny.
Whose nade found the opening? It was Dominic's nade who knocked out his own player. And Team Brave, they will punish this mistake to the best of their abilities. 4 points secured. A massive, massive blunder from Cybertron Army. A squad wipe, all because of one team nade that connected in the wrong place.
I mean, how many times we've seen this happen? Just the mismanagement of nades and the fact that the nades have been hurting your own self more than this.
Look at that. It was Dominic's nade that started it all. And it ended with Dominic,
Yeah.
watching his teammates fall right, left, and center.
Apparently, the guy who got knocked out, his name was Breakup Boy. So it seems like their friendship might actually suffer a light breakup at this point.
True. After this, I mean, anyone's going to be in the midst of a heated argument.
For sure, and that is something which is happening behind in the lobby, of course, but it seems like CK right now are under fire. But from whom is the question?
I think even they are going to be asking the same question. Who is shooting at us? Who is it? Was it CK after all? I mean, we've seen them just dominate lobby after lobby in the first 2 games, and at this point, if they figure out who dares to take shots at their vehicles, they're going to turn around and start taking shots at them in return.
But apparently they're not doing so. And I just found out it's Elf Clan.
Oh.
My pick. Elf Clan, they've got a nice compound to work with,
You
to
got
be
to pray
honest.
for Elf Clan now.
But as soon as I say that, the circle just shifts away from them. Of course, had to happen. Majority of it, or rather the smack center of it, is on school.
What is happening in Yasna, yeah? Like, Team Fuze is still there. I mean, they have an easy entry to the zone. They don't know that, but still holding their position towards Yasna Apoliana.
Dropped in on Starbar or the region nearby it, I think they're still in the midst of that long rotation that we were talking about. Now, Team Fuze, we saw on Miramar how they don't really actively participate in multiple combats, but retain their player advantage inside the final circle itself. So maybe they are not considering the damage from the blue zone, maybe in the second or the third stage, but the damage is considerable.
Yeah.
They need to utilize or preserve their resources up until that final fight, and have to realize as well that I think the majority of the northern hemisphere of the circle is completely open. And it seems like they are on the vehicles right now.
I mean, they are moving towards the zone slowly and steadily, but the important point that you mentioned right now is the fact that almost the entirety of the northeastern side of the circle is completely empty. Look at school, no one's there. Rozok, no one's there. Even school apartments was completely abandoned. All of the teams are clustered up towards that southern and western side. So, the next few minutes in this match, ladies and gentlemen, just fasten your seat belts because it is going to be very, very chaotic.
Chaotic for sure. It seems like OR Esports as well. They've huddled up. Crosses laid upon Team Blacks. One of their players is going to bite the dust, and it was Mac who found that opening. It seems like OR Esports, they're not satisfied. They have a good positioning, central part of the circle, and it's probably one of the first time where we've seen this many team inside of stage 3 come in such a massive cluster.
Oh yeah. And I don't know how many of these teams know how to deal with a situation like this. OR Esports, I mean, they have a 2-2 split. Look at the vision cones that you see on the radar. The players are making sure they have information about all 4 directions. They're making sure they're checking their surroundings constantly. And that will be key for every single one of these teams. But Blacks, I think, Biohazard at least is pinned down behind that tree, and the smoke, it dissipates soon. A few pixels available, and Admino tries to go for a spray. Another smoke has been popped.
You spoke of the vision cones and the information. We talked about this. And OR Esports, they know their fundamentals. They've been doing it time and time out. It's just, I don't know why it hasn't worked out so far as of yet. But hopefully it works out on the map of Erangel.
Hopefully. They are hoping for the same thing. Because OR Esports 6th on the overall rankings after the previous match. Not really a position they want to be in. But 6th is just one less than 7. And we know top 7 make it through, not top 8.
Yeah, that is true. And one of the reasons why OR Esports would actually love to come out of that situation is because that is like the volatile region. That is the mid-pack of the overall standings to proceed to the next round. And there is no surety. There is no guarantee that they are going to proceed forward.
Team Fuze, just a little bit west. That's it. Just a little bit west. You are done. That is your zone, your game. Don't think about the potato hill. I know it's a greedy position, but don't go there. Team Hope is just going to annihilate you as soon as you even attempt about taking control of that hill.
How much did these guys pray to the BGMI gods? On Miramar as well, they had sort of the blessings of the circle. This time as well, hardships after hardships. This entire circle has sort of been offered to them, and there is no contenders, no buyers.
Look at what is happening. OR Esports, I mean, that is a brilliant rotation. They just move up north and take control of school and apartments super early. There's no one there. There was no one there to block their way. And as soon as teams think about this move, it will be too late.
Yeah, but it seems like Fuze just realized that those compounds have been sold out, at least for now though. And as soon as we try and figure out that there was a fight happening, it seems like Team Blacks, they've been completely wiped off.
Oh no, quite unfortunate for them. But I think Blacks Esports, even in the previous game, they do have decent number of points. So maybe tomorrow they can recover their journey on the overall leaderboard. But what is this? The spray from Storm finally connects, and it is going to be Team Rough Nation in a rough position yet again. But it's not just them. Telugu Gods on the heavy fire as well from Team Hope. And let's not forget, Telugu Gods, they are down to their last surviving player. That man right there, he's all that's left from them. And Fear is going to be fearing every single shot that he hears.
You know what I fear the most is Team Hope being third-partied by BR Vintage, because they are in extremely close proximity. But I love the fact that Team Hope, they're not giving up. Usage of the buggy into try and scramble for information in these close quarter. Absolutely brilliant, but it's such a risky move. It seems like Umang was under heavy fire, but now he's been taken down. Immediate trade-off. But the rest of the Team Hope, they are in a very big difference.
Yeah, but it's not just them. Look at who's falling right next to them. It is the players from the side of 4 strangers who are down to just 1 stranger who's left alive on this map. And it's going to be extremely tough for them to survive. Team Hope looking to push and put additional pressure on the opposition, but unfortunately they've also lost 2 players, and especially 2 key players have fallen, Storm and Umang. They got picked off a few moments ago. It's down to Ani and Ark to try and survive, to try and secure points from this match. In the meanwhile though, Telugu Gods wiped out from the face of the map.
The great collision for the southern edge of the circle, ladies and gentlemen. Multiple teams just trying to get control over this entire region, because this would set themselves up for success. This region, this entire vicinity, only one team is going to come out of it, and they are going to have such a huge opportunity to get the map for themselves. But elsewhere, once again, a massive cluster. Number 7, Team No Skills versus Blue 82, as well as a couple of teams nearby. It seems like these teams are just huddling across every single compound they get, and now they are rooted into battle.
Yeah, because the prime spot was pushed for by OR Esports, and also the funkiness of the zone. Look at this. At first we thought it was going to be school apartments. No. The zone moves away back down south, and all of a sudden all the commotion for that hill area just south of school makes a lot of sense. All the teams that are there, in fact the teams that are still surviving, even if it is with a few individuals, do now stand a very nice chance to secure additional points from this game. Because the field is out in the open, you don't have a lot of cover, or scratch that, you don't have any cover to work with for that matter. You will be completely exposed. You need to make sure that you run in towards that zone with a lot of smokes and at least a few vehicles to utilize as cover.
Not a few vehicles, they'll need a lot more. But at least this time around, it seems like Havoc is the one who is trying to create that havoc inside this warehouse. Constant explosives being popped in, but so far no damage being dealt, and this was a smoke. Team No Skills, they still want to block the vision, but I don't think it's going to help them. Certainly not now, especially the fact that they've been reduced to 3 men. They need to evade from this fight as quickly as possible, and they found the exit strategy.
Well, the exit strategy was found, but apparently it wasn't good enough. Just is going to be knocked out. Karan and Xavier, all that remain. Karan back off, gets inside the buggy, needs to go for a revive on his teammate. They will need the numbers in the end game stages. Just puts him behind the car. Come with me, my friend. I'll save you.
Great friendship over there.
Yeah.
At least better than mine and Necros.
But yeah, takes him to his demise. That's a true friendship. Drags him out in the open along with it. We don't even see the hit marker. It's just you hear the shot, pop, and he's gone.
Pop, and he's gone for sure. But Team No Skills, I don't understand why that move was made. I mean, why would you try and climb on top of the shack when you know that there are multiple teams? It's in such an open circle. A blunder from Team No Skills.
I'm not going to complain. It was hilarious to watch.
Living true to their name once again, OR Esports. Such a massive control over the northern part of the circle. But what do they make out of it? Is the big question, Johnny.
I mean, they have all 4 players. So that is that one thing that they have going for them. And they have a pretty good position to work with. That northern edge, there's absolutely no one there to contest them. All the teams are basically gone. And OR Esports, all the fights that they want to take and they have to take are right up ahead. The only problem is the first challenge that is in their way are the players of CK Esports, a team that has been phenomenal throughout the day.
Exactly, but OR Esports, they have momentum. 8 finishes to their name and they retain every single player. They haven't really seen signs of success early on in this game so far, in other games so far, but in this game they do, and it seems like they can sniff success.
So what we are saying is momentum of the entire day versus momentum of one game. Who do you think is going to win?
I think it's going to be momentum of one game. Every
Really?
single match, I personally feel like every single match is an individual battle, and the fact that OR Esports have sort of dominated the early battle, maybe they have the upper hand, but look at the finish feed. It seems like I'm wrong.
Yeah. You are, my friend. I mean,
Let's find out, though.
oh, you just said OR Esports was going to win. That is what was wrong about this. How can we forget, Salty?
For sure, but it's still it's still not like Team CK has been left unhurt. Even both of their players have been taken down. So OR Esports, they definitely are in contention.
I forgot. I also said OR Esports was going to win at the start of the game.
Well, there you go. This is such an interesting battle because basically whoever wins this will have a massive chance at success for this entire game so far. Smoked in Lobin to try and get back his fallen comrade. And Jenny's already on the move. I don't understand.
Well, he's going to try and take control of the zone and also just put additional pressure on the players of CK by having control of the high ground as well. You see the other teams on the radar, well, they are on the other side of the hill. So they aren't really any real threat to Jelly as of now, unless Mighty just decides to turn around for no reason and take Jelly out. But, well, the other players of Elf, they do his job for him. Jelly is going to be put down on his knees and in a few short moments out of his misery as well.
I love the fact that BR Vintage, they have such a nice vantage point.
Yeah.
At the highest point of this entire cliff, it seems like your worst nightmare, or rather my worst nightmare, came through Elf Esports, or Elf Clan rather. They came in from the back lines. It was a 1v1 and Jelly could not cope up to the pressure. That movement was, or rather has been made unsuccessful by Elf Clan.
He had to be quick about it. I mean, he had to be extremely quick about putting pressure on CK Esports. He needed utility as well. But as soon as he got there, his first call was to create cover by destroying the tires of that that vehicle.
Yeah.
He did that, which was not a bad call. But then he had to start lobbing utility on the players of CK. And that is where he got delayed. Elf chimed in. They picked him off. And now all of a sudden, War is down to 2 players. But what is this? BR Vintage, how can you let a man push towards you like this? Gok just runs in willy-nilly, and BR Vintage, they were caught completely off guard.
Yeah. Elf Clan, of course, is going to put the final nail in the coffin. But I'll tell you exactly what the plan for OR Esports will be at this point. Just try and lay low. They are inside the top 3. They have multiple finishes to go alongside with it as well. They would rather want CK and Elf Clan just duke it out amongst themselves.
Yeah, but CK does not care, right? CK has already done well for themselves. They are okay with not winning matches. We have seen that from them. They just want to be in the top 3, one way or the other. If they secure finishes while doing so, it's good for them. If they can't, they are okay with that as well. But Admina, look at him go down at the hands of Elf Esports. And Elf Clan, in fact, and Mac is going to be the last player surviving for Elf Clan. I wonder how long he will be in this game. But now, ladies and gentlemen, things brewing up for the final few moments. It's going to be a last 3v3 between Elf Clan and the players of CK. But make that a 3v2 as Loki does get knocked out and finished off. CK down to their last 2 players. Max still hiding behind that tree.
Yeah, he can definitely play a spoil sport in that particular fight. But it seems like the circle is favoring CK at this point. Majorly rotating towards them. And Elf Clan need to move quick. King will try and spray him down, but back of fire from the backlines. It's brilliant. But Dexter finds a trade, and now this is all over the place. CK Esports, all of a sudden, they found momentum into this fight.
Oh, they have the momentum, but not the accuracy required to secure the win. And out of nowhere, Mac chimes in. It's down to a 1v2. Mac, he needs to be quick. He needs to be quick in securing this win. His armor is gone. His helmet is not really something he would like to secure in the final fight. But let's see. Still quite hopeful, a 1v3 to win the game. Will he make it happen? One of the most phenomenal young athletes to have entered the BGMI Pro Circuit in the recent days. Now faces one of the biggest challenges ever. The players from the side of Elf Clan looking to finish him off. The nade being cooked. Will it be enough? Gohan, he knows exactly where this last individual is. The nade lobbed in the perfect spot. Max still there with a sliver of HP, but not for long. The DBS can do a lot of work, but not against 2 players. And eventually, Mac is going to be forced to fall. And Elf Clan, they walk away with an impressive win.
You know why I'm smiling this wide? Because it was my pick, Elf Clan.
Oh, yeah.
Finally, I have beaten the curse.
Oh, yeah. Yay, Salty wins, along with Elf Clan though. I mean, it was an impressive win from their side, to be fair. They had the high ground. I really did not think they would be able to win that fight against the players of CK and BR as well. BR, I don't know what they were up to.
Exactly. I mean, the player from Rough Nation, I don't exactly remember the name, just came in from the back lines and they allowed him to completely penetrate their armor, penetrate their fortress.
Gok. It was Gok who just ran and finished off that lad and just like... I think even he was wondering, like, what just happened? Why was this so easy? Were you lost? Were you looking somewhere else?
He certainly was looking at somewhere else, but someone who actually dominated the entire circle, it was BR Vintage, who sort of had control of it, but Elf Clan sort of dethroned them. It was the King of the Hill battle, which they won. But ladies and gentlemen, a lot more number crunching and discussion on the other side of this very short break. Don't go anywhere.
Push. Left.
पीछे आ वो यूसी कितना है
जोन में चले क्या
ये बर्ड कहाँ से आया
पुश चल स्कोप नहीं मिल रहा अबे ये कहाँ गया
अरे फिर भाई डिफॉल्ट से निकल लें
अरे तकिन पे तकड़म भगड़ी की डम डम कपू उड़ातम डिफॉल्ट से निकलम पुर पका पका पम अकड़म चकड़म भागा दौड़ दम
अलग ही जोन में ये तो
ये स्पेस में और स्कोप नहीं है सर
देखा डिफॉल्ट से निकलना कितना इजी है ब्रो इतना ड्रामा क्यों
रॉयल पास ले डिफॉल्ट से निकल ले
हैं
Epic value, epic rewards. Get the Royal Pass at just 360 UC and don't be default.
सर ये आपका गिर गया था
अभी नहीं चाहिए
सर सीन सेट है, एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या?
Yes, let's go.
सर तो सीन में आप थोड़ी सी सैड हो, हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़े चली आती है और जैसे ही वो आती है आप कहते
यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार.
हो ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो?
बैटलग्राउंड्स चल, दिखाता हूँ तेरे को. आ रहा हूँ मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ. Get ready to play pure.
अब तुम्हारी बारी.
साथियों आगे बढ़ो खत्म कर दो.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to BGIS 2023. Of course, that beautiful commercial from the lads of RTV was brilliant. An Indian faction is actually getting added to this brilliant game, which makes it even better.
Yeah.
And I am so excited to try it out. I'm pretty sure you guys are going to have a lot of fun trying it out as well. But speaking of trying out, I tried my luck out with picking Elf Clan right at the start of it.
It worked out.
Elf Clan, they played brilliantly.
It worked out, and they played brilliantly. They secured the win, and for the first time, they proved you right. I mean, you should be congratulating them quite a lot. Heartfelt messages.
Yeah,
sent
why am I patting myself? I should
after
pat
the
them.
day is done? But still, I mean, yeah, Elf Clan played a wonderful game. They did secure the win. And as we move forward to the highlight, I still want to talk about CK Esports. Because why not? I mean, this undergod team has been phenomenal throughout the day. Vikendi, top 3. Miramar, top 3. Erangel, guess what? Top 3.
Yes, and no matter where the circle is, no matter where they drop, they just always come in with all of their 4 players. And
Yeah.
inside the final circle, once again, you just feel like an immense threat. No matter who is dominating, we were talking about this. OR Esports, they came in with a massive advantage. They had momentum on their side from this particular game. But still, CK Esports, like a massive thorn, they were always challenging OR Esports that they might get taken down in this fight.
Right, I was trying to see how Dominic actually naded his own teammate. I still have no idea why. Because I believe he just moved in because he was leaning towards his left, cooking up the nade and planning to lob it towards the opposition. I think he just moved behind cover a little too quick.
Bounced
And then
off.
bounced off the wall and went inside and resulted in what was one of the biggest catastrophes we have seen in this map.
It is actually quite usual in recent times. We've seen these
Team nades.
mishaps happen inside of the nades itself. But speaking of mishaps, it feels like OR Esports, the kind of momentum they had, they just could not really convert it and could not adapt to this open circle which was created.
Talk about adapting, as you mentioned. I mean, they weren't able to adapt to the open position because they overshot it by quite a lot. I mean, the initial call I believe was to take control of school and school apartments. Then all of a sudden they decided, mid-rotation they decided, no, let's go for that hill down south of school. Which, ladies and gentlemen, that hill south of school is called the Potato Hill because it looks like a potato on the map.
Yeah, it does look like a potato, but it was like a massive blunder on OR Esports and their head because, of course, it was not a really questionable decision. The circle sort of completely ditched the school and the school apartments and it shifts southward, just forcing all these teams to make these drastic decisions. Of course, as we witness these final moments once again, Elf Clan, they got this vantage point. I mean, once BR Vintage was done and dusted, it was Elf Clan written throughout the game.
And exactly, I think that was the most important thing, the important win condition for Elf Clan to actually walk away with the chicken dinner. They had to take care of BR Vintage. Luckily for them, out of nowhere, this man called Gok shows up representing Team Rough Nation, and he was there to secure that last finish, making things so much more easier for Elf Clan. Because as soon as you mentioned, like, BR Vintage, when they were done, Elf Clan, they got the high ground, and then they see these two teams fighting down below, OR Esports and the lads of CK, and they know exactly what they have to do. They have to flank them and finish both of them.
I had no clue how Gog actually survived so long amid so much battle happening. This man, in spite of not having any sort of cover, no utility as such, not a lot of smokes were deployed as well, but he still just proned his way to survival. He possibly made inside top 5 or something like that, and also acquired that very crucial finish point, which sort of drove the game away from BR Vintage.
Yeah, and it was quite impressive. I mean, reminds me of a line from Men in Black. I mean, he survived because of his smart wits and I'm forgetting what version of laser blasters they were using.
Yeah, it's fine, it's fine. I'm pretty sure it was something which Elf Clan also uses to try and get themselves the victories. But with this chicken dinner, we'll have to find out where they place inside the overall standings, because that is something which is extremely crucial. End of the day, you finish the day on a strong note, you come back together strong as well. But speaking of strong, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at the player who was the strongest, the rebel of the match. It had to be Veron with 6 finishes from Team Elf Clan.
Yeah, and it was quite impressive. And as we keep talking about Elf Clan, the entirety of the game was just theirs. I mean, the later half, in fact, to be a little bit more precise. The second half, they played phenomenally, Zone 4 onwards, when they were playing from that northern cluster position, and they did a phenomenal job. Gohan as well. Look at that, 12 finishes on just Veron and Gohan. That is impressive, to say the least.
Exactly, and of course the rest of the players who followed can be Admino, Sammy as well as Goku. Goku has been constantly performing for Team Brave, but it's just that the Team Brave as a collective unit, they have struggled at times to just accumulate the points, much like CK did. CK seems like a much more rounded unit. They can adapt to multiple situations. But again, coming back to the conversation of Elf Clan, I kind of felt like, if I'm not mistaken, they lost a player early on.
Yeah.
And in spite of that, to come back this strong, it's absolutely brilliant.
That is why this win of theirs is even more impressive, because as you mentioned, I mean, losing out one of your players early in the game, still managed to secure 13 finishes and the chicken dinner. You can't really say more than anything about them, and more than this, more than we have already talked about them. 28 points from this last game of the day. OR Esports, I'm so happy. Finally, they step up. 22 points. This should get them to safety within the top 5.
Should get them to safety for sure, but still not up to the standards, you know. I mean, I don't know, the standards which have been set by GODLIKE, it's going to be hard to match, to be honest. They seem invincible at this point, and it's sort of unfair for OR Esports to get compared. I'm pretty sure they're just playing to be safe inside the top 7, but still, you want that sort of a performance at least in one game.
Let's not talk about Team GODLIKE, because the way they've played today, they basically made every single other big name look not that great, especially in round 2. But CK Esports, we have been conversing about them all this time. They were quite phenomenal, 15 points from this match as well. But this is enough about this game. Let's straight up move forward and have a look at the overall rankings, where we still have CK Esports, 56 points. This is what consistency gets you, ladies and gentlemen. 28 finishes, 28 position point, 56 point total tally on the first. And then there's a tie for the second position, BR Vintage. They're there with 38. OR Esports, they are there also with 38 points. But BR Vintage is second, OR Esports is third. 5 placement points.
I'm not sure what is happening to my eyesight, Johnny. I might have to change my spectacles. Am I right that the top 3 teams do not have a chicken dinner? And the teams from 4, 5, 6, they're the ones who have a chicken dinner. Now, this is a very big talking point. The talking point about consistency.
Exactly, and especially BR Vintage being there, because even on all 3 maps, in fact, we did not see BR Vintage in an advantageous spot in any fight. Look at that, 3 games, they have 12 eliminations, 4 eliminations per map, and that will, well, if you talk about any other team, it won't be that great. For any team, in fact, it won't be that great, but still, they were there in terms of those top 5 finishes every single game, and that is what gets them in the top 3. Team Fuze, Elf Clan, all of these teams that did get that chicken, and they're going to be so upset with themselves. Why did not we play like them instead? Why weren't we as consistent? But at least they are in the top 7 till now.
Yeah, at least they are in the top 7. And I'm pretty sure, like, from that point on, they will be able to carry that forward.
Because, again, I'm sorry to cut you off, but 2 sides to every single coin, right? Look at Team Brave, 14 eliminations, double digits, still on the 9th.
Yeah, and it's been position points, right? Team Brave, we've seen them finish off, wipe off multiple squads in the process, but it's just been being able to finish yourself inside the final circle is just so important. Position points always have that much priority, and at this point I feel like, yes, they've got 16 points to work with, but they need to work so harder.
Yeah, they need to work a lot on that positional play aspect of the game. They have 2 placement points. I'm still quite shocked. How do you walk over with 14 eliminations and just 2 placement points in 3 matches? That too. It wasn't just 2 games, 1 per game. It was 3 games. They got 2 placement points.
So it's basically like they enter, they drop down, they take a fight, they get a couple of finishes to work with, and they're like, all right, our job is done. Bye-bye. See ya."
Yeah, I think if that is the case, they need to get more finishes because otherwise they might just be out of the top 7 tomorrow as well.
They currently are right now, hoping they might just be able to enter tomorrow. That is going to be something which we will be looking forward to, ladies and gentlemen. But today was such an amazing day. We've seen 2 ends of the spectrum. One top-tier team coming in, dominating the competition, completely sidelining every single one. The other group just showing something completely else.
Exactly. The other group was actually dominated by the undergods for a change, and I'm actually quite happy with this change of pace. CK Esports, though, now the question is, their game plan has been revealed today on 2 maps, Miramar and Erangel. They'll play these maps tomorrow as well.
Yeah.
They'll play Sanhok. They haven't played Sanhok yet, so the other teams can be caught off guard on that. But they need to make sure they are consistent and not challenged on these 2 maps of theirs.
Yeah.
That is the challenge for CK, and we will see how good they are in switch-ups of strategies.
Switch up of strategies, or they are going to stick to their basics. That is something which we will find out, because of course they always manage to kind of sway across multiple challenges, multiple teams, and just dribble past them inside the final circle with all of their 4 players. I think if they can do that on the map of Sanhok and the maps which are going to follow, of course, it is going to be great for them. But ladies and gentlemen, if you have been enjoying all these action, then do make sure that you actually go hit up on our socials as well. Follow Crafton India Esports on every single place, be it Instagram, subscribe to the YouTube channel as well. And if you're watching this on JioCinema, make sure you follow over there as well, because a lot more action is coming. It's just round 2, Johnny.
Yeah, it's just round 2. We still have round 3, 4, lower bracket. Quite a big journey ahead of us, but I think the intensity just keeps going up, and I can't wait for tomorrow, the last day of the week.
Exactly. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we'll come back with the same groups, more matches tomorrow. Same place, same time. See you tomorrow. Take care.
Bye.